change the entire trajectory of human existence. At least how I think so in my mind. But that could be me not presenting the story well enough, right? Which means I need critique towards, am I being too abstract? Do I need to just directly say something? Because I do have a problem with that. I almost absolutely refuse to just straight up say something. There's no way I'm going to say the sun is setting. It's going to be the shadows grow longer. It's going to be the darkness encompasses. The glory of the sky falls. It's going to be something like that. These are the greatest weapons I've ever seen. Oh, they will make me so much more powerful. Nothing will stand in my way. Bow before me, fools. Such power as ones I wield. Storm is nothing to me. And again, Smokey, you're a fucking champion. But remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. They're few and far between, but when you find one, my friends, it is a good time. So then everyone says, like, let's do it, right? So then I go to every person in the comments, and I do something that I think is funny. So I like the fact that I'm not verified, and it's like people that aren't verified are bots. So I was like, well, can I do like a bunch of different like variations of like beep boop? So I'm like, you know, noop meep beep boop beep bop boop beep bop, not beep boop boop bop bop. And I basically did this to like 50 or 60 different people. It's on brand for you. Perfect. That's exactly what I like to hear. Book. I don't know if that's a good brand, but it's you. Yeah, see, I don't know either. All I know is be true to yourself, because that's the only thing you'll truly excel at. Holy fuck, dude, that looks so good. This looks like the type of food I'd make, just like the randomest combo of shit. Oh my god. Now I'm hungry. Families from Spain, that shit is so good. Oh, I believe it. I have to try that shit out, Raymond. Yeah, I'm ordering straight from China, from Amazon. It's gonna be like a 6-hour delivery. Authentic Chinese food from China, delivered via drone from Amazon. Now I'm attempting to make it myself and get food poisoning. You ever wonder if the color I associate as red would appear blue to another person with my eyes in their head? Sean, I am so glad you bring that up, because I've had so many conversations with people about this, and none of them ever really truly understand what I mean. So, if I was looking through your eyes, your green is my blue is your red, for instance. So if I look through your eyes and I looked at the sky, it could be green instead of blue. I look at grass and it could be blue instead of green. But, because all the colors are relative, we all call them blue. Levi, yeah, we have talked about it on stream before. I meant people in real life. Because you guys are intelligent, actual people, not fucking random NPCs like the people I talk to in real life. That if you ask them if they didn't have breakfast this morning, what would they do? And they would tell you, but I did have breakfast. Quote of the day. I had dreamt enough for one small life, and of such follies, love, justice, friendship, glory, as well dream of being tall. Quotes from Tyrion Lannister. Have to do bad and make mistakes in order so we learn and grow. Otherwise, you stay stagnant, and no one likes a stagnant, boring, fucking piece of shit streamer. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. I even forgot to do, I was like, well, there's something else I was supposed to do today. Because look what we did, guys. We uploaded everything. So now we have fucking 300 gigs. How did we get so many? Because I attract them like mosquitoes. I spawn them, but they only come towards me. So they try to annoy me, but by proxy they hit other people. I'll pop in. I don't care about the beanie. I mean, it's just Rick and Morty. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Look at me. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Like, what's your problem? Sci-fi, superheroes, romance, etc. Ooh. What is, me? I write basically everything. Our last we've just wrote the longest short story we've ever written, called Cryogen, and it is an hour long. 10,000 words. Jesus beat Chi! lie is me. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Battle Chi Comics is definitely Zoink. I'm a legit people. Yay, legit people! I'm not legitimate because I'm not verified, guys. I mean, we wound up timing out, it is what it is. But anyways, back to the story. So under UV light, with sunscreen on, you look black because it's manipulating how the light sees you. So, the story is, there's a guy, and this is an extremely racist town, and he buys these sunglasses because he thinks, like, they look cool, because he's seeing this, and he's like, damn, man, these things look badass, and he's walking around, and he sees a black guy, and he's like, what the fuck, and he just, like, literally pounces on him, and beats the guy to death. And there's like a crowd around them gathering, and they're all like gasping and freaking out. And then one of them comes up to him and slaps him in the face and knocks the glasses off of his face. And he looks down. Oh shit, camera's fucked. Hey, there we go. Yo, 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 how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. Smokey, you break everything. What's wrong with you? Check it out. Wait, is it not approved yet? No, there it is. Never mind. Bitch. Read 'em and wheat, motherfucker. Grab his dick and twist it! How's it going today, Smokey? How are you, good sir? Today we have, we finished, the video for Talk Stories. So 5 Creepypasta Part 2, done, out of the way. And now we have to create a new story. So we have this, very interesting premise for a new story. It involves cults, rituals, blackmail, and, yeah, video games. It's gonna be sick. Oh, and witchcraft. Witchcraft, too. We gotta see how much stuff we can incorporate together. So, we got our main plot. Which...
Come closer, bitch. I will fold you like origami and ruin you in IRL. Try me.
I mean... I don't doubt it. But, Smokey, you have to find me first. You know, I'm not that just lay down and let it happen. You gotta put in the effort. You gotta show me that, you know, I matter in a way, right? Keep me on my toes, so to speak, right? Main plot is to survive. Oops. Survive the game. Find a way out. And the subplot is demonic witch bitch.
Itak bet I am already hunting, sniffing you out like a demon on heat. Your scent's loud as fuck. Keep running. I love the chase.
True. Okay. I'll give you a hint. Buttercup. That'll help with your sniffing. Because you're probably going in the wrong direction because of misdirection. So, you know. Use that to your advantage and come find me. There can be only one!
Buttercup cute, real fucking cute. That's your safe word, isn't it?
No, it's chalkboard. There should always be a meaning behind your safe word, and my safe word is chalkboard, because it's like hands on a chalkboard. It'll pull me out of basically anything. So, you know, sometimes you're just so into the moment, you get too into it, right? You ain't paying attention, so you just slap across the face, pretty much. Trying to steal your... I don't know how to say this. Euphins, the gloriously green cat-like creature, sneaks in ahead of Meeseeks, taking everything he was seeking before he can. Oh no! That would not be good. So it's like anytime his goal is about to be completed, someone else completes it, and then he has to just go on living. I summon Meeseeks, and this Meeseeks must destroy the planet. Oh god. He'll be at it for years, but he'll find a way. I'm on it, witch bitch, trying to steal your, no, trying to breed you. Or something like that. I don't know. Like, what is her goal?
While I slide 2 fingers deep into that greedy back door.
I don't even know how to say it. Now, shit, Smokey, I guess it's true. Alright, saddle up. That was supposed to be You Finds, but as a name. Oh, I would have put, like... I would have done this, Sean. Euphins. Euphins. It's not here in English. It's like you never know if the U is like a long or a short. It's like ooh, or it's like you. Wait, you're only on a 3-stream streak, Smokey? What the fuck is wrong with you? Only a 3-stream streak? God. That must suck, bro. Up those numbers, man. Holy shit, Smokey. You're supposed to be setting an example for people. What is this? I'm disappointed, man. I'm fucking disappointed. Holy shit.
Get up, you fat fuck, and touch your toes. I know you can't, but try anyways. Suck
Don't
my
fall
dick.
over, though.
I think the streak thing is fucking retarded. Good old trying to gamify shit. I think all these kind of small, like, mechanics like that try to drive traffic actually hurt it at the end of the day. But, you know, it is what it is. Can't do much over it. Can't do much over and about it, right? But we try our best. I'm just really excited to write this story, because, oh my god, this shit has been cooking in my head. And I'm like, oh, let's get on with it.
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass.
Oof.
Get back in that chair, you lazy
Rude.
ass shit streamer. One more bendy time for you
Final-
after this, then it's up to Sean.
What? Finally got more Ortega taco seasoning from Walmart. It's hidden behind a pole. Can't see it if you're looking directly at it. So stupid. They have it with the bulk foods.
Don't fall over though.
God damn it, Smokey. Why do you do this to me? You're so mean to me. It's not fair. So, the premise of the story is, dude plays video game a lot, his girlfriend doesn't like it, so he says fuck it,
Do one next.
and he breaks up with his girlfriend and then goes out drinking with his buddy, and his girlfriend's super pissed, so she breaks into his house, and, like, performs a ritual on his video game that, like, sucks him into the video game, and then it's, like, kind of like a Dark Souls survival where he has to, you know, basically one-hit challenge the rest of the game in this, like, secret level inside of this tower where this witch
Your
is,
spine's gonna look like a fucking question mark after I am done. Lazy ass shit streamer. Only thing I suck are nips, and not on men.
Oh. Okay, well, we might as well get into it, right? Since here we are. So guys, we got it. It arrived. So are you guys ready for this shit? Are you guys fucking ready for this? Oh, fuck yeah. Boy, Biggie, yo, what's up? How's it going?
I am fucking hard and ready,
Fucking
bro.
hard and ready, bro. Let's fucking go. Are you ready to see my new Bad Dragon toys? Are you guys excited? New Bad Dragon toys! Oh my god! It's the greatest moment. I'll have to try them out later tonight.
Are they play toys? Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, Jack has a one pump prick.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack has one pump prick. Oh. Okay, my Pookie. Oh, right. Okay, let's see how this shit works. This is goods. Drum roll, please. Did she say yes? Did she say yes?
New clothes, WTF.
New clothes? What the fuck? I don't exactly know how this is supposed to... Super
Are we
kinda
starting a cult now?
confused here. It's kind of shitty in a way. I don't know why there's this. There should be like a fucking zip thing here. Said yes, I'm so happy. Hell yeah, that's dope. Have to find a better way to like keep it together, but. Oh. My Sith robe. Now I am Palpatine. You know. Wahaha. Yeah, what do you guys think? I want to buy Em a set of pajama bottoms that have cookies all over them, because then she'll have cookie pants, which is my neighbor's cat's nickname, along with Suki, which is M's nickname. Granted, if I do get them, there will be a diminished dimensional tear, and Cookie Monster will come one of it right next to M, and he'll want to eat that cookie. No underwear under that holy garment, just sin dripping down your thighs. You look kinda hot right now, bro. Damn, worst typo ever. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Sean. So, do you guys want to hear the ultimate plan? And you can be my purveyors of it. We are going to steal the Force from the galaxy. No, I'm the main enemy, dude. I am the final boss. But yes, we have our thing. So tomorrow's stream, this is the only thing that I'm gonna wear.
Where did you get that hoodie?
Where'd you get that hoodie? It's not a hood. You mean the Rick and Morty hoodie or the Palpatine hoodie? Palpatine cloak. So yeah, that's for the Star Wars D&D. So I'm gonna be the big bad guy. Rick and Morty? Dunno, I got it for Christmas. Like 7 years ago from probably my best friend. Same with the toque. I probably got it from Amazon, most likely. That's what I would assume. That would be my assumption. Monic Witch bitch trying to get revenge from you breaking up with her. Species. True. Fairy Thorn, it of Dairy Porn, the heir of the throne with the silver handle. Yeah. True, Void Biggie. You got it. Did you write any more of your story there, Void? So what I meant to type was, it's Fairy Thorn, son of Dairy Porn, the heir to the throne with a silver handle. Ah, I see. Move the overlay back over here. I'm making a new one? Hell yeah, sounds good. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Where's the robe? It was...
Morty screams silently against your skin.
I was gonna say the second I take it off, you're gonna show up, Senate. I guess I'll take this token and I'll go put it back on. 3, 2, 1, toke! Didn't look like Palpatine, looked more like Aragorn instead. The Black Rider. What you said to do. Morty screams silently against your skin. You didn't, Dark Senate. Now I'm curious, is that a thing? Is there a Dark Senate that makes decisions behind the scenes and orchestrates all the chaos till their decisions are ratified? So, Scotty, yo, Relic, what's up? How's it going? I gotta find, like, a better way to, like, attach it, because it's only got, like, the attach thing at the top here. It doesn't have anything else. But I'm like, tomorrow, if I wear it, I'll only wear this, and I'll just use it like this, and I'll just cover my tits.
No underwear?
No underwear? No, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Actually, I made a decision. The other guy is being demoted. What is yours? Is going fucking insane. I'm charting on Amazon Kindle sales. Top 20 and top 50 in 2 categories. Fucking insane. Hell yeah! That's fucking crazy, Relic. Holy shit, bro. Congratulations. Oh my god. See, bro? That shit is fucking awesome. You still want it and the head DM. Yes, I'll take it. I'll take it. What's with the evil look? Ah, there you go, Raymond. This is my Palpatine outfit. This is for the D&D Star Wars. I still want the other guy to be the guy on the throne, though, Senate. I would absolutely love him to be the guy on the throne and me to be in the background doing my own thing. Supergirl top under the Palpatine robe. So, I want to buy your book. I want to buy your book, Relic. What's your author name? He'll be working for you, but he will not have the head spot. I mean, I can position him there, right? If I have total veto, then I could just position him there and be like, you want to do the thing and do the thing, and then I can manipulate him. Maybe I can use you to get him to think that he can overpower me or some shit like that. I could come up with some very interesting. I'm seriously pissed. Well, like I said, my biggest problem is people not putting in the effort and not taking it seriously. I take this like a fucking job seriously because I know how it affects other people when you're in a group situation like this. So it's super. No, Void, I can't play. I'm busy. It's free on Amazon Kindle right now for a few days. It's a holiday promo. All right. Well, I gotta buy this shit. Wait, is it connected to this? I hate bringing this shit up because Kindle always shows my fucking address and doxes me. Aww, I had to tell 10 people we had to postpone. Yeah, I saw that we weren't doing it on Friday, and I was like, yeah, this is not a good start. That it's like, yeah, the guy said that, like, something came up, but it's like, why do we have to reschedule a day? Can't we just reschedule the hours? Like, why can't we just push it back a couple hours? Can't we push it forward a couple hours? Like there should be like a leeway of room here. We shouldn't have to just cancel the entire thing, right? So, yes, just drop the link, Relic, in the chat so everyone can go buy your book. If it's free, everyone who has an Amazon account, go buy Relic's book. It's free. It's the best way to support. The 10th mark. Oh, man, dude, that looks so epic. That cover looks so good. What just happened? Sleepy Humble said he wanted to. Yes, I could definitely see that. Miss. Okay, read now. There we go. Fully purchased. The 10th mark. I love the curve of the road. That looks so fucking sick. I'm gonna play booklet. Let's go! Hell yeah, that's so epic. So hell yeah, congratulations, Relic. Fucking deserved, bro. 100% deserved. So cool to see. That's why you put in the effort, guys. You put in the effort, and you will reap the rewards. Story title idea: The Sixth Foobar. Oh, I love it, Sean. That's great. That's fucking great. Ugh. Oh, sorry if I missed any messages. Don't, he won't budge. Will, we needed him there. Yeah. That's the main thing. It's like, if the main head guy can't show up, I don't know. But hey, life's life, and like I said, shit happens. So, like, I was like, it is what it is, but it is a pet peeve of mine. Because I tend to be, like, you know, unless I fucking have a seizure, I'm there. Right? Like, that's the best shit. But we have a story to write today, guys. I'm super, super fucking excited for that. But yeah. This is kind of fucking hot in here, though, so I'm gonna take this off for now. We'll wear it tomorrow for, Booba stream. So we'll have a sexy Palpatine Booba stream tomorrow, guys. How's that sound? No idea how the Foobar would manifest, but I'm betting a straight guy will be yeeted to another world as a chick, and of a type very likely to get enslaved purely for smexiisms. Booba stream! True. Okay, so then what we have, character is, main character, let's call him Robert. We have side character, best friend, we'll call him Nick. Boob stream tomorrow? I'll bring my bit stash. Hell yeah, that sounds great, Smokey. Fucking ads, god damn it. Pushing up in there, do nothing with it, get over and add it under. Fuck. Never be where we need it to go. I'll tell you that right now. If there was one thing, I'll push it over. It'll be at the end to do what it was. So wait, does that mean that...
I was interrupted.
Yeah. That's okay. Smokey, I will be prepared. You better bring lots. I will shake my titties for your biddies. Okay, Smokey? Shake them titties for them biddies. 3, 2, 1, toke! Oh. Okay. Evil Witch Angie. Okay. Okay, so, Robert plays too much part of darkness. His girlfriend is not impressed. Breaks up with his girlfriend. Girlfriend is a witch and tries to curse through. Holy shit! Thank you for the bit, Smokey. Super appreciate it, man. As always, thank you. Much appreciated. You are the champion, Smokey. Alright. Okay, so girlfriend is a witch and tries to curse Robert.
You're not a venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I got that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long
So
lost son?
start.
I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
So we're gonna have all of that is gonna be in conversation to Robert and Nick. So scene 1, Robert, Nick at bar talking about breakup. Then scene Robert is snagged by something from someone. And scene 2 is Robert gets home, find his house unlocked and darkness on floor front of the door. Never takes the game out of console, so he is confused. Robert is drunk, so doesn't think about it. Robert goes to play the game and is sucked into game world. And we have scene 3, which is Robert on the other side of the TV looking back into his house at his body, and then from behind, or from...
Wow, I only just noticed something.
What? What? That I'm gay? Shit, if you're just noticing now, Smokey, you're in for a world of shit. Jesus, man. Get your head out of your ass and maybe you can get on with your life, bro. Like, fuck. But anyways, yeah, you what did you notice other than that, Smokey? The things that are just so obvious. Right? From behind him, Angie appears. Tells Robert what he must do. Scene 4.
Why don't you play games on stream no more?
Honestly, Smokey, because I just haven't found a good game that I've wanted to play. Like, I'm not really interested in playing Monster Hunter Wilds until the expansion comes out. I'm waiting for Druid to come out to play PoE 2, honestly. I mean, I could try Where Winds Meet. I mean, I hear it's really, really fucking good, but it's a gacha game, isn't it? So, like, I mean, I'm not really interested in that. But I mean, like, what's a new game that's like, I just don't know. Is there any good games coming out? Like, when Schedule 1 comes out, like, in its full form, I'm gonna play the shit out of Schedule 1. I've been playing Arc Raiders, it's funny. See, I'm not really an FPS person. So, like, Arc Raiders just doesn't really seem... Even though, you know, they hit 7 million and they say it's gonna be Game of the Year, where it's even like... Oh, 100% Smokey, I am terrible. Terrible. Like, I cannot play. I can't shoot, I can't aim. It's like, people are like, oh, you're using a controller, and I'm like, no, I'm using mouse and keyboard, and they're like, oh, well, you look like you're using a controller, and I'm like, yeah, I know. Because, you know, I'm like... But it is what it is, right? Okay, scene 4. But yeah, we'll get to beta reading a little bit later, guys. So if Raymond and Void, if you finish your story, or there's anyone else, connection line comes in, or if Relic also wants, we're on like, what, chapter 3? If you want me to read more of that, I just want to get the outline completed for this, so I can have everything ready to go for writing it. And I want just like feedback on how the system should go, right? And where we should pivot. I don't know how long I'll be up. It's been a few little bit late, but if I'm around, we can, sure. All right, well, because it'll be like less than 10 minutes, right? Because there's like 6 scenes, right? I'm just trying to figure out like how I want the ending to kind of be, right? So we have like he has to like defeat, you know, his love for her or something like that inside of the game. So it's like I'm not quite sure what he's supposed to do, but like he turns around to see the castle courtyard, and Nick. Oh, this is good. Okay, what about this? She kidnapped the other dude too, Nick. So let's say Nick leaves the bar first, and then Robert stays at the bar. Okay. So, Nick leaves bar. Robert stays to get more drunk, and then that gives the opportunity for Angie to steal Nick. So he turns around in the castle courtyard, and a corrupted version of Nick is standing there in I wanted to do like literally a Christian Muslim thing where it's like he's in like full whatever you would call like the desert garb or whatever. I don't know what to call it. I'm just gonna call it desert garb. In full desert garb with Arabic weapons and armor style. Robert is full Crusader armor. It's like Robert thinks it's just a copy of Nick. When Robert gets hurt, he is knocked back to the TV, and he turns to notice that Angie is injuring him the same way he was injured by Nick.
Good night, my lover. Goodbye, my friend.
Fuck you, Smokey. Have a good night, good sir. We'll see you tomorrow if you're peacing out. For reals, bro. But, you know, you probably should. It's like 3 in the morning for you, isn't it? Come back in like 5.5 hours, maybe 6 hours, depending on how long we're streaming for. And maybe you can catch the end of the stream, bro. Because this is a 40-minute video, and we're talking about, like, a lot of stuff that has to do with my book. So this react might just be 3 hours, because it's Hello Future Me. And, like, I just talk forever on his videos, because he brings up so many good points from so many different good perspectives. And he just shoots shit off so fast, I'm just continuously pausing shit. Injured by Nick. You talk forever, that's correct. Well, that's kind of the whole point, Smokey. That's why people were like, you should stream, because you just you just don't stop talking and shit, and it's like, maybe people would enjoy that. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure, I guess. And here we are, you know? I just fucking talk, because that's what I do. Fuck you, Smokey, have a good night. By Nick. So, leave Scotty's dick-sucking voice alone, okay? Hashtag hot. True. True. Injuring him the same way injured by Nick.
CYA.
So this raises stakes and okay, yeah, so we know exactly how it's gonna end. So raises stakes. Okay, so then we'll do like scene 5, right? Is full battle with Nick. Robert defeats Nick. Robert turns to the TV. Robert sees Angie pulling Nick's body out from behind the couch and killing him. Robert screams. Angie laughs. Something along those lines. Robert turns around to the laughing in the game. Angie in demon mode is standing there. They begin to fight. Finn, what do you guys think? He's kind of chilling at the bar talking to his buddy, and then he's like, alright, you know, I broke up with this bitch, she's crazy, I love to play this video game, blah 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 blah. Buddy leaves, he goes home, he sees the game, puts the game in, gets sucked in, he sees her, and he's like, what the fuck, turns around, fights his buddy, gets hurt, sees himself getting hurt, turns around, says, oh fuck, I'm in it, kills his buddy, then turns around, sees Angie killing him, and he's like, what the fuck? And then he hears her laughing, turns around, sees her there, boom, battle. Epic, just fast-paced, continuous raised stakes, not a super long story, super into it, just keep people on the edge for YouTube purposes. That's the whole point of just continuously hitting that dopamine just super fast, super fast, super fast. Making it like a 6-minute story, right? And just go boom, and hoping it can like it'll fucking pop off. So that's our next style to try. So, but yeah, I thought that would be an interesting deviation from the normal world that I'm in, right? Because I was complaining about basically being locked into this style of writing and having to change my perspective on it and all of this stuff, but now it's like, okay, I made a way to break out of the cage without even having to shift that perspective by doing a video game fucking body horror kind of thing. And just, it has the biotech with it, but it's also got like ritual and like witchcraft and magic and this other kind of essences all pulled in together with it, right? Alright, now let's see if I remembered. I didn't. But this should have been chapter 2, right? So we should be on chapter 3 now? If I remember correctly? All I have to remember is where is... oh, it's probably because I had to do the thing, right? So it should be in here somewhere, right? Somewhere, I think. Hold on. Huh. Okay, well, I got nothing here from you, so I can't remember. Did I download your book as a PDF? Because I might have... Can I just pull it off of Kindle? I don't know if I can copy and paste on Kindle. And I don't even know how to go to where. This is like my books, right? Where do I have? I'm scared to bring this up because it always doxes me. I've never actually read a book on Kindle, so where do I find my purchases? Community? Oh, all titles. Not just mine? I have no idea. Maybe I can find it in my history? Here it is. Okay, so that's chapter 2. We want chapter 3. Yeah, this doesn't really work because it doesn't let me do. It only lets me do it one page at a time. Do you remember? Oh, was it a Google Docs you gave me? I don't remember because I looked in the Discord and there was nothing posted in the Discord relic. I don't know if that's just because I'm looking in the wrong place and my Discord's kind of all fucked up because I had to reinstall it, so it's not showing searches of where things are. I mean, I guess I could read it like straight off of Kindle, but it's kind of awkward to read it in the book page format. And the lettering is so small. I don't know if you guys can read that or not. Post it again? Yeah, that would probably be the best way to go about it. And Raymond as well, if you're still out there, do you have another essay for today? I didn't see anything in Discord. So I remember I reacted to the other one, so I would know that I read it. And then tomorrow for writing for Smut, for the story, I was thinking of doing carrying on the same kind of thing and doing blood sex ritual. Like, hot emo witch chick who loves, bleeding her boyfriend or some shit like that. Some, twisted, fucked up, vampire type shit. And then I'm gonna need your guys' opinion because we finished the video for the Talk Stories Part 2 of the Creepypastas, but I didn't put subtitles on it. So I want your guys' opinion of if I should go back and put subtitles on it, or if I should leave it without subtitles. Because I just want to try one without subtitles, and then you can just use the subtitles on YouTube, right? What? Anyways, here we go. We have Relic Story, Chapter 3. Just to make this easier for like when I'm editing and stuff so I can just see it. Chapter 3. Alright, here we go. Morning settled over Hemlock Falls in silence, wrapped in a thick blanket of fog, clung to rooftops and trees like breath in a mirror. Rain from the night before had soaked into everything. Now the town seemed suspended in the aftermath. Damp, colorless, and still. Kind of morning made you whisper without knowing why. Inside the small duplex on Hawthorne Street, Evelyn shuffled through the kitchen, half awake, scent of brewing coffee drifting through the air. Milo scarfed down his morning's breakfast as if he hadn't seen food before. Daniel, on the other hand, was digging into his favorite meal of shredded wheat and cold milk with a dash of sugar. Evelyn poured herself a cup of coffee and took a slow sip, the warmth loosening the stiffness in her shoulders. The apartment felt too quiet, like the whole place was holding its breath. She was just about to step away when a knock sounded at the door, soft but deliberate. Milo's head snapped up, a low whine rumbling in his throat. Evelyn reached down to give his head a gentle pat. "It's okay, boy," she murmured. She set her mug down and brushed her hair back with one hand as she opened the door. A woman stood on the small concrete step, mostly obscured by the fog rolling in off the pines. She wore a long gray coat, cinched at the waist, and carried no umbrella. Her dark hair was pulled back into a neat bun, and her pale face was calm, almost blank, save for the faintest trace of a polite smile. "Good morning," she said, her voice soft but clear. "I'm Lena Harrow, your landlord. I live just across the street." Evelyn blinked. "Oh, come in." Lena shook her head lightly. "No need. I just wanted to welcome you properly. Didn't want to interrupt while you were still settling in last night." "Thank you," Evelyn said in a welcoming tone. "That's very kind." Lena's eyes flicked past Evelyn's shoulder into the apartment. Not nosy, just observant. "I keep an eye on things around here," she added. "Anything isn't working, heat, drains, whatever, you can knock or leave a note in the mailbox." Evelyn nodded. "Appreciate that." A long pause hung between them, long enough to feel intentional. Lena glanced down at Milo, now standing rigidly behind Evelyn, tail straight. "He doesn't like me," Lena said softly, faint smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. "He's just wary of new people," Evelyn said, though she could feel Milo's tension radiating through the room. "He'll warm up." Lena's smile stayed fixed. "Dogs know things. I've always believed that." Subtle prick of unease crawled across Evelyn's skin. She shifted her weight, keenly aware of how silent everything had become. "Well," Lena said finally, stepping back into the fog, "I'll let you get on with your morning." She vanished into the mist almost as quickly as she'd appeared, swallowed by the gray just a few steps off the porch. Evelyn closed the door slowly. After a few seconds, returned to her coffee, which was still hot to the touch. Daniel, now finished with his bowl, left the kitchen and was watching cartoons in the living room. Then came another knock, softer than before, but sharp in the quiet. Evelyn set her mug down and went to the door, opening it to find a church elder, a man in his late 60s. Pale beneath the porch light, his eyes dark and unreadable. A small wooden cross hung crookedly from his coat. "Good evening, miss," he said, with a gentle smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, his voice low and measured, lingering in the air. He held out a tan envelope, and steady despite the chill in the air. "I've never seen you before," he said quietly. "Are you new in town?" Evelyn hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, my son and I just moved in." The elder nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on her face as if searching for something. He lowered his head slightly and murmured a soft prayer, words hushed and old. When he looked up again, his eyes were solemn. "These past months, darkness has settled over this town. The killings..." His voice trailed off, and he shook his head as if to clear a grim thought. Evelyn took the envelope gently from his outstretched hand, the paper rough against her fingertips. She watched him, uneasy, as he straightened. "Be safe, miss," he began. His voice trailed off expectantly. "Thorne," Evelyn supplied quietly. "Miss Thorne," he repeated with a nod, his expression unreadable. His tone was both gentle and ominous. He turned away, descending the steps with measured, quiet steps, his dark coat blending into the fog as he continued up the street, stopping now and then to slip envelopes into mail slots or knock softly on other doors. She closed the door slowly, the soft click of the latch loud in the hushed apartment. For a moment, she just stood there, the tan envelope in her hands, the paper cold and rough against her fingertips. Fucking ads, god damn it. Goddamn ads popping up in here! We don't need none of this getting on up in what the fuck? Stupid ads! Anything is a bad ad, a bad ads. Damn bad ads. I don't trust ads. I don't like ads. You're bad. Go away, yeah. No one likes you, ads. You're not cool anymore, ads. You will not have any kind of ads. Boo! Boo! 3, 2, 1, 2! Curse ye ads! Damn you ads! To hell! We have escaped the ads. For a moment, she just stood there, the tan envelope in her hands, its paper cold and rough against her fingertips. Drawing a slow breath, she walked back into the kitchen, Milo pressed close to her side. She set the envelope down on the table, hesitated, and slid a finger under the flap and tore it open. Inside was a single sheet of thick cream-colored paper. At the top in dark ink were the words, "Candlelight Vigil this Sunday, Graceful Church, in memory of Riley Penn, the latest victim in the Silent 9 killings." Evelyn's eyes froze at the words, the Silent 9. It was the first time she'd seen it in writing. It hit differently than whispered conversations or vague articles. Seeing the words laid out so plainly, so publicly, made it real in a way it hadn't been before. She read the name, Riley Penn, and a cold, hollow ache spread through her chest, as if the air itself had grown heavier. Someone had slipped this under her door. Maybe everyone in town got one. Maybe not. She turned toward the window again. Fog still thick and unmoving. By late morning, fog had begun to lift to a somewhat grayish sky with pockets of light sun. Evelyn bundled Daniel into the car with the promise of ice cream and a chance to stretch his legs. Milo stayed behind, curled near the door, tail thumping once as they left, as if to say, "Don't be gone too long." They drove slowly down Hawthorne Street, the houses barely more animated than they'd been the day before. Curtains drawn, yards are neat but lifeless. It was a Tuesday, but Hemlock Falls didn't seem to care much for time. Streets looked the same as they had when she arrived, still almost frozen in place. Downtown had more activity. A few pedestrians milled about. Someone hosed down the sidewalk in front of a hardware store. A woman walked her dog across the street, eyes down, brisk pace. Evelyn parked in front of the bakery, and she and Daniel walked the sidewalk hand in hand. I will say again, Relic, like, the one thing about beta reading and, like, actually reading is you pick up on things that, how do I say this? Like you pick up on the level of the writing that you're reading, right? Like you learn to get a good grasp of it, and that can show you the gap between amateur writing and professional writing. And just like D-Naught's story, I don't feel like this is amateur writing. I feel like this is like the real deal, if you know what I mean. Which is a really, really cool feeling to have. Being like, I know, I in a way know the person that wrote this, right? Which is really cool. But yeah, holy shit. This is definitely, like, I am learning a lot with, like, where and when to build tension, because I'm always really bad
I
at...
already said this, but I came through a door and saw you whore.
Nice! Perfect, Bomb Dropper. How's it going, Bomb Dropper? Like, it doesn't feel formulaic. It doesn't feel forced. It feels perfectly through the perspective. Oh, it took me 3 to 5 months to write and edit. And all I had was my wife and mom helping me beta read. So it's far from perfect in for a first published book. But I really tried to make it really professional. Yeah, and it's extremely noticeable that it's like, you're not like just checking things off on a checklist, right? You're, and I think I said that about the earlier chapters, where it felt like it was checking things off a checklist. But now, even by chapter 3, it's like, that has kind of, like, disappeared. But it's like the first chapter is acceptable with that, because you kind of have to be checking things off of a checklist to make sure that you're nailing certain points with, like, getting people to read and continue to read the book, right? Whereas this just feels like it's just a natural flow of the character's progression of noticing. Did you read my story while I wasn't here? No, Bomb Dropper. I would never read your story without you being here unless you specifically told me to. Because you were like, oh, I'm not going to be here for the next stream, but I'm going to watch the VOD, so, you know. Just, or I'm going to watch the YouTube video. So just, you know, put it down. Other than that, I won't read it if you're not here, because I want you to get the exact feedback from it, right? That's kind of one of the big points, is the one-on-one feedback. If I don't have any questions about, like, perspective or something like that, then it can, you know, you can give me more with it. Good boy. Indeed. Thank you, Bob Dropper. Oh, excuse me. Anyways. Back to this masterpiece. They turned the corner and passed a narrow shop with an old tin sign above the door that read Jensen's Electronics. Thank you. Haha, no worries. Front window was lined with televisions, 5 of them, all stacked in mismatched rows on shelves, the static crackle in one screen. The others buzzed faintly with a news segment in progress. Oh, the other thing I was gonna say is, like, for tension and, like, building with the character, it's like, you can have a perfectly normal person doing, like, completely normal things, but you can make it seem like the character seems to think there's something wrong with what they're doing, right? And I think you nailed that with, like, both the interactions with the priest and the landlord. SSL, yo, what's up? Welcome, welcome. By the way, SSL is chilling, just so everyone knows. So treat him accordingly. Oh, we got a new emote, guys. Check out our new emote. Grab his dick and twist it! Oh man. Oh, dick twist. Where's the dick? Oh my god, dude. Blame Smokey for that one. Oh god. Front window was lined with televisions, 5 of them, all stacked in mismatched rows on shelves. The astatic crackle. I don't think that's supposed to be there. Either astatic or the static. Static crackle on one screen. Others buzzed faintly with a news segment in progress. Bright yellow logo. In the corner read, Channel 6 BNNW. Listen, Google Doc, you bitch. Oh, there's always something, right? No matter how many times you go through it. What do I make stories on? Chilling, I will give you, okay, let's do this. Above average historical stories. So we'll go fantasy. A knight discovered... Oh, the other shit doesn't work. Okay, so that one doesn't work. Let's try it here. I didn't know that one doesn't work. A prince given mysterious plague threatened forgotten magic. There you go. So you have to... It's the main character is a prince. The inciting incident is he's given a mysterious plague that's caused a threat, and it's made by forgotten magic. There's your story, Chilling. Go write that fucking masterpiece right now. Absolute masterpiece. You have been given the tools and the ideas, now go write it. Throw those words on page, sirs. Evelyn paused as Daniel pressed closer to the window. Curious. The anchor on screen, a serious man in a gray suit, gestured toward a grainy map behind us. Behind him. Connection's still a bitch. I'm sleepy. I mean, you can say whatever you want, Chilling, but you're the one who acts like a bitch. At least Chilling doesn't act like a bitch. You can call him a bitch all you want, but he don't act like a bitch. Joining us live from Blightfield Studio, the anchor said, is investigative reporter Jonah Reed. He's been following the ongoing developments in Hemlock Falls, where 9 residents have been murdered in the last 9 months in what the media is now calling the Silent 9 killings. Look there! What's up, Sleepy? How's it going? Sleepy is also chilling, by the way, just to let everyone know. Yeah, who I'm pretty sure still might be Zoinko, but we don't know, because there's just so many trolls. You just never know where Zoinko could be. Are you Zoinko at the end of the day? I need to know. Are you Zoinko? But then again, you have a different Discord. But then again, he could have multiple Discords. I don't fucking know. It is what it is.
Chilling, you make stories on what inspires you. For example, I write stories on psychological horror, mystery, small towns, buried secrets. The people who unravel them. Take what inspires you in life and turn it into magic.
Exactly. I'm inspired by consciousness and its ability to manipulate reality and the understanding of genetics and science, and I write that into my fantasy in worlds that use consciousness and technology and magic and science and, you know, grand adventures that scope the entire world, that forge nations, that stories that will be told 500 years in the future, 1,000 years in the future, things that define entire worlds, realities that fall into categories of dark, dreary, grim, and the only reason that it's not bad is because it shows that the contrast between good and bad is the only thing that makes good worth having. And even in those bad places, you should just take lessons from them. That's like the dark side of the world, is there's always a lesson to be learned, and even the darkest, most fucked up things you can get something out of. It's like you know how people say, so this is like my thing
the sky
of...
is legit the limit. Let your mind run wild and make a story about a magical bear that fights dragons that turns into a simulation made by ants or some shit. It's limitless.
Exactly, Relic. And the problem is that people nowadays just think that you have to contort to this specific, like, structure of a story. I mean, I'm trying to do that because, like, I'm trying to, like, you know, make a name for myself on YouTube, right? Which is completely different than just writing a story, right? Like, YouTube is, like, brain rot, like, speedy stuff. But that's also, like, I'm a very esoteric writer. Like, Relic, after I read this, I want to read a story to you that I wrote, like, last year, and I want you to tell me what you think about it. If you're still here by the time we finish this. It's a short one, though. It's only like 800 words. His voice was calm, but carried the tone of someone... Oh, wait. The screen cut to Jonah Reed, seated behind a desk, sleeves rolled to his elbows, tie loosened. His voice was calm, but carried the tone of someone who knew how to make silence feel like suspense. Should be. I'm brain rotting in Raid Shadow Legends. Nice. I'll be heading to Hemlock Falls later this week, Jonah said, his tone steady. Authorities there staying tight-lipped. Its sources suggest there are details the public hasn't been made aware of. My goal is to get closer to the investigation, speak with local officials, and better understand the scope of what's now being called the Silent Nine killings. Evelyn didn't want to hear anymore. She took Daniel's hand and led him away from the window. Buzz of the broadcast still faintly audible behind them as they walked. Stepping into May's diner a few minutes later, the bell over the door jingled the same way it had before. But the place felt different now, as something had shifted. Maybe it was her. Maybe it was the news. Maybe it was the way the fog had lifted just enough to let reality back in. Martha looked up from the counter. Well, aren't we back so soon? She said with a smile. That's a good sign, I'd say. Had to bribe my co-pilot with ice cream, Evelyn said, giving a smile towards Daniel. Well, that's the best kind of bribe. Grab a seat, I'll send someone over. As they slid into the same booth as before, the younger woman approached. Early 20s, dark brown hair tied up in a quick ponytail, not quite confident in her footing, but trying. Hi, she said, offering a nervous smile. I'm June. I'm new. Martha said you were the writer from out of town. Evelyn blinked. That's me. Well, welcome to Hemlock Falls. We don't usually get new folks unless they're passing through. Evelyn nodded politely, and June smiled again, then added, Ice cream? Daniel raised his hand enthusiastically. Yes, please. June laughed. And what are we having? 2 scoops of vanilla and a cherry on top, Evelyn said. This was Daniel's favorite ice cream combination. June nodded and scribbled it down. Coming right up. They lingered over ice cream until Daniel's eyelids grew heavy and the afternoon sun began to break through the thinning clouds. When they drove home, the town slipped past the windows in slow gray waves. Evelyn turned into a quieter residential street, one she hadn't noticed before. In the side yard of one home, an older woman stood hanging laundry. Her hair was white, pulled into a loose bun, and she moved with mechanical slowness, reaching up, pinning a sheet, reaching again. See, it's kind of like the small things like this. You know what this reminds me of? So, Relic, have you ever watched Stargate SG-1? Because I'm getting, like, an infant Goa'uld infestation vibes. Seen a few episodes, nothing crazy. Okay, because it's like, at some point in time in later episodes, like, some of the Goa'uld are like, some people are trying to, like, breed Goa'uld on Earth, and they're, like, in infant stages. So it's like this town of, like, people that are, like, super mechanical and tired all the time because they don't sleep, because at night, when they sleep, the Goa'uld takes over, and they're, like, cult-like at night. So you got this, like, super, like, possession or like, you know, mind control or like some sort of vibe like that, or it's just like the character's perception of that happening, right? And it's like whether it's one or the other, it's like the fact that you don't really know. And it's like she's a writer too, so it's like you expect her to notice certain things in the real world, at least being a writer and knowing that, you know, that's how you gain the most amount of detail in your writing, is you take things from the real world and you put them into your writing to give them life, right? As the car passed, she stopped. Her hand held the clothespin midair, her eyes locked with Evelyn's through the glass. Not a glance, not curiosity, but a cold, unblinking stare. Evelyn's breath caught, and her fingers tightened on the steering wheel until her knuckles blanched. As they passed the house, an older man, maybe her husband, stepped out behind her. He didn't wave, he didn't speak. Simply placed his hand on the woman's arm and quietly guided her back towards the house. Evelyn didn't say a word, neither did Daniel. And then there's always the chance that she's just some fucking crazy old lady with dementia doing some crazy shit. I love the possibilities of it, right? The ambiguity is what gets me the most. Arriving back home just after 1:15 p.m. The sun hadn't fully returned, but the fog had finally lifted, and the outline of the street started to sharpen again. Still, Hemlock Falls felt flat and dull from the still, mostly gray skies. Evelyn unlocked the door, and Daniel slipped past her, making a big flip onto the couch where Milo had greeted him. Milo had greeted him with a soft whine and a few wags of his tail, stretching as he had just gotten up from what seemed to have been a long, restful nap. Evelyn hung her coat, stepped into the kitchen, and opened a cupboard. There wasn't much in the pantry, but she pulled together a light lunch, a few peanut butter sandwiches, apples, and 2 mugs of cola, comfort food, if not balanced. On the floor, she grabbed Milo's dish and put it in the put it on the counter to fill the bag of dog food that they had brought with them. Its contents almost empty. Evelyn made a note on the fridge that they will need to get another bag before the end of the day tomorrow. After they ate, Milo was fed. Daniel played quietly with his toy cars in the living room while Evelyn washed the dishes and unpacked the last few things to make the kitchen feel less like a stopover and more like a beginning. Setting up the everyday mundane with hints of the mundane not being so mundane is like the balance between those is like a razor's edge, and it's so finely balanced. It's like, oh, this is creepy and crazy, and it's like, oh, don't worry about that, it's just a random thing, just doing my normal stuff. It's like always anticipating what's the next thing that's gonna make you go and question things aren't normal. But it's never heavy-handed, it's never thrown in your face, and it's just put out there enough to pick up the crumbs. Super hard to keep the creepy fact with the mundane daily activity. Yeah, because normally it's like as soon as you start to see the creepy, that's when the mundane falls apart. So it's like trying to balance between knowing there's something out there but not really being able to. And it's like knowing, especially bringing in like, so you gotta think about the mentality of the character, right? They know that this town has a bunch of killings in it, and they just moved to this town, and I'm guessing it's been a while since the murder, so there's gonna be another murder, right? That's what it's building up to, the anticipation of there's another murder. And it could all be in the character's head of them like picking things out because they're nervous and worried, but there's a reason that they should be nervous and worried if there is really a fucking killer out there, right? And it's like, especially if she has a kid, it's like, oh, I have to be extra careful about everything. Just every tiny detail is like scrutinized to the point of like overthinking about it. It always throws me off when you say mundane instead of mundane. Is that the common way to say it in your area? No, I just emphasize it more. It's more of like an accent, right? Like mundane versus like mundane? Like mundane? Does that make sense, Sean? Instead of like mundane? So it's kind of like in between mun and moon with like mundane. Like more like a mo, I guess. Like mundane, but like not emphasized. Would you say mundane? 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 It was a mundane day! But yeah. I mean, Scotty be saying Milo when it's Milo. That's because Connection Line Stories' main secondary character is Milo, but spelled the same way, M-I-L-O. So I'm like, in your story, it's Milo, which is the normal way I would say it, which is Milo, M-I-L-O, and then in Connection Lines, it's Milo, which is like, I'm like, that just doesn't, it's like fucks with my brain. So then I keep switching back and forth between Milo and Milo in my head. And then just one or the other will come out. And it's like, well, Connection is wrong. Well, Connection purposefully, like, they spell Lily, L-Y-L-I, just to like fuck up the spellings. I hate it when people do that. If it's not, like, purposeful, right? Like, because I'd say it was Lily, not Lily. If it was Lily, spell it like Lily. If it was Milo, spell it M-E-L-O, or M-E-L-L-O, or something like that. But I guess it's the Spanish spelling? Like, the Spanish pronunciation? I don't know. But I've always seen Milo, M-I-L-O, as Milo. Either that, or Leli. Yeah, you could say Leli too, but yeah. So it's like don't get offended when someone pronounces your character's name wrong when your character's name is spelt. But it's pronounced.
Jerpin aired.
It's like, how the fuck am I supposed to know that? It's like, yeah, there's like 12 silent letters in there. Like, why is the P a B? It's like, not, don't worry about it, man. It's just how the language works. Oh, my favorite one, though, is definitely...
Galbatorix.
That one will stick with me. That was a pretty decent one. I didn't mind Galbatorix. Hours passed without event. At 6, she started prepping dinner. Something a bit more home-cooked than the last few meals. Ground beef with mashed potatoes seasoned from memory. By the time the smell filled the small kitchen, the light outside had softened into an early dusk. Milo paced near the front door once, alert but not alarmed, before padding over the window and settling in to watch the cars drive by. Oh, that's another thing, is using the dog. And dog's ability to, like, sense things that are, like, off. And then even, like, having the landlord, like, call it out. Is, like, so potent. Because it's fucking scary what animals fucking know. Dinner came and went. By 7:30, Daniel was in his pajamas, curled up with a book under his blanket in his room. Milo had taken his place near the end of the hallway, alert but relaxed. Evelyn stood in the kitchen for a moment, looking out onto the street. For the first time since arriving, the sky was clear, the moon shining bright. She thought, fucking ads! Oh, we were so close! We were so close! I don't believe it anymore. Guys, I don't believe in life anymore. Life isn't worth it anymore! The ads have taken everything from me! They've taken my mind, they've taken my soul, they've taken my heart, they've taken my friends, they've taken my lovers, they've taken my family. The only thing I have left is my weapon, and my weapon is ads. So at the end of the day, I am responsible for all that has been done because I used such a weapon in a way that should not have been used. The abuse of it caused such a grand decay upon my life, and now I find myself searching for ever more such the small things may be as ads consume my soul. It's a vortex in my heart, struck out by those that dare bring about the ads. I will crush them with my new weapons.
As Deadpool said, in the void you're either food for Aliath or you work for her. And I'll tell you who her is. Cassandra Nova, a megalomaniacal psychotic asshole, a finger-licking dead inside pixie slab, a third-rate dime store nut milk, and I'll tell you what she can do, she can lick my god.
Goddamn cinnamon ring queen. Kick rocks all the way to ball out.
In fact, I don't give a shit if she removes all my skin and pops me like some nightmarish blood balloon if the last thing I do in this godforsaken cum gutter existence is light that fuckbox on fire. I still want die happy. That's right, Wade, I won't be happy until I've urinated on her freshly barbecue.
Corpse and husk. Fuck the charred remains with gargling juggernauts. Juggernuts. And you can quote me. Oh man, Deadpool is one of those characters, right? You can just let it all out with something like that. Always a good fucking time. 3, 2, 1, go! Alright, here we go. She thought things finally felt at ease, at least inside the apartment. Evelyn turned off the lights one by one as she made her way to Daniel's room to read him one of his stories before bed. By 7:45, he was fast asleep in the middle of a
Do it
story.
again, and do it right. 40 seconds. Are you a pussy-ass bitch like chilling? Yeah, that's right. Toke.
Oh, I'm glad I have my chocolate milk today. Soothing the shit out of my throat. He was fast asleep in the middle of a story. She closed the book silently and kissed him on the head before creeping slowly into the hallway, leaving the door ajar. Evelyn sat on the couch and turned on the TV. A flickering
Sorry I was
blue
so rough
wash
last night,
came
baby.
over the
That
room.
throat be real goaty.
Hey, it's my fault. I tried too hard, you know? Like, you were making me... It's your fault for making me laugh. That constricted my throat. But I'm used to it. That doesn't kill you. It just makes you stronger. Holy shit, that's almost max power level. 69,000 is the is max. Oh man, I'm not that far behind. Okay, I'm not that. That's not, you know, that's not too bad. It's only a 30% gap, right? Like, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. I win. Ha! I'm tight. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. I like it that way, though. That's the way I like it, Oh. Evelyn sat on the couch and turned on the TV. Flickering blue wash came over the room. The only other light came from one of the floor lamps in the corner. Evelyn flipped through the channels before stopping on channel 6, BNNW. Sup, bitch? True chilling. Yeah, what are you doing, chilling? Why are you being such a little bitch, sitting in the fucking background, not saying anything, just, you know, like what is this? Like, be a man, come to the forefront and get your shit together, bro. I don't know what's going on here. I feel
Stop
like...
gooning to Scotty.
Oh, he's gooning! I mean, fair enough. I mean, that's pretty much what everyone does, right? I mean, you gotta save it for tomorrow, though. Tomorrow's the booba stream. That's the real thing you want, is tomorrow. That's what's important. Booba stream and smut. Absolutely insane. That's what you need. The segment on road construction ended, followed by a shot of graceful church, candlelight flickering faintly in the background. This Sunday's candlelight vigil at Grace Fall Church will honor the life of Riley Penn, the 9th confirmed victim in the so-called Silent 9 killings, the anchor said. The image changed. File photos of police tape, a still of a news conference, the blurred shape of a gurney being wheeled through a field. Authorities have now confirmed that each of the
We have to
victims was
restrict
found
Chilling
with a
from seeing
carved
the Booba
symbol.
stream. He's not ready. He doesn't have the right to view what's ours. He a bitch.
There's not enough to go around. There's a finite amount of me to go around, so only a certain amount of people are allowed to view the Booba stream at any given period of time. Like, I cap the viewers at 5. So there's only 5 people, and I count as one of them. So there's actually only 4 other people that are allowed to watch the Booba stream at any given time. And then there's like a queue. And while you're waiting in queue, you're watching ads. And then you get to goon, and then you can leave. And then when you leave, you gotta get back in line.
To view the Booba stream, and he's way too small.
It's true. I mean, I should put... The thing is, when I write the smut, I put the 18 plus on it. So if you're an account that's under 18, you can't watch the stream. So there... But that's just on Twitch. They can still watch it on Kick. But they can't watch it on Twitch. Because I'm pretty sure Kick gets you to press the button, but it doesn't care if your account's 18 or not. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Because they get so much booba on...
Damn, Chilling is banned for life then. He's under like 15. CYAAA. Twitch just cock blocked your bitch ass.
I'm like, he technically could just make a new account that says that it's over 18. Right? I mean, there's so many ways to get around that. And he's already the kind of person that makes multiple accounts. So it's not like he would even be going out of his way to make a new account. Because he makes like a new fucking account every day, right? So we can go back into that stream that he got banned from.
He can't talk right now. Mommy is in his room yelling at him for being online and gooning to Scotty. Figures.
True. Actually, so true. Like, she's like, this is why you get X on your report card! You're gonna turn out to be gay, just like your brother! Nothing wrong with that, but... I want a son who has a wife! I want grandkids, you motherfucker! Go to bed! I just had a great idea, though. You know what you do? Is you set up the breaker system for, like, your kid's room, and then you have the breakers set on a time limit, so at a certain time, the breaker just turns off, and then there's no power in their room. It's perfect. And then maybe you could have like a special like night light that's not attached to like a plug-in outlet that still has power, so like they have like a night light.
How dare you even think about gooing to Scotty? You're too small to even impress the internet. Go to bed, and if you go online again, he'll kick you out for getting an F again. You bitch.
Absolutely. That's a real conversation that happened in real life. Police have declined to really... authorities have now confirmed that each of the victims was found with a carved symbol. Police have declined to release the nature of the markings, though sources indicate the symbols appear intentional and unique to each case. Evelyn sat up straighter. Carved symbol?
I bet you his
she
dad
thought.
is Asian
All
and tells
9.
him he's a disgrace to the family.
I wish I could do an Asian accent, but I can't. I can only do the brown accent. Okay, you know what we have to do here? We have to bring this up. Okay, hold on. Blend this. The word lingered. Symbol. Not wound. Not random. Not personal. But marked. True. Okay.
You bring dishonor to da family. Get out of my sight, you cuck.
We gotta bring this up.
Okay, seriously, what's up with the straight Chad in the middle of the screen?
Oh, you mean this guy? Our Hello Future Me? You don't know Hello Future Me? Tim is our good buddy. But yeah, we need this right now. Oh, shit.
Good to be back here. Jewish people in the house? Jews? All right. I feel bad for Jewish people. I'm not Jewish, but I feel bad for Jewish people. I feel bad, you know why? Because people always say stuff about you, and it irritates me. It's just always the same crap. Oh, Jews are so cheap. I hate that. You know why? Because I'm East Indian. We could out-cheap you any day of the week, man. I saw an Indian guy trying to bargain his way into the theater tonight, man. He was at the box office. How much to get in? How much? Wow. That's a lot of money. I tell you what. I've got this goat. We can't help being cheap, man. It's in our blood. When my dad first moved to Canada, he couldn't get his head around the idea that he had to pay the price for whatever he saw. He's trying to bargain everywhere he goes. He'd pull up for gas in the early 70s, man. It was like 30 cents a liter my dad would pull up. Hello, my friend. Listen, I see it says 30 cents a liter. I'll give you 28. Come on. I'm in the back. I'm like, Dad, please just pay whatever it says. Shut your mouth. You learn how to bargain. I'm sorry, my son is an idiot. My friend, the guy down the road said he'd give it to me for 28 cents. But I like you. I want to give you the business. I'm in the back, please, Dad, just pay whatever it says. Shut up or I'll beat you. Somebody gonna get hurt real bad. Because Indian parents will beat their kids. You know what my theory is? Any immigrant parent will beat their kids. If your parents weren't born in the country you live in, they'd beat your ass when you were growing up, man. God forbid you look stupid in front of Canadians. I'd be doing something dumb. My dad would go, hey, don't do that. You look like an idiot.
That's
for the Canadians to do.
CHILLIGNS dad. Shut up, they'll beat you.
Yeah, legit.
Immigrant parents will beat their kids, man. And white kids that never got beat, please do not hang around immigrant kids. Because you'll get us killed, man. You know why we hang out with you? You give us all the wrong ideas. I remember hanging around this one white kid, Ryan, when I was 10 years old. I went to his house after school one day, right? Walking to his house. His parents never beat him, and they never even yelled at him. He could do anything he wanted. Nothing was going to happen to him. And he was an angry kid. We walk into his house. His mom goes, Ryan, go clean your room. Go to hell, bitch!
Reminds me of Carlos Mencia. Yeah.
His mom goes, what am I going to do with him? Beat his ass! I go, Ryan, you can't talk to your mom like that. Yes, I can. She's a stupid bitch. Don't say that, man. She'll hit you. No, she won't. She's not allowed to. The hell are you talking about, man? My parents hit me. Well, next time they try it, you tell them to go to hell. Are you sure? Positive. So I went home for the last time. I walk in the house, my dad goes, Russell, come and do the dishes. Go to hell, Dad. What the hell did you say to me? I'll beat your ass. Somebody gonna get hurt real bad tonight. And that was my dad's threat too. Right before he'd beat me, all the time was, hey, Russell, somebody gonna get hurt real bad.
Somebody gonna get hurt real
I
bad.
hated that threat. You know why? Because he'd always say somebody. He'd never tell you it was you. I mean, you knew it was you, but he'd give you that hope and then take it away. Hey, Russell! Somebody gonna get a hurt real bad. Somebody. I'm not gonna say who. Oh, I think you might know him very well. I'm in the back praying. I hope it's my brother, man. Please. It's that little brat Ryan.
Somebody chilling. Yeah.
Yo, your little plan never worked, man. Oh, sorry, man. I forgot to tell you the other half. You gotta threaten to call Children's Aid. You sure? That's the one, man. You call Children's Aid, he's done. They're gonna take him away. He's gonna get in trouble. I'm trusting you, man. I was about to get my next beating. I said, don't do it, don't do it. I'll phone Children's Aid. You ever had your parents call your bluff? You'll do what? I'll phone Children's Aid. Let me get you the phone. What are you doing? If I phone them, you'll get in trouble. I might get into a little bit of trouble. But I know that it's going to take them 22 minutes to get here. In that time, somebody gonna get a hurt real bad. You guys have a lot of fun. Enjoy the rest of your show. Thank you.
Oh, I love Russell Peters. That's good shit right there. That's one of my favorite jokes of all time. Oh, man. I grew up on comedy, man. Just for Laughs, Comedy Channel, all that shit. You ever watched Puppets Who Kill? Relic? Fucking amazingly hilarious show. It's basically it's a halfway house with puppets who kill, and they're like psychomaniac like puppets. It's and then like the main guy who runs the halfway house is like the human, and it's just like it's fucking hilarious. Oh my god, crazy as shit. And it's like the little teddy bear named fuck, why did I just blank on his name? Like his Buttons. Happy Tree Friends. Yeah. And he's like a sex maniac, and he's just literally always like fucking chicks and stuff, but he's like a little stuffed teddy bear. Don't tell me about Muppets Who Kill. I have a fear of dolls. And then there's like Cuddles, who's like this cute little one, but he's like demonic and shit, and he's like goes crazy if you fuck with him. And then there's Bill, the serial killer. Somebody gonna get hurt real bad. Drew. Welcome, Callie. How's it going? Alright, so now I want to read you this story, and I want you to tell me what you think about it, Relic. No, this isn't what I want. It's biotech. We want this one.
Somebody gonna get a hurt real bad.
True. What's this? Oh, Carlos Mencia, yes.
Unfucking believable. And that's all we do. Is just feel sorry for the retarded people. And I don't mean retarded by birth, that's a whole different thing. I mean the stupid people, because that's what we do in America now. You're stupid, don't worry. We will lower the standards to fit your fucking dumb bullshit.
Yep.
That's what we do.
Harrison Bergeron.
Hey, remember back in the days, school systems were fucking badass, and the goddamn standard to get an A was up here. That was it. No fucking goddamn A minus, Nikela fucking bullshit. No, fuck that. You got a fucking A or a B, but then so, well, you know, it's kind of like an A minus really if it's an 89. Not really a B, but kind of like a fucking minus. And the fucking standard started getting lower. A minus, A minus, A minus. Lower it a little. Oh, yeah, let's lower it a little. Yeah, and then people started coming up with fucking diseases. Hey, Carlos, I have attention deficit disorder. My son can't pay attention because he has attention deficit disorder, which is a bullshit fucking disease that they made up in the 1980s for your fucked up kids that are, and you don't want to admit it. That's what that fucking disease is. Goddamn ADD, my motherfucking ass. That's a bullshit disease. If it didn't exist when I was a kid, fuck you, it's not real. ADD, my ass. There's the cure, Carlos. Ritalin. Ritalin is the cure. Fuck Ritalin. You want to cure your goddamn kid from ADD? Because what ADD is, your kid's not paying attention. You want to cure that shit? Send him to goddamn fucking Catholic school. That's what you fucking do. Send him to Catholic school with Sister Mary, that puta who hasn't seen a dick in 10 fucking years. That crazy bitch will fix a goddamn ADD. What's 4 times 4? I have ADD. What the fuck is 4 times 4? I don't have time for your bullshit, and neither does God. And if you don't answer in 5 seconds, you're going to hell, little fucker. It's 16, Sister Mary. I used to be sick, but you slept it out of me. It's a miracle. Hallelujah. It's a miracle. And all the people that are clapping have smart kids. All the rest of you, and you don't want to fucking laugh.
Legit, what's happening to chilling right now,
Because you like that
LMFAO.
stuff. Fucking lower the standards, Carlos. Lower the standards. And that's what we did. We lowered the standards. ADD. Lower the standards a little bit. And then somebody went, ADD, nothing. My son has attention hyper deficit disorder. That's ADHD. That's like on top of that shit. That's a whole nother. And we lowered the standard a little fucking more. And then all the beaners started complaining. Oh, well, my son knows the shit, but they don't ask him in Spanish. Porque si le preguntan en español, he's gonna know the fucking answer. And then we lowered the standard a little fucking more. Then the brothers, oh, the nigga motherfucking says be culturally biased and shit, dog. Be culturally biased and shit. And then we lowered it a little fucking more, and it kept getting lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered, and now standard in schools is so fucking low that kids with Down syndrome are like, this fucking class is easy. I get straight A's, straight A's, straight A's. I'm gonna go to Harvard. Well, because I have a 4.6 GPS.
This wouldn't be allowed today. Everyone would be offended. Yeah, pretty much. Just like with Tropic Thunder, it's like you couldn't make Tropic Thunder in this environment.
It's a fucking really good GPS.
I love him. He repeated other people's jokes from time to time, such as Bill Cosby having made a joke about dad teaches kid to play football. Goes to all practices, and then when he goes pro and gets the MVP, says without fail. Says thanks, Mom. Oh, damn. Second Story came up with a new video. Fan fiction has destroyed writing and everything else. Ooh, an hour-long video. Holy shit, she did an hour-long video. That's crazy. We'll have to check that out. But first, I want to go through and read this. I'm going to snooze this ad because fuck Scotty. No! Okay, what are we looking for? Paint adolescence.
I had a
Yes.
4.0 GPS, guys. I gave my teachers really good directions.
Nice, Callie. I love it. That's hilarious. So here's an abstract poetic story that I wrote about paint. Paint adolescence. The oozing and puffing of the paint bubble faintly rising above the canvas allowed the opposing colors to run under and through the small speck of the true picture. It was a grand design, but it had been disturbed, molded, and left to its own devices. The bubble burst in a tangent of multicolored strings that morphed into uneven balls as they splashed across the canvas. Rainbow streaked paint glinting off the light of the room, dancing shadows across the canvas. The deep blue that surrounded these specks of mighty misplaced splatter lent a genuine touch to this otherworldly mixture. You ever watch the Babel 2 OVA? I love that show, and the tracks are epic. I'm at snooze ADD because I'm playing none. No, Sean, I have not. Clash of yellow on the border molding into blue tinted green. No, I'm not gay. Aw, too bad, Relic. Tinted green, ever so thicker, as the majestic sequence of science perfected the balance of opposing color, creating new rifts of excitement. Teal, indigo, and beige began to form around the pools of broken color, the magnificence of this outcome revealing itself as the paint seeped into the canvas, the fine lines of cross-etching forming as the perfect circles were scattered and split, rendering a view of imperfection in the contrast of the glory that was held by this element. The outer lines, clashing focal points, pivoting against the strain that held it in place. The ultimate method for adaptation and adventure spent on this delicate piece. A feeling of incompletion seduces the paint, drawing spark from its eye, glint and reflection fading like the sun over the distant horizon. The vibrance, drained of effort, stretched far too thin, seeping between the valleys left by the abduction of desire. The stalwart final guardian's vision dims amidst the suffocation of moisture, bringing eerie bundles of tipping towers to their peak, every movement retracted, a strand of patience as it prepared itself for the final moment. Brave overseers peer down upon the frozen moments of diminished growth, seeking the prime order of such a standard conclusion. Gay for you, but not gay enough to watch Babel 2. Just kidding, I watched that when I was a kid. If you haven't watched that show, you are gay to an epic extreme that knows no bounds. You're so gay you invented it. Troll, what's Babel? Maybe I've seen it? Is this it? Fucking goddamn ads. Babel. What was the other one? What was this? Babel, the Lord of the Grave, the Shadow of Death? No, that's just like, Babel? No, I don't think I've seen this before. It's too old for me, even for me, but it looks good. The ads are here for us to be. I love me some ads. Ads be what we need.
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad.
Or somebody gonna get hurt real bad. Oh yes, it is a very much so. You do not know what is coming for you. But I can tell you right now, you do not know what you have brought on yourself. So I will teach you the ways, what you'll know when you're done, and you'll never ask again about it. I will tell you that right now. Don't you dare ever talk back to me, you good sir. No, that is not how this works. I will teach you the lesson you must not know. Okay, and if you cannot learn it, I will not tell you what the next lesson is. You must learn this one first, and then I can get you another one, okay? But don't you think that ever there will be more than one lesson for you to learn at one time. There is more than one on your ass right now. So you'd better get your bitch ass into a shape, motherfucker.
Go back to normal, bitch. This
I don't
shit-ass
want
accent is
to.
killing me.
I don't know what I want. Don't tell me what to do. Oh, that is crossing the line. There is no more than that. I
Thank
cannot.
you for redeeming
no.
Chair Dance. Hitox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Dottie is dancing for you.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet. You did good, you can rest now, babe.
True. Alright, are you guys ready? If there's no one else who wants me to read anything, then we can move on to Eye of the World, Chapter 49! We're like 100 pages from the end of the book!
This streamer is garbage,
It's
I don't want these L channel
crazy!
points.
We're so close! This is the first book I will have finished in like 15 years. Last book I read before this I didn't finish, and that would probably be the Inheritance series.
You are in for it now, sweetheart.
Oh
Take
no.
those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
Read it to us. We need to see what Rand does, because the only thing I know is Rand does something, like, insane at the end of the book. Like, shows that he is the real guy, right? At least that's as far as I know. He does some, like, crazy magic shit. Like what he did when he blasted open the prison, using the one power.
I miss my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back in place, slut.
Minnie-Me loves chocolate. Scotty do.
Scotty, don't.
How about you do, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty do. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty do. Minnie-Me aime le chocolat bien, hein? Wow, yeah. Scotty n'est pas.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so
I have the one power. The one power to blast daddy milk everywhere.
I mean, what? Please? More? 3, 2, 1. Feed me! Oh! I'd say you could write your name in the snow, but that implies you could write. Oh my god, I love it, Sean. Oh, so fucking true. So fucking true. Well deserved, Sean. Well deserved. Alright. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's do it. Chapter 49. The Dark One Stirs. I banged your mom last night and it was horrible. Oh, shit. I don't think anyone's ever made a Sean mom joke because everyone respects Sean. Dusty pussy. Hey, Sean's mom is, yeah. Because Sean's pretty old, so, yeah. Oops, damn right it is, she's cremated. Oh, damn. Relic's like, fuck! No! What mom joke have I made? This is the downside of your mom jokes as you get older. It's like, my mom's dead. It's like, fuck. I wonder it was so dry there. Oh, God. Love it. Dawn woke Rand with a start, the sun prickling his eyelids as he peeked reluctantly over the treetops of the Blight. Even so early, he'd covered the spoiled lands in a heavy blanket. He lay on his back, with his head pillowed on his blanket roll, staring at the sky. I actually don't know Sean. Hi, Sean! Sean is the most epic because he is the most loyal. He enjoys the stream enough to show up every day, and yeah. Back in a bit. Gotta get laundry from across the street. No worries, Sean. Sounds good, brother. Good luck. I've also read Sean's books. Even it was still blue, the sky. Even here, that, at least, was untouched. He was surprised to realize that he had slept. For a minute, the dim memory of a conversation overheard seemed like part of some dream. Then he saw Nynaeve's red-rimmed eyes. She had not slept, obviously. Lan's face was harder than ever, as if he had resumed a mask and did not intend to let it slip again. Egwene went over and crouched beside the Wisdom, her face concerned. He could not make out what they said. Egwene spoke, and Nynaeve shook her head. Egwene said something else, and the Wisdom waved her away dismissively. Instead of going, Egwene bent her head closer, and for a few minutes the two women talked even more softly, with Nynaeve still shaking her head. The Wisdom ended it with a laugh, hugging Egwene, and by her expression, making soothing talk. Jesus Christ, Scoozy. Scoozy. When Egwene stood, though, she glared at the warder. Man did not seem to notice. He did not look in Nynaeve's direction at all. Shaking his head, Rand gathered his things and gave his hands and face and teeth a hasty wash with a little water Lan allowed for such things. He wondered if women had a way of reading men's minds. It was an unsettling thought. All women are Aes Sedai, telling himself. He was letting the blight get to him. He rinsed out his mouth and hurried to get the bay saddled. It was more than a little disconcerting having the campsite disappear before he reached the horses. By the time the saddle girth was tight, everything on the hill winked back into view. Everyone was hurrying. The 7 towers stood plain in the morning light, distant broken stumps, like huge rough hills that merely hinted at grandeur gone. The 100 lakes were a smooth, unfiltered blue. Nothing broke the surface this morning. When he looked at the lakes and the ruined towers, he could almost ignore the sickly things growing around the hill. Lan did not seem to be avoiding looking at the towers any more than he seemed to be avoiding Nynaeve, but somehow he never did as he concentrated on getting them ready to go. After the wicker panniers were fastened to the pack horse, after every scrap and smudged track were gone and everyone else was mounted, the Aes Sedai stood in the middle of the hilltop with her eyes closed, not even seeming to breathe. Nothing happened that Rand could see, except that Nynaeve and Egwene shivered despite the heat and rubbed their arms briskly. Egwene's hand suddenly froze on her arms, and she opened her mouth, staring at the Wisdom. Before she could speak, Nynaeve also ceased her rubbing and gave her a sharp look. The two women looked at one another. Then Egwene nodded and grinned, and after a moment Nynaeve did too, though her smile was only half-hearted. Rand scrubbed his fingers through his hair, already more damp with sweat than with the water he had splashed in his face. He was sure there was something in the silent exchange that he should understand. That feather-light brush across his mind vanished before he could grasp it. "What are we waiting for?" Matt demanded, low brand of his scarf across his forehead, yet his bow across the pommel of his saddle with an arrow notched in his quiver pulled around his belt for easy reach. Moiraine opened her eyes and started down the hill. "For me to remove the last vestige of what I did here last night. The residues would have dissipated on their own in a day, but I will not take any risk I can avoid now. We are too close to the shadow, and the shadow is too strong here." Lan, the warder, only waited for her to settle in Aldib's saddle before he led them north, toward the mountains of Doom, looming in the near distance. Even under the sunrise, the peaks rose black and lifeless, like jagged teeth. In the wall, they stretched east and west as far as the eye could see. "We'll reach the eye today," Moiraine said I. "Will we reach the eye today?" Moiraine said I, Egwene asked. The Aes Sedai gave Loyal a sidelong look. "I hope that we will. When I found it before, it was just the other side of the mountains at the foot of the high passes." "He said it moves," Matt said, nodding and Loyal. "What if it isn't where you expect? Then we will continue to hunt until we find it. The Green Man senses need, and there can be no greater than ours. Our need is the hope of the world." As the mountains drew closer, so did the true blight. Where a leaf had been spotted black and mottled yellow before, now foliage fell wetly while he watched, breaking apart were tortured, crippled things. Breaking apart from the weight of its own corruption. Trees themselves were tortured, crippled things, twisted branches clawing at the sky as if begging mercy from some power that refused to hear. Leaves slid like husk from the bark, cracked and split, as if nothing truly solid was left to them. Trees seemed to tremble from the passage of the horses over the ground. "Look, as if they want to grab us," Matt said nervously. And Nynaeve gave him an exasperated, scornful look, and he added fiercely, "Well, they do look it." "And some of them do want it," the Aes Sedai said. Her eyes over her shoulder were harder than Lan's for an instant. "But they want no part of what I am, and my presence protects you." Matt laughed uneasily, as if he thought it a joke on her part. Rand was not so sure. This was the Blight, after all. But trees don't move. Why would a tree grab a man, even if it could? We're imagining things, and she's just trying to keep us alert. Abruptly, he stared off to his left into the forest. That tree, not 20 paces away, had trembled, and it was none of his imagination. He could not say what kind it was or had been, so gnarled and tormented was its shape. As he watched, the tree suddenly whipped back and forth again and bent down, flailing at the ground. Something screamed, shrill and piercing. The tree sprang back straight, its limbs entwined around a dark mass that was writhing and spat and screaming. He swallowed hard and tried to edge Red away. The trees stood on every side and trembled. The Bay rolled his eyes, whites showing all the way around. Rand found himself in a solid knot of horseflesh as everyone else tried to do the same as he. I have 4.8k hours watched on Twitch. 8.14k. Holy shit, Queen. That's insane. How many hours do you have watching me? Because I have like 6,000 watch hours. And between Beezus, Callie, and Sean, that's like 40% of the watch time. So I'm guessing you're like another 15% of that, with probably like 500 watch hours, right? 469 hours. Fuck yeah. That's epic. Hell yeah. I am glad I can be here to entertain and that you guys are, you're entertained enough to stick around and hang out and come back. I'm I'm glad that I can make content that people enjoy watching, right? You were my number 4 stream. Haha, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's pretty good considering you have 8K watch hours. That means you watch a lot of different people, Queen. Like, I watch Quinn, Asmongold's 24/7 channel, Artosis, and Cute Muffin. I have 3K in my number 1. Oh, damn. Who do you watch your most as? Like, who's your favorite streamer? Isn't Kai... Wait, isn't Kai your favorite streamer? Hyper Robinson. Cypher Robinson. Oh, you watch Cypher? Nice. Hell yeah. Then it's my buddy, Ginge. Who's the one who watches, Kai? Do you watch Kai, Queen? I swear there was, like, cause, someone mentioned it, that, it was in the, like, you know, people who watch, your viewers watch these other streams. Yeah, you have 1,000 hours watching Kai. Okay, yeah. And then it was like, someone pointed out that one of my people watches Kai. That's my number 2. Kai puts in a fucking work, man. Oh, Ginge. Kai is my number 5. Ah. Nice. You beat Kai. Hey, that's impressive, right? But then again, you know, I do very specific niche content. So if you're a writer, I hope that this is content that you will thoroughly enjoy. Right? Because I'm here for other creative minds. We don't make slop content, we make creative slop content. I mean, what? But yeah, the recap is pretty sick. I'm glad to see that I am at least on a graph doing well, right? You should see my YouTube recap. Oh my fucking god. You know how many channels I watch on my main YouTube channel? Guys, guess how many channels I watched this year that is above 100 hours? $95. I have 14,000 hours on YouTube on my main account. Like the one I have on my other PC. 'Cause it's always playing something in the background. It's literally always playing something in the background. So it's like jumping between random channels and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, alone, Simon Whistler has like 14 different channels that I watch for like science and like you know, information in-depth ones. Where do you find YouTube recap? I don't know. It just showed up on my feed last night on my main account. I don't know what it is for these side accounts. I could look at it. I could see what, like, for instance, like, my one is for this account. This is the main one that I watch stuff on this PC.
Welcome to...
Where would it be? Is it in here? I don't remember where it was where I saw it last night. Wait, was it on the homepage? Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it anywhere. Or I'm blind. I've watched 1,366 channels this year. That's insane. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know where to find it on here. Wait, why is esports? Oh, it's a trailer. Anyways. Not that I watch that. That's 4 times more than the average viewer. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, that's literally... That's 6 channels a day on average. You watch 6 channels a day on average. LMAO, Bozo, imagine having a YouTube recap. I just use guest mode. Connection line. Well, it's because I like to have like all my subscriptions to all my main channels because I have so many channels on my main account. Like, I can log into my main account and show you guys. Well, welcome, Connection Line. How's it going? How are you? Yeah, like, between Looter, Zarfin, Ezekiel, Oompaville, Rage Gaming, Asmongold, Viva, Space Time, Abandoned Films, Joe Scott, Esports, Chubby Emu, Veritasium, Mr. Ballin, Kyle Hill, Be Smart, Anton, Quinn's Ideas. Oh, that reminds me. Oh shit, guys, okay, we gotta put the book down for now. And now that Connection Line's here, did I miss anything? No, you didn't miss anything. I'm just babbling away, doing my own thing. Is my story all over? I don't know what you mean by that. I haven't read any of it yet, Bomb Dropper. But I forgot there's a new thing. So guys, check this out. We got a new thing that we gotta watch right now. I totally fucking forgot about this. So there's 2 new videos from Secure Team. This shit's been popping off. You don't know Secure Team's epic. But it's just us seems like an awful waste of space. Carl Sagan. True, talking about just being humans in the entirety of the universe.
Hey, what's up guys? Tyler here with Secure Team. Well, today I want to talk about one of the most fascinating and some would say frightening
Is this Morgellons disease?
of this research into the alien phenomenon and the ongoing cover-up.
Morgellons is in part alien implant
many of the
markings.
doctors who have attempted to remove these things, all the way to the scientists who then receive these objects and then attempt to analyze them, the consensus is clear, which is that there are foreign objects, not of this earth, that have been found implanted
I'm
under the
so
skin,
fake
within
tired, like my
muscles,
body want
and
to
around
act
the
tired even
bodies
though I'm not.
of
I see what you
countless
mean, Connection
individuals
Line.
here
Can you
around
say
the
it again?
globe.
I missed it.
The question
I haven't read
of
your thing
alien
yet.
implants and just what they are. Where do they come from? What is their makeup? Why have we not been able to pin down a concrete answer?
Is my
as to
story
why they're
all
being found?
all right?
That
Over.
proves
I don't know
that
what
we
you
are
mean
not
by
only
that.
being visited,
Bomb
but that we are
dropper.
being physically interacted with. And that brings us today to a couple of new photographs that originally I didn't receive at the same time. And only after some time kind of connecting the dots did I say, okay, something is going on here. And either this is an extremely big coincidence or there's definitely more to the story. So I guess we should start off by going back to late December of 2016. I was going through my secure team emails, much like I do every day, and so one of those emails contained a video and some photographs, and it was from a woman out of Greenville, Mississippi, of what amounted to a mysterious, almost what appeared to be a scar that had appeared within only a week's time. At about the middle
Then
point
when you're gonna read
of
my
her
shit,
left
whenever you want me to,
forearm.
Bomb Dropper, you just gotta
And,
tell me
as
when you
you're
want me to
seeing
read
here,
it.
It took on the shape of almost what appeared to be a scar. However, this woman, who at the time was around 27 years old, had never had a scar on her arm, had never had any major surgeries in her life, was by all accounts, luckily unbothered by life's, bumps and mishaps, scrapes and cuts that would lead to such a scar. And so she went to the doctor. She explained to the doctor this appeared within a week, started as what appeared to be a small white area, then eventually grew out and stopped at the point that you're seeing here. Likewise,
Okay, as soon as
there
we
were also
finish
some
these
other
videos,
strange
because we gotta watch
markings
these videos.
just
You always
up
come in when
the
I'm
arm
doing
next
something, Bomb
to the
Dropper.
mysterious scar and what appear to be these sort of crisscrossing lines that you can faintly see here. So the doctor says, well, it's not a tumor. It doesn't seem to be cancerous, and although it took the shape of a scar, the doctor himself knew that this woman had never been cut, seeing as he had been her doctor since she was a child, and having checked her medical records and so on, there was no indicator that she had ever gotten stitches or anything had occurred involving her arm or her forearm. So the doctor's dumbfounded, and he's not.
Ads. Ads out of nowhere, guys. Ads out of left field. Ads out of right field. Ads over and under, and he's on second base, and now he's putting his hand where it shouldn't be, and now his hand is gone. And that's what happens, guys, when you try to rush to third. So never try. Sometimes you can get your luck at second, but the second you go for third, it's bye-bye hands. We don't need you to have those anymore. Bye-bye. So, now that you don't have any hands, now you'll get ads for hands. Do you need new hands? Here's ads for new hands. Make sure you get your new hands, because everyone needs hands. What are you going to do without hands? You can't watch ads without hands. Wait, what? You can watch ads without hands? How would you watch ads without hands? You need hands to watch ads. No, I'm not dumb. What are you talking about? You need hands. Okay, so like if I didn't have hands, right? And I tried to watch an ad, watch what happens. See, I told you, you can't watch ads without hands. How much will the ads will be? Like a 32 cents? Ad break ended, except it didn't because the ads buffered for a good 20 seconds. Damn, that sucks, connection line.
Not able to
Shit.
give her an honest answer. And I don't think I would have to tell you guys the kind of anxiety and suspicion and worry that would come, and that did
How
come
much
to
longer?
this woman in
Like
the months after
25
this
minutes,
appeared.
Bomb Dropper?
Now, at the time that I received this video in the email, I had responded to the woman, explaining to her that I would do all I could to help, although I didn't know what I could really do. But I did advise her to go and get an x-ray and to maybe see if there's something under there, if there's something more that can be done, or if she had already gotten an x-ray to send it over. And well, that was the last time I had heard from her. She just stopped emailing me, as many people do. Many people will send me things, send me stories. Some of them seem extremely desperate or worried, and then, very eerily, I will never hear back from them, even after having responded multiple times. And so the email kind of sat there, but it always stuck in my mind, as did the woman's story, because I truly did believe her. But again, what more could I do at that time? And so fast forward to this past week. I was going through my emails and I came across what appeared to be a very similar email and set of circumstances to this young woman from a couple of years back. I had received a photograph of yet another one of these mysterious scars, again said to have developed over weeks and weeks, but not more than a month. And again, on a relatively young woman in her early 30s. Again, on her left arm, however, the only difference was that this scar was on the underside of her forearm, as opposed to the top of the arm, which is where it was found on the original woman from 2016. So you're seeing that new image here, and I'll give you a side-by-side comparison. And I have to say, when I first saw this new email, I thought that it had come from the same woman, because I said, that's the same scar, it's the same size, it's in the same general area, it's on the same arm, and likewise, just above or below it, as in the first video, this woman also had the strange sort of
whenever I say
crisscrossing
long, it comes out
marks.
longer. Whenever
And
I
like
say
the other
longer,
woman,
it comes
and
out
like
longer.
most
So if
people
I say
who
long, it's
find
longer.
these
And if
strange
I say
markings
longer,
or
it is
feel
long, bruh,
some,
TF. Did
a
I just
strange
say?
lump
True.
near their
I'm gonna
arms or
goon to
their
you for
necks.
charity.
In many
Hell
of these
yeah,
implant
connection
cases,
line.
they'll go to a doctor, and this time, along with this
I'm
photograph,
gonna
I was
donate my goon
emailed a
sauce to
screen grab
Israel.
of one of the x-rays taken of the arm at a local urgent care that the woman finally went to, and your attention should immediately be drawn to something that's, well, out of place. The only thing that should be showing up is the bone. And yet what was immediately apparent to the doctor and to the woman was that something was in there. Something, they didn't know what it was, they didn't know how it got there, but something was there. What appeared as a darkened object. That the woman had no idea it was there. She didn't feel any lumps. Besides the strange scar that had appeared, she had felt nothing. Some people feel the lumps or feel the objects under there, but she didn't. It wasn't until the x-ray came. And so I've kind of crudely overlaid the x-ray over the woman's arm here just to give you an idea of exactly where this object was found. And you can see that it's almost precisely underneath this mystery scar. Again, I'm using scar loosely, which definitively shows that this object appears to be linked to
you
this
want to
mystery
see my new
scar.
story I'm working on for a
And
little?
under further
I'm
examination,
doing what's going to
this is
happen
according to
later
the
in the book as my
doctor,
first
the
part.
object
Sounds good,
seems,
boy.
and this
Hell
is
yeah.
just the opinion of the doctor, although he couldn't know for sure without doing surgery, but that the object seemed to be metallic in nature, some sort of solid metal. And not only that, but that it appeared, again, from looking at the x-rays, that it was sort of, I guess, wrapped
Alright, I'm gonna
in,
drop the link. Sounds
some
good.
sort of
229%,
membrane,
not bad.
nerve cells,
Not bad.
otherwise infused with the muscle and the tissue in the arm. And as of right now, they are scheduled to do surgery,
close, but I'm better.
and I am going to attempt to try to get some more video and photographs of what was taken out, if they can take it out. Now, why do I say if it can be taken out? Shouldn't things be able to be easily removed? Well, that's not the case when it comes to these mystery implants found in people. You know, there was a doctor, many of you have probably heard of him, his name was Dr. Roger Lear, who unfortunately is no longer with us. However, when he was alive, and to this day, he remains best known for being the alien implant doctor, the doctor who removed these things or attempted to remove these things. He has appeared and been featured in various documentaries, television shows, claiming that he had discovered proof of, quote, non-terrestrial experimentation on mankind. Starting at around 1995, he began examining a couple of women who believed that they were abductees and later extracted 2 small metallic foreign objects from both of the women. The objects were then analyzed by the New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology, which determined that they were, quote, composed of commonly found elements such as iron or aluminum. And in describing some of these elements, the lab report made reference to the composition of meteors, and that was later interpreted by Dr. Lear as something of an extraterrestrial origin. And that is what sparked his interest into the study and the removal of these objects and how the patients began flooding in. He hired a dentist, a radiologist, and a general surgeon to assist him in his practice. And he claimed that many of the objects he removed from patients emitted a, quote, deep space frequency radio wave and had strange magnetic properties or contained odd crystalline structures. It was reported by the doctor that the findings of these implant surgeries were highly unusual, and that in all of the cases, there was virtually no inflammatory response, other than maybe a small mark on the outside of the skin. As it relates to these two new cases that I featured earlier in the video with the two females here, it was also found in most of these surgeries that these foreign metal objects had been encased in a very dense, tough, gray sort of membrane. And it's a very tough biological cocoon, if you will, that in many cases made it virtually impossible to remove these implants because the implants themselves had been fused to the very nerve endings within the body. So there would be a massive pain response when attempting to remove them, oftentimes with the patient abruptly stopping the surgery or waking up out of a dead sleep.
Internet
and so
sucks
it would seem
dicks
that these
right now.
objects
Tell us slow.
are
Shit.
fusing with the very nervous system of many of these individuals. And it looks like that is going to be the case with this new finding here of this woman who has been instructed, even with just a basic observation from her
Here to
doctor,
link.
that this is definitely a foreign object. It appears to have this scar tissue sort of cocooned around it. What really struck me about this was the placement and the size of these marks from these two images from two different females years apart, both with these 1 to 2 inch scars or marks on the tops and or the bottoms of their forearm, almost as if there had been some sort of laser surgery. And I only wish that
First
I could get
chapter, I
in touch with
used
the first
celestial
woman
workers
to
name
see if
for
she ever did
reference.
get those x-rays.
Nice.
And if indeed something was ever found underneath this
Bomb
area.
dropper?
I just hope that she will respond one day and that everything is all right, because I truly can empathize with what it must be like to discover something so strange and unknown in your body. It's just, it's truly an
Is
enigma
Celestial in the first
that a lot
chapter
of
name?
skeptics don't like to go near, because they can attack the photographs, they can attack the videos, they can attack the researchers, call us all wingnuts, but when it comes to implants, strangely, you'll hear a lot of these skeptics go silent. And I definitely think that that says something, and that we are on the right track, and that this stuff has always been real. It just depends on what type of person you are and the amount of evidence you need to see before you finally cross that line and have to admit, okay, something is going on.
This
here.
one's all
And so
almost
with
over,
that,
but we have
I
another
ask
one
you
after
guys,
this one, too.
Have you or someone you've known discovered a strange mark, such as these two here, that appeared within a matter of days, weeks, or months, that cannot be accounted for?
Ma, I'm
so
famous.
tell me what you guys think
Hell
down below.
yes,
Big
Celestial.
thanks to those of you who have sent me in your personal stories. Just wanting someone to listen, and I was glad to do that today, and hopefully we can get some answers. So stay tuned. I've got much more coming, and I will see you all back in just a bit.
True. Go check out Secure Team 10. They're fucking awesome. Do everything you need to know about aliens. More UFO strangeness as the channel hits a new milestone. 2 million subscribers.
Hey, what's up guys? Tyler here with Secure Team, and before we dive into today's strangeness, I wanted to take a minute to talk to you all, not as just a narrator, but as your friend and as the guy behind this channel. So, a few days ago, right on Thanksgiving, this channel quietly hit another birthday. And every time that date comes around, especially after all these years, it sort of hits me in the chest. And in fact, I didn't even realize that it was the channel's birthday as it happened on Thanksgiving, and when I logged into my dashboard, I got a sort of little happy birthday notification from YouTube. And Secure Team 10 is now officially 14 years old, if you can believe it. And what an amazing ride. It started with me in a tiny room staring at old lunar anomaly photos and thinking, man, someone has to talk about this stuff. And somehow,
10 minutes.
through late nights, burnout, trolls,
11-minute video.
shadow bans, disappearing for too long, coming back, heartbreak, family stress, all of it, you guys were still here, watching, commenting, checking in.
Fortnite.
And if you've ever watched a video, commented, shared something weird that you captured, or just checked in on me to see how I was doing, I want all of you guys to know that you kept this channel alive. Secure Team has been my life for over a decade, and the fact that so many of you are still here blows me away.
Hell yeah,
and
man.
it's
Been here since the
extremely
beginning.
humbling. So thank you all, and happy birthday
Celestial,
to
aka
the greatest
Chilling, alternate
community
persona
that
number 3,
a
waiting to get his
hopelessly
story beta read.
inquisitive
Yes.
insomniac like me from Ohio could ask for. And I promise you guys that as long as you're here and you're down to do it, I'm down to keep fighting for this thing that we all built together. So having said that, let's get into it. First up tonight, we've got a brand new piece of UFO footage that was emailed to me by a viewer out of Riverside,
Celestial is
California.
Bomb Dropper.
He shot this on October 26th, just after midnight. And what he captured, well, this is the kind of thing that reminds me
Everyone
of why
is
I
chilling.
started this channel in the first place. So before we go any further, check out this clip.
Talk is chilling, you are chilling.
Mom, ¿qué está pasando? ¿Ves eso en el cielo?
Okay, guys, so
Kid
take a
named
look at that,
Valium
and
Boy.
We're staring at what looks like a bright, structured object hanging low in the sky, static almost. And as the viewer zooms in, this thing has a very strange, almost letter M shaped silhouette to it, although that could be the angle. Doesn't seem to me to be a plane or a drone that I've ever seen. It doesn't blink, it doesn't strobe, it just kind of sits there, glowing, almost like it's self-illuminated. And I want you to look closely at the edges of it, because there's this weird geometry, almost like two angled wings or fins forming.
Damn, bro,
that
Chilling
shape.
actually messed
And
up
the
these
brightness of it
streams.
is uniform, almost
Dude, that
plasma-like.
light
And
was
as
just
some
me
of
and my
you guys
friends. We stole a
may have
hoverboard
initially
and put a
thought, when I
helicopter
first
wing
looked at this
set
footage, I almost
on
thought
it
I
and
had
strapped it with
debunked
LED
it
neon
because I
lights.
thought that
My
this
bad.
was nothing more than a
True.
reflection coming from inside the car somewhere, you know, hitting the driver window. And part of the reason is because as the car is moving down the freeway and the object is passing behind obstructions, whether it be trees or overpasses, it looked as if the object was passing on top or over
it's a
these
fence.
things, therefore not making it behind them, and therefore a reflection or maybe a faked video. But as I zoomed in, I realized this is not the case. As you're seeing here, every single
cool, not
tree
gonna lie.
or building or overpass, which has this chain link fence attached to it, well, the UFO passes behind each and every one of those. So whatever this thing is, it's definitely out there in the sky. It is not a reflection from inside the car, and I'm stumped as to what this could be. You know, these kinds of objects
Ito is
with
too.
structured
I mean, I try.
lighting like this are showing up more and more. And what I love about this one is that it's not just a flash in the sky. This thing holds its shape and its position the entire video. The witness said that it hovered there for several minutes before silently fading out, almost like someone dimmed a lamp. And just to be straight up, this is one of the stranger shapes of UFOs that I've seen in a while. So yeah, guys, let me know what you think. Put it down below, and we will circle back to this
Bro,
later
when do
if
you
more
chat in
footage
your
comes
Discord other
in.
than
Pretty
stream
cool
links?
stuff. Big thanks to
I
the
don't.
viewer. And if any of you guys have similar footage or know what this is,
you have to understand,
email it to me.
22
My
hours
contact
of the
info
like
is down in the video description.
I'm
I'll feature your
on
UFO
22
footage or
hours
whatever
of
you
the
might
day.
have.
I don't
So
have
do
I
that,
don't have
and
time
also
to do that
post
shit.
your comments down below. If you think
Right?
you know what
Like, I
this
woke
could
up at
be, or
4.
if you've seen
I went to bed at
something
like
similar.
1. I woke
All
up
right,
at
next
4.
up,
I worked
we
on my
are heading
video
over
till
to
12.
North Carolina,
I
where
did a
someone on
call
Reddit
with Senate
posted what they
till
are calling,
2,
quote, one of the
and
best
then
black triangles they've
I
ever seen. And
ate
honestly,
food, hung out with
they
my
might be
niece
right.
and my
The image
sister,
posted
and
to
then I
Reddit
streamed.
shows a pitch black triangular craft perfectly defined edges.
That's
with
my
what
day.
looks like the classic 3 light.
And I was supposed to write a story
configuration,
today,
the
and I didn't. But we have everything
black
set up to
lantern
write it tomorrow.
configuration, if
We
you
got to
will.
write 2
And
stories tomorrow.
whoever
One
took
before the
this
stream and one
caught
on
it at
stream.
just the right
So
moment.
tomorrow's gonna be a big
hovering
reading
low
day.
with a clear sky and with enough moonlight
Or writing
to
day.
illuminate its
Fuck
outline.
me, I can't
This
talk.
isn't a blurry streak or a smudge. This is geometry. Straight, sharp edges, a uniform matte surface, and
TR3B,
no visible
TR3B,
wings,
it's
no
a
tail,
TR3B,
no
guys,
fuselage,
it's TR3B. Do you know what
just
TR3B
a floating
is? It's
triangle.
TR3B.
Now here's the part that gets me. The witness said when they saw
It's a
it,
white
the entire area
mob!
went unusually quiet, like the sound just dropped. That's something we've heard before from people who've been near these things. Almost a pressure change, a static charge in the air. So tell me what you
Good
think,
night.
guys.
I need to go to
There's a
school
lot of
tomorrow. All
discussion
right,
around
connection
this,
line. Have a
and,
great night.
yeah,
Take
tell me
care.
what
And
you guys
remember,
make of this one,
tomorrow
because
is
in my experience covering this
Booba
topic,
Day.
these
Makeup
triangles
Day.
typically
Don't miss
don't
it.
just drift by. They show up with intent. And finally, tonight, we are jumping across
Today is
the
gonna
world
read
into
after the
northern
smoke.
Italy
Yay!
because something enormous flashed above the town of Posagno, and unless you blinked at the exact wrong moment, you may have missed it. So a photographer named Walter Benato, the same guy who captured apparently this same red ring back in 2023, caught another one just a few days ago. And this thing is wild. The photo posted to a couple of
got a
online
first
news
today.
outlets shows
Nice.
this
A
massive,
fur.
perfectly circular halo of red light hanging over the mountains. It looks like a giant glowing UFO, or honestly, like a portal opening in the sky. But here's the weird part.
Fursuit.
These things flash for 1,000th of a second.
meant my bad.
That's 100 times faster than a blink. You cannot see them with the naked eye unless you're incredibly lucky. Now, the official explanation is that this is what's known as an ELVE, spelled E-L-V-E, a type of transient luminous event caused by lightning.
Purple and
Scientists say
green.
that during extremely powerful storms, a massive lightning bolt sends out an electromagnetic pulse upward into the ionosphere, about 60 miles up. And when that pulse hits the charged particles up there, it creates a giant, expanding red halo. Sounds tidy, right? Except there are a few things that make this specific incident
Furry.
strange. For one, this ring, the new one, spanned roughly 125 miles across. And the 2023 one, that thing was around 224 miles in diameter. That's not a flash. That's a continent-sized stamp on the sky. Secondly, even though the red ring looks like it's hovering above the town, it wasn't there at all. It was actually flashing way out over central Italy and part
So everyone
of
is
the
gay
Adriatic
except me.
Sea, up to
I'm also lesbian.
185 miles away. The forced perspective of the photo just made
Not
it
gay.
look like a hovering disc. Thirdly, these things are supposed to be ridiculously rare, discovered in 1990 only because NASA's space shuttles happened to catch them. And yet somehow, this same photographer in this same little Italian town has managed to catch not one, but 2 of the clearest ELVE images ever taken from the ground. Scientists call it a coincidence. I call it massively strange and interesting. Are we really just looking at lightning physics? Or are we staring at something interacting with our upper atmosphere that we barely understand? Either way, the images are breathtaking and unnerving.
Not in a
But
harsh
I'll
way,
put a
but just
link
asking.
to the newest news story on this down in the video description, which links to the 2023 event.
Wait, do you
And
mean about
yeah,
being
guys,
gay?
Tell
I'm
me
just
what you
bi.
make of this bizarre red ring. I mean, it's
I just
totally
joke around.
eerie. Put it down below. I'd love to hear your thoughts. And with that, thank you all for watching today.
True,
Thank you
another
all for
Secure Team
sticking
video,
with
guys.
Secure
Go check
Team
this one
10
out, too.
all of these years.
Give him
and
a like, give him
and
a
as
sub,
always,
give him a
stay
view.
tuned. Follow me on all of my social
Fuck
media.
yeah.
Hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet.
Subscribe
and I
and
promise to see you
like.
all back in the next one. Happy 14th birthday, and stay safe, guys.
Actually, it's Bomb Dropper's story first, Void. Wait, which one are we reading? I totally forgot, Bomb Dropper. Sheesh, you could read his if you want. I have all day today. Alright. Are we reading part 1, Rift of Thousand Skies? I don't remember. Help, Bomb Dropper, repost your story. Yeah! 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 Alright, I guess we could read. Oh, Jesus. We could read this. Alright. After the smoke. And what chapter are we on? Or have we even started this? I don't know. Bomb Dropper, I don't remember anything. If it didn't happen in the last 10 seconds, I don't remember it. That's the best way I can put it. Not gonna lie, I want to ask what's gooning. You don't need to know, Void. If you really want to know, you can Google it. Alright, here we go. So this is Void's story, the Celestial Fight. As Zuki fight for his life in space, he gets hit by the plasma gun. His dad shot at him. Except he got shot in the arm, so he didn't die, but the wound was bad. He stayed strong, fighting his dad through the celestial glow. Zuki hid behind a shot meteor and healed his wound, and shot his dad through the meteor. Dad died after that because Zuki shot him in the heart and Zuki went back to his spacecraft. Damn. That goes hard, bro. Instant feeling. Well, why the fuck are they fighting? Why did he have to kill his dad? Why is his dad such a bad aim? Maybe his dad never really wanted to kill him. Maybe he's the bad guy and he fired at his dad first. Oh, there are so many things that this brings to mind. That my first little part you have to see. Well, I guess we'll see slowly over time, right? Okay, let's go here. Do I have Bomb Dropper on here? Or can I not copy off of this? So are we just on chapter 1 then? Bomb dropper? I'm confused. Gonna work on it. I swear I've read some of your story, though, Bomb Dropper. Or is this just the new one that you want me to read? I'm retarded. I don't remember. I swear I read some of your story. Your other story. The Rift of a Thousand Skies, didn't I? Isn't this the one that we were reading? That's why I'm confused. I don't know why you want me to read the other one when we're already reading this one. I want to finish this one before I start a new one. And I think that's why I'm so confused. I was like, I swear I've read your shit. The God of Reality. Like, I really like this story. But if you really want me to read the other... Is the other one finished? Like, is this one finished? Is this one not finished? Like, if this isn't finished and this one is, I'll read this one because it's finished. Does that make sense? Over there. To the rescue. The ads have come for you. Now get on the boat and let's go. It's not finished. Okay. What about... But... After the Smoke is finished? This one seems to be less finished. It only has 7 chapters, whereas this one has 51 chapters. So I'm guessing neither of them is finished. In which case, I'd rather read this one. We've already been reading it. But well, it's not finished and stop getting in my brain and malfunctioning it. Okay. Let's just go. We got this. Alright, so this is Bomb Dropper's Story, chapter 20 or something like that. I don't know why it says 20 out of 51. I don't think we're actually on chapter 20, but whatever it is. The delay is crazy. Yeah, it's the innate, like, 30-second, like, stream delay. I haven't seen this text. I don't know what that means. But anyways, let's get into it. Here we go. The God of Reality. Section 1. Isolation and the Book's Awakening. Intoxication drifted through the void between galaxies. The weight of infinite stars pressing against nothing. He carried only his thick, floating book, its leather-bound covers glowing faintly with latent power. To most beings, this book was nothing but a curious artifact. To him, it was the instrument of absolute dominion over existence. Whatever he wrote became real, instantaneously, irrevocably, cosmically real. Story I feel confident in mine. The story I feel confident in mine. Hell yeah, dogs in Chernobyl are turning blue. Is that true, Sean? I know there's like... Kyle Hill did an entire series on the dogs of Chernobyl and how they're like resistant to radiation and like shit like that, like crazy mutations in them and stuff. But I've never heard of the fact that they're turning blue. For 10 years, he trained in isolation. Not with limbs, not with brute force, not with weapons, but with thought, precision, and imagination. He learned to manipulate reality in layers, first small, turning stones into water, altering local gravity fields, accelerating planetary rotations, then larger, writing small suns, creating planetary atmospheres, bending energy flows like ink in water. Well, call me skeptical, but I did see a video that seems legit. Dogs in Chernobyl turned blue because they were rolling in chemical residue from a leaking portable toilet, not from radiation poisoning. Veterinary experts with the Dogs in Chernobyl program determined the striking blue color was from a chemical substance. Dogs appeared healthy otherwise. The color is temporarily and not believed to be harmful unless they lick the substance off their fur. Okay, so it's a bunch of bullshit. Because, yeah, the Dogs of Chernobyl is, like, an actual, like, scientific study about the dogs in Chernobyl and their resistance to radiation living inside of the Chernobyl containment zone. Floating book responded to him in a way no other tool ever had. When he concentrated fully, it anticipated his thoughts, offering suggestions, correcting the angle of reality, bending scripts and mid-writing, and preventing catastrophic paradoxes. He understood that the book was not merely a weapon, it was a partner, a reflection of his mind. Well, damn, that sucks. It'd be so cool if they mutated to have actual blue fur or even skin. I'd want that hair color as a gene mod for humans, lol. Yup. For sure, Sean, for sure. Could you imagine natural blue and green hair? They would be born like poisonous animals. I mean, what? Even in these first years, the absence of Bomb Dropper was a constant presence in his calculations. Every system, every universe he touched, he mentally compared to the last time they had trained together. He imagined a Bomb Dropper would move, what his body would do, the silent precision of his old strikes. Though they were separated, their powers were intertwined. His reality manipulation and Bomb Dropper's martial and beast evolution were complementary, a cosmic symmetry that he felt even across light years. Section 2. The first decade of cosmic scripting. By the 20th year, Intoxication had begun writing macro-reality constructs. Crafted entire moons, shifted asteroid belts, and created temporary life forms to study their responses to energy flows. With each writing, his mind sharpened, becoming a living calculus of possibilities and outcomes. He discovered subtle limitations of his own abilities as he overpowered reality too quickly. If he overpowered reality too quickly, the universe would resist. Matter would destabilize, energy would collapse. Even the void itself would push back, but these challenges were trivial compared to the lessons they offered. Intoxication began to incorporate strategic thinking into his writing. He no longer simply created for testing. Each word, each line became a calculation of cause and effect across galaxies. He wrote storms that simulated godly attacks, civilizations that evolved at accelerated rates, and cosmic scale events to measure how far his control could extend. During meditation, he would close his eyes and envision Bomb Dropper's 1,000 arms striking across space. His radiance bending planets, his wrathful Mahakala form terrifying entire star systems. Intoxication used these visions as templates, integrating elements of his friend's power into the exercises of his mind. He began to script reality scenarios that mimicked Bomb Dropper's abilities, crafting proxies and testing outcomes until he understood the mechanics of ultimate destruction, protection, and dominance. By the 13th year, Intoxication's cold, analytical mind had become a machine. He no longer experienced time as humans do. Decades and centuries folded into a single thought process. In the silence of the void, he could calculate hundreds of simultaneous outcomes, each branching into hundreds more. He had begun to truly understand the cosmic language, the way reality itself spoke if one listened carefully. Section 3. Evolution of the Book and Reality Warfare. Years 30 through 40 were marked with a deep symbolism between Intoxication and his book. He experimented with writing probabilities into reality, altering potential futures subtly, observing the outcomes and adjusting. He discovered how to influence living beings, manipulate energy flows, and bend environments to mere ink. But he also learned restraint. The power to shape universes came with weight. He had written suns that nearly incinerated neighboring systems. He had created storms that tore planets apart, yet he controlled each catastrophe with an almost clinical detachment, analyzing the feedback from the universe, adjusting variables, and perfecting his execution. At the 45th year, he unlocked the next level, multi-dimensional scripting. He would now write events that played out across parallel realities simultaneously. A single command could propagate into multiple universes, each obeying the logic of the script. He had become a conductor of cosmic symphonies, orchestrating complex chains of reality that even gods would hesitate to challenge. During this period, Intoxication began to sense Bomb Dropper's evolution remotely. Through the faint energy echoes across dimensions, he could perceive the immense growth in his friend's body, mind, and soul. Though they were separated, he mentally synchronized some of his experiments with the anticipated abilities of Bomb Dropper, creating a subtle hidden cosmic synergy. He practiced silently, refining every word, every line, every thought. While the boundary between his consciousness and the universe itself blurred, his presence in space became noticeable. Stars shifted slightly, nebula vibrated with faint energy, and even distant gods began to sense the anomaly of his growing dominion. Section 4. Maturity and the First Interdimensional Signals. The 50th year arrived, and Intoxication's growth reached a point where his presence alone could reshape local realities. Entire star systems bent subtly to his will without his active intervention. His understanding of his own abilities and the powers of Bomb Dropper had reached a near-perfect calculus. During meditation, he sent subtle coded signals through reality, tiny, almost imperceptible energy pulses that left the markers for Bomb Dropper. He had no way of knowing if he would be noticed, but it was a method of communicating across the impossible distances separating them. In his mind, Intoxication considered the eventual reunion. He would meet Bomb Dropper when both were incomprehensibly powerful, when neither gods nor mortals could interfere. Calculated the variables, the possible outcomes of the tactical advantages. Each possibility was stored in the book, scripted and stored across multiple realities. By the end of the 50 years, Intoxication had fully evolved in his own right. The floating book was an extension of his mind, anticipating the correcting reality. Cosmic awareness allowed him to manipulate probabilities, energy, and matter across galaxies. He could simulate and execute God-scale events, testing countless scenarios. He maintained his cold, unfeeling composure, viewing his existence itself as a puzzle to solve. Though the years were solitary, they had forged him into a god of reality, one who could challenge creation itself if necessary. He had become the perfect counterpart to Bomb Dropper, their reunion inevitable, and their combined power unimaginable. The void was silent yet again, and intoxication, god of reality, continued his meditation, preparing for the day when the universe itself would yield to their combined dominion. Intoxication wrote in the Bible of Doom, "Take me to the time where I meet with Bomb Dropper." Oh, fuck yeah. We're finally gonna get there! I'm so excited! But thanks for sharing, Bomb Dropper. I thoroughly enjoy it. It's a powerful story right there. I'm gonna be right back though. I can grab a drink. Want to see my next part in progress? I mean, I'd rather read it all at once when it's done, Void. Like when you finish the full chapter's rough draft. Anyways, I'll be right back. I don't know what you mean by that. Well, I'm gonna create the next banger chapter and finish the story as fast as possible. Hell yeah, Bomb Dropper. Bye-bye, see you soon. Sounds good, Bomb Dropper. See you in a bit. This one, 4 years later. Zuki starts his life by going to a superpower school, and he doesn't care much about other people. He hasn't liked people ever since his mom died in a fire, and then he got adopted at the age of 7. Still has memories about what happened to his mom. Zuki's new mom was named Presley. She's sweet, loving, and helpful. Zuki's mom called him down. "Zuki, time to come down and get ready for school. It's your first day." "Okay, Mom, let me get my clothes on." And Zuki said, "Okay, I'll be on the couch." "Alright." Zuki came down the stairs and ate his pancakes and went to his mom. "Hey, Mom, when are we leaving?" 15 minutes. Have fun upstairs," said Mom. "I will." Zuki goes back upstairs and plays games until his mom calls him down to get ready for school. Hey Zuki, it's time to go. He responds, Mom, okay Mom, I'm coming. I added more to number 1. Yeah, it's pretty good. The idea is there. It definitely like the Nebula 101. Zuki stared up at the spacecraft and went back to Planet Nebula 101. And then goes straight into this. Gives you like, you know, the startup of the character, right? Where he came from, what he's doing, what his life is like. So his dad obviously did something. Well, it explains some, like, it leaves you with more, right? Because it's like, oh, well, something happened to his mom, which obviously his dad did, but if this is later or earlier, he's going to be going and getting revenge against his dad for something that he did against his mom, which is like, if the first chapter is a flash, like a flash forward, right? Like it's future, but it says this is 4 years later, which doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Because the timeline right now, Void says that he was 3 years old when this happened. Multiverse reset timeline? I don't know. He was fighting his dad, and then he's talking about this 4 years later, and he's going to school. So he would have been like 13. It would have been like 11 or 12 or 13 when he killed his dad. And he's like 16 or 17 now, but who knows? He could be younger. If that event happened really when it was 7, he killed his dad when he was at 7, right? Not quite sure. That's the start and giving you hints about what happened in the future. It's just that it says 4 years later. That's a little confusing. He 22. Oh, he was 11. So he's 11 in this story. Then he was 7 if that happened. Okay, yeah. So he killed his dad when he was 7. Because his dad did something to his mom? And his dad tried to kill him because his dad shot him in the arm. In 4 years later, he's 11. So the name of the chapter is just 4 years later. And it's like 4 years after his mom, but it's before the flashback of the first one. And then at the start, he's 21. I like the naming convention, but it is confusing. I kind of like the misdirection, but it is confusing, so... take that with a grain of salt, right? Don't apologize, Void. I mean, there's not much to go off of Void, but it's, yeah. Sure. I mean, it's an idea, right? Like, the writing itself is the same. It's like a 2, maybe a 2.5. But the idea is definitely up there as an 8. Like, you know, your father did something to your mother, you've been in foster care, you've been living up to a point of going to fight against your father. It's a pretty good story idea right there.
I hate this temperature bullshit. It's like hot
And then it's fucking cold, and then it's fucking hot, and then it's fucking cold. Okay. Oh, Scotty undressing. Hell yeah, Sassy Kitsune. Yo, what's up? How's it going? You know me. Oh, by the way, Kitsune, tomorrow is a makeup stream. So tomorrow is the Booba stream. So don't miss it. Don't miss the Booba stream. Sneak peek, his dad kills his mom when he's away. Yeah, I kind of figured his dad killed his mom and then he goes and tries to kill his dad. Yeah, I know, right? It's gonna be lit tomorrow. But anyways, we are back to... I'm gonna wear my fursuit. Hell yeah, Void. We are back to... So, Eye of the World. Alright, let's go. Keep moving, Lan commanded, drawing his sword. It's gonna be hard to type, though, but I don't care. Bet what page? Just use speech to text, voice access on like Windows, and then just speak your writing. Dictate. That's what I do for dialogue, to make dialogue sound like more realistic. I just like imagine what I'm gonna say and then I just say it. And then, since I always forget what's coming out of my mouth, I record it, and then I can type it down, right? And then you could use speech to text for that. Helps a lot. I'm gonna go for a little sounds good, Void. Lan commanded, drawing his sword. The warder wore steel-backed gauntlets now, and his gray-green scale tunic. Stay with Moiraine Sedai. He pulled Mandarb around, not toward the tree and its prey, but in the other direction. With his color-shifting cloak, he was swallowed by the blight before the black stallion was out of sight. Close, Moiraine urged. She did not slow her white mare, but she motioned the others to huddle nearer to her. Stay as close as you can. A roar sprang up from the direction the warder had gone. It beat at the air, and the trees quivered from it, and when it faded away, it seemed to echo still. Again, the roar came, filled with rage and death. Lan, and Eve said, heat. The awful sound cut her off, but there was a new note in it. Fear. Abruptly, it was gone. Lan can look after himself, Moiraine said. Ride, wisdom. From out of the trees, the warder appeared, holding his sword well clear of himself and his mount. Black blood stained the blade, and steam rose from it. Carefully, Lan wiped the blade clean with the cloth he took from his saddlebags, examining the steel to make sure he had gotten every spot. When he dropped the cloth, it fell apart before it reached the ground, even the fragments dissolving. Silently, a massive body leapt out of the trees at them. The warder spun Mandarb, but even as the warhorse reared, ready to strike with steel-shod hooves, Matt's arrow flashed, piercing the one eye in the head, and it seemed mostly mouth and teeth. Kicking and screaming, the thing fell, one bound short of them. Rand stared as they hurried past. Stiff hair like long bristles covered it. And it had too many legs, joining the body, as big as a bear, at odd angles. Some of them, at least those coming out of its back, had to be useless for walking. with the finger-long claws at their ends tore the earth in its death agony. Good shooting, sheepherder. Lan's eyes had already forgotten what was dying behind them and were searching the forest. Moiraine shook her head. It should not have been willing to come so close to one who touches the true source. Egelmar said in the blight stirs, Lan said. Perhaps the blight also knows a web is forming in the pattern. Hurry. Moiraine dug her heels into Aldib's flanks. We must get over the high passes quickly. But even as she spoke, the blight rose against them. Trees whipped in, reaching for them, not caring if Moiraine touched the true source or not. Rand's sword was in his hand. He did not remember unsheathing it. He struck out again and again, the heron-marked blade slicing through corrupted limbs. Hungry branches jerking back, severed, writhing stumps. He almost thought he heard them scream, but always more came, wriggling like snakes, attempting to snare his arms, his waist, his neck. Teeth bared in a rictus snarl as he sought the void and found it in the stony, stubborn soil of the two rivers. Manatherin! He screamed back at the trees till his throat ached. The heron-marked steel flashed in the strengthless sunlight. Manatherin! Manatherin! Standing in his stirrups, Mat sent arrow after arrow flashing into the forest, striking at deformed shapes and snarled and gnashed uncounted teeth on the shafts that killed them. Bit at the clawed forms fighting to get over them, to reach the mounted figures. Mat, too, was lost to the present. Karai an Kardazar shouted as he drew fletchings to cheek and loosed. Karai an Ezadandi al Isadandi Moredo Dagain past went Kubair al Elizandre. Fucking ads. God damn, getting up. These are ads. These ads being those are goods. These ads are being those are goods. A piece of those are goods. A piece of ads. A piece of those are goods. Ads. A piece of those are goods. I's piece of those are goods with ads. A piece of good. Don't ads. A piece of good. Piece of good ads. You give me a piece of good, I'll give you an ad. I'll tell you that right now. You get those ads up in there. Get overdone that. I don't got no more get at what you done. You know what we get at, get done, do what, yeah. We do what we get at, do done, get do der what done. Yeah, we know them ads hit at der dem der get der dum dem when what. We know we at the ads. When we at the ads will be at when we are. At when we are what at will be what do at you. Perrin also stood in his stirrups, silent and grim. He had taken the lead, and his axe hewed a path through the forest and foul flesh alike, whichever came before him. Flailing trees and howling things shield from the stalky axemen, shying as much from the fierce golden eyes as from the whistling axe. Forced his horse forward, step by determined step. Fireballs streaked from Moiraine's hands, and where they struck, a writhing tree became a torch. A toothed shape shrieked and beat with human hands, rent its own flaming flesh with fierce claws until it died. Again and again the warder took Mandarb into the trees, his blade and gauntlets dripping with blood that bubbled and steamed. When he came back now, more often than not, there were gashes in his armor, bleeding gashes in his flesh, and his warhorse stumbled and bled too. Each time the Aes Sedai paused to lay her hands on the wounds, and when she took them away, only the blood was left on unmarked flesh. I light signal fires for the half-men, she said bitterly. Press on, press on. They made their way one slow pace at a time. If the trees had not struck into the mass of attacking flesh as much as at the humans, the creatures, not two alike, had not fought the trees and one another as much as to reach them, Rand was sure they would have been overwhelmed. He was not certain it would not happen still. Then the fluting cry arose behind them, distant and thin. It cut through the snarling from the denizens of the blight around them. In an instant the snarl ceased, as if it had been sliced off with a knife. The attacking shapes froze, the trees went still. Suddenly as the things with legs had appeared, they melted away, vanishing into the twisting forest. The reedy shrill came again, like a cracked shepherd's pipes, and he was answered in kind by a chorus, half a dozen singing among themselves far behind. Worms, Lan said grimly, bringing a moan from Loyal. They've given us a respite. If we have time to use it. His eyes were measured, the distance yet in the mountains. Few things in the blight will face a worm. Can it be avoided? He dug his heels into Mandarb's flanks. Ride! The whole party lunged after him, through the blight that suddenly seemed truly dead, except for the piping behind. They were scared off by worms, Matt said incredulously. He was bouncing in a saddle, trying to sling a bow across his back. A worm! There was a sharp difference in the way the warder said it from the way that Matt had. Can kill a Fade. If a Fade hasn't the Dark One's own luck with it. We have an entire pack on our trail. Ride! Ride! The dark peaks were closer now. An hour, Rand estimated at the pace the warder was setting. Won't the worms follow us into the mountains? Egwin asked breathlessly, and Lan gave a sharp laugh. They won't. Worms are afraid of what lives in the high passes. Loyal moaned again. Rand wished the Ogier would stop doing that. He was well aware that Loyal knew more about the Blight than any of them except Lan, even if it was from reading books in the safety of a steading. Why does he have to keep reminding me that there's worse yet than we've seen? The Blight flowed past, weeds and grasses splashing rotten under galloping hooves. Trees of the kinds that had earlier attacked did not so much as twitch, even when they rode directly under the twisted branches. The mountains of doom filled the sky ahead, black and bleak and almost near enough to touch, it seemed. The piping came both sharp and clear, and there were squishing sounds behind them, louder than the things crushing under hooves, too loud as if half-decayed trees were being crushed by huge bodies slithering over them. Too near. Rand looked over his shoulder. Back there, treetops whipped and went down like grass. The land became sloping upward toward the mountains, tilting enough so that he knew they were climbing. We're not going to make it, Lan announced. He did not slow Mandarb's gallop, but his sword was suddenly in his hand again. Watch yourself in the high passes, Moiraine, and you'll get through. No! Lan! Nynaeve called. Be quiet, girl. Lan, even you cannot stop a worm pack. I will not have it. I will need you for the eye. Arrows, Matt called breathlessly. The worms wouldn't even feel them, the warder shouted. They must be cut to pieces. Don't feel much but hunger, sometimes fear. Clinging to his saddle with a death grip, Rand shrugged, trying to loosen the tightness on his shoulders. His whole chest felt tight, until he could hardly breathe, and his skin stung in hot pinpricks. The blight had turned to foothills. He could see the route they must climb once they reached the mountains. The twisting path and the high pass beyond, like an axe blow cleaving into the black stone. Light. What's up ahead that can scare what's behind? Light, help me. I've never been so afraid. I don't want to go any further. No further. Seeking the flame and the void, he railed at himself. Fool! Frightened, cowardly fool. You can't stay here and you can't go back. Are you going to leave Egwin to face it alone? The void eluded him. The void eluded him, forming, then shivering into 1,000 points of light, reforming and shattering again, each point burning into his bones until he quivered with pain and thought he must burst open. Light, help me. I can't go on. Light, help me. He was gathering the bay's reins to turn back, to face the worms or anything rather than what lay ahead, when the nature of the land changed. Between one slope of a hill and the next, between crest and peak, the blight was gone. Green leaves covered peacefully spreading branches. Wildflowers made a carpet of bright patches, and grasses stirred by a sweet spring breeze. Butterflies fluttered from blossom to blossom, with buzzing bees and birds trilling their songs. Gaping, he galloped on until he suddenly realized that Moiraine and Lan and Loyal had stopped. The others too. Slowly he drew rein, his face frozen in astonishment. Egwin's eyes were about to come out of her head, and Nynaeve's jaw dropped. "We have reached safety," Moiraine said. "This is the Green Man's place, and the Eye of the World is here. Nothing of the Blight can enter here." "I thought it was on the other side of the mountains," Rand mumbled. He could still see the peaks filling the northern horizon and the high passes. "You said it was always beyond the passes." "This place," said a deep voice from the trees, "is always where it is. All that changes is where those who need it are." A figure stepped out of the foliage, a man, shape as much bigger than Loyal as the Ogier was bigger than Rand, a man, shape of woven vines and leaves, green and glowing. His hair was grass, flowing to his shoulders, his eyes huge hazelnuts, his fingers acorns. Green leaves made his tunic and trousers seamless bark, his boots butterflies swirled around him. Lighting on his fingers and shoulders. His face. Only one thing spoiled the verdant perfection. A deep fissure ran up his cheek and temple across the top of his head, and the vines were brown and withered. "The Green Man," Egwin whispered, and the scarred face smiled. For a moment it seemed as if the bird sang louder. "Of course I am. Who else would be here?" The hazelnut eyes regarded Loyal. "It is good to see you, little brother. In the past, many of you came to visit me, but few of recent days." Loyal scrambled down from his big horse and bowed formally. "You honor me, tree brother." "Singu ma choshi tingshen." Smiling, the Green Man put an arm around the Ogier's shoulder. Alongside Loyal, he looked like a man beside a boy. "There is no honoring, little brother. We will sing tree songs together and remember the great trees and the steading, and hold the longing at bay." He studied the others just now getting down from their horses, and his eyes lit on Perrin. "A wolf brother! Do the old times truly walk again, then?" Rand stared at Perrin. For his part, Perrin turned his horse so it was between him and the Green Man, and bent to check the girth. Rand was sure he just wanted to avoid the Green Man's searching gaze. Suddenly the Green Man spoke to Rand. "Strange clothes you wear, child of the dragon. Has the wheel turned so far? Do the people of the dragon return to the first covenant? Do you wear a sword that is neither now nor then? But you wear a sword that is neither now nor then." Rand had to work moisture in his mouth before he could speak. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean?" The green man touched the brown scar across his head. For a moment he seemed confused. I cannot say. My memories are torn and often fleeting, and much of what remains is like leaves visited by caterpillars. Yet I am sure. No, it is gone. But you are welcome here. You, Moiraine Sedai, are more than a surprise. When this first was made, it was made so that none could find it twice. How have you come here? Need, Moiraine replied. My need. The world's need. Most of all is the world's need. We have come to see the eye of the world. The green man sighed, the wind sighing through thick-leaved branches. Then it has come again. That memory remains whole. The Dark One stirs. I have feared it. Every turning of years, the blight strives harder to come inside, and this turn, the struggle to keep it out has been greater than ever since the beginning. Come, I will take you. End of chapter 49. Moving on to chapter 50. Dun dun dun. Alright, okay, so we're at that time now, guys. So, we finished the video today. So, need your guys' opinion on it. Let's pull it out. Whip it out, boys. Okay, here we go. Are you ready?
A flash, and the ground opened to reveal hell. The screaming, tortured faces of the damned, concentric circles of pain, in each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied to the sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. But the worst was the small, simple, stone cell, regret. Michael couldn't breathe. This was impossible. This wasn't... The window to their left shattered inward. Except it wasn't glass. It was reality itself cracking. For just a moment, Michael saw the man's true form reflected there. Wings like burnt parchment, tattered at the edges. Face of horrible beauty, corrupted and twisted. Eyes that burned with ancient fury. Something that had been an angel once. The most beautiful thing in creation. Now warped beyond recognition. Then it was gone. The man, Satan, was just a bloke in a nice suit again. Michael managed. Why are you telling me this? Because I don't want you. Satan's voice was flat. I really, truly, genuinely don't want you. You're a crap sinner. But let me explain something about how this works. Satan leaned forward. I collect sinners. The wicked, the cruel, the ones who choose evil over and over. People who hurt others for pleasure. People who destroy lives for profit. People who look at suffering and decide to create more of it. I hurt those fuckers. It's so fun. He gestured to the cracked window, and Michael saw glimpses. Souls in torment, demons, endless caverns of screaming. They belong there. They earned it. They chose it through action after action after action. Hell is justice for them. It's what they deserve. Satan's grin faded. But you're just pathetic, broken, just tired, just hurt. You lost faith because a little girl died and you couldn't save her. Boo-hoo-hoo! And now you're planning suicide because your feelings have a boo-boo. Not because you're wicked. He shook his head. You don't belong in hell, Hayes. You belong in heaven, and it pisses me off that you're about to throw that away. Why do you care? Because it's a waste. Satan's voice rose, genuine frustration breaking through. I've been collecting souls for millennia, and most of them deserve it. But every so often I get one who doesn't. Someone who makes one stupid choice in a moment of despair and dooms themselves forever. And I have to take them because those are the rules. Stood abruptly. The lights went out completely. When they came back on, the carriage was gone. Michael was standing in darkness. No, not darkness. Dim red light, like dying coals. Let me show you what you're choosing. Satan's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Let me show you what happens if you jump. He grabbed the priest by the neck, nails digging. The tunnel walls began to change, to melt, to open up into something vast. Michael screamed. He was standing on a precipice overlooking an impossible cavern. Stretched down and down and down, so far that the bottom was lost in red mist and smoke. The heat hit him like a physical force, not the clean heat of fire, but something worse, something that smelled of burning meat and sulfur and human waste and rotting flesh all at once. And the sounds, God, the sounds! Screaming, millions of voices beyond. Maybe billions, all screaming at once. Not the quick scream of sudden pain, but the endless, grinding scream of agony that never stops.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the
never
B-roll
becomes
either.
bearable.
Like, I think it gets better when we get the time lapses, but these early ones are kind of like, eh. Which is like why I wanted to have the subtitles there, but I'm not sure about the subtitles, because then I have the fence at the bottom, so you can have the subtitles on the bottom too, right? So it's like, I don't know, but we're just testing, right? 3, 2, 1,
sanitized version, the real deal. Michael couldn't look away. The cavern was carved into levels, circles descending deeper and deeper, and on each level, souls were being torn apart. On the nearest level, Michael saw a man strapped to a table made of what looked like obsidian. A wooden pole covered in what looked like broken glass penetrating his rectum. Demons surrounded him, twisted into mockeries of beauty. One had too many limbs, all ending in surgical instruments. Another had a face split vertically, each half grinning independently. They were skinning the man, slowly, methodically peeling strips of flesh from his body, while he screamed and thrashed, blood pooling. But the worst part, the part that made Michael's stomach heave, was that the flesh grew back. As soon as they peeled a strip away, new skin formed, nerve endings and all, ready to be flayed again. That's Marcus, Satan said unconservationally. Serial killer. 12 women. Great work. Tortured him for days before killing him. Thought he was clever. Thought he'd never get caught. His East London accent was jarring against the screams. He gets skinned alive every day. Been going on for about 300 years now. He'll be going for 3 billion more. And then 3 trillion. And it never ends, mate. Never. The poll is a new addition. I got bored. Michael tried to close his eyes, but found he couldn't. Satan was making him watch. Keep looking. You need to see what you're choosing. On the next level down, a woman was suspended by hooks through her shoulders, spinning slowly over a spit of fire. But it wasn't normal fire. It was a cold fire. Fire that burned without light, that hurt in ways that physical flame couldn't. Her mouth was open in a constant scream, but no sound came out. Her vocal cords had been severed. Satan appeared next to her, pushing her slightly so she swung a little as she rotated.
Over Stream Hub World, what's up?
Michael now.
How are you?
Drowned her 3 kids in a bathtub because they were cramping her style.
Welcome.
Never repented. Thought she'd get away with it. He grinned. The silent scream is my favorite bit. She screams and
This is my new video.
but can't hear herself.
We're critiquing it.
From vocalizing the pain. Just silent agony forever. Michael felt vomit rise in his throat. Keep watching. Next level was worse. A massive wheel, like something from a medieval torture chamber, but impossibly large. Hundreds of bodies were chained to it, and as it turned, they were crushed against stone, bones breaking, organs rupturing, skulls cracking. Then the wheel turned further, and they healed instantly, completely, just in time to be crushed again. So much fun! Satan shouted. Child abusers, he said simply. All of them. Priests, teachers, parents, people who were supposed to protect kids and diddled them instead. They get crushed, healed, crushed again. The pain never dulls. The body never adapts. Every time feels like the first. Michael was shaking. Please, stop. I can't, mate. You need to see this. Satan's voice was harder now. You need to understand what you're throwing yourself into. On the next level, demons were forcing souls to eat their own organs, pulling out intestines and making them chew, swallow, digest. Then the organs would regenerate and the process would start again. The souls were vomiting and crying and begging, but the demons just laughed. Sounds like breaking glass and screaming metal. Gluttons, Satan said. People who hoarded food while others starved. CEOs kept their workers in poverty. Billionaires who watched people die of hunger and did nothing. They eat themselves now, forever. I kick 'em every so often for something to do. Lower still, Michael saw souls being torn apart by other souls. Humans ripping each other with teeth and nails, tearing flesh, breaking bones, gouging eyes. And the worst part was the expressions. They hated each other. Pure, absolute hatred that would never fade, never be satisfied, never end. They would torture each other for eternity and never stop wanting to. Genocides, Satan said. Mass murderers. People who stoked hatred and watched the world burn. Now they burn together. And they hate each other so much, they'll never stop, never tire, never find peace. Just endless violence and endless hate. Michael was crying now. Please, I understand. I understand. Nah, you don't. Not yet. Satan grabbed his shoulder and his grip was like iron, because you haven't seen where you'd go. The world shifted, and they were suddenly on a different level, higher up, away from the worst torments, but it was still hell. A man sat in a small stone room. He wasn't being actively tortured. He was just sitting, staring at the wall. That's Thomas, Satan said. Jumped off a bridge in 1847. Depressed. Lost his wife to tuberculosis. That's a great death. Coughing, blood, the works. Good man otherwise. Lived a decent life. One bad choice. Michael watched. The man wasn't moving, just sitting, staring. Doesn't look so bad, does it? Satan's grin was terrible. Keep watching. Michael looked. The man's face was wet with tears. His lips were moving, forming words over and over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's all he does, Satan said softly. Sits there, thinks about what he lost. Heaven is right there, just beyond reach, and he knows it. Knows he could have had it. Knows he threw it away for one moment of despair that passed. Wife in heaven, waiting for him, and he knows he'll never see her again. The man's face suddenly contorted in anguish. He screamed, really screamed, and began clawing at the walls. His nails broke and bled, but the wounds healed instantly, and he kept clawing, kept screaming, kept sobbing. That happens every few hours, Satan explained. The full realization hits him again, the weight of what he lost, the knowledge that it never ends, and he breaks down completely, and he goes numb all for the while. Then it hits him again. Forever! Satan pointed to another cell, another suicide. This one was a woman, young, maybe 25. She was banging her head against the wall over and over, trying to knock herself unconscious. Blood everywhere, but she couldn't. There was no unconsciousness here, no sleep, no rest, no escape. That's where you'd go, Satan said. His London accent was gone, replaced by something ancient and terrible. Not the worst torments, not the flaying or the fire, just that endless awareness of what you threw away. Endless regret. Endless knowledge that heaven was yours and you chose this instead. He spun Michael around to face him. And I'd have you watch for being a sad sack. Have you listen to sobbing and apologizing for the next trillion years. And it pisses me off, Michael, 'cause you don't belong here. You earned heaven. You worked for it. You served that prick even when you didn't feel him. And one bad night, one moment of pain would throw it all away. Satan waved his hand, and suddenly they could see more cells. Dozens of them, hundreds, all suicides. All just sitting or pacing or crying or screaming. All trapped in the endless knowledge of their mistake. Some of them been here for thousands of years, Satan said. Still just as aware, still just as regretful. Time doesn't help. Nothing helps. They'll be like this when the universe ends. And then for trillions of years after that, and then trillions more. Michael was sobbing now. I don't want this. I don't want this. Well, no shit! Then don't choose it! Satan's voice rose to a roar that shook the cavern. Don't jump off that fucking bridge! Don't throw yourself into my kingdom because you had one bad day. Suddenly, they were back in the tube carriage. The screams cut off. The heat disappeared. There were just two men sitting across from each other in a fluorescent lit train. But Michael could still smell the sulfur, could still hear the echoes of screaming in his ears, could still see that man's face, tears streaming, mouth forming. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. That's what you're choosing, Satan said quietly. His sunglasses were back on. He looked human again. That's what happens if you jump. Not oblivion. Not peace. That. Michael couldn't stop shaking. And before you think I'm lying, trying to trick you, I'm not. Satan's voice was flat. I'm the Prince of Lies. Yeah, but every word I've said tonight is true. Because I don't want you. I've got plenty of souls who deserve it. I don't need yours. The train began to slow. They were pulling into a station. That's Finsbury Park, Satan said. Your stop. The one you plan to get off at before heading to the bridge. He stood, straightened his suit. So here's your choice, Father Hayes. You can get off, walk to your bridge, jump, and I'll see you in about 30 seconds. Down in one of those cells where you'll spend eternity regretting it. He paused. Or you can stay on this train, ride it back, go home, sleep, wake up tomorrow, and never, ever have to see that place again. Doors open. Platform was empty. Michael couldn't move. The images were burned in his mind. The screaming, the endless regret, the man in the cell clawing at walls that would never break. I've been doing this for millennia, Satan said softly. Taking souls, watching humans, throw away paradise. He stepped toward the door, then looked back. Between you and me, your God is insufferable, self-righteous. Takes all the credit when people recover from disease I caused. Gets all the prayers, drives me mad. Grin was bitter, but he's real, and he wants you alive. And as much as I hate admitting it, you should listen to him. Why? Michael whispered. Why save me? Because every so often, I like to prove a point, Satan's grin sharpened, that even the devil has standards, that even I can see when someone doesn't belong in hell. And because... He paused. Because I remember what it was like before the fall, before the pride ruined everything. I remember heaven. and I wouldn't wish this on someone who could still have it. The doors started to close. Satan held them open with one hand. "What's it gonna be, Father?" Michael looked at the platform. He exited the path to the bridge, and he looked at his hands, shaking, covered in cold sweat. He could still hear the screaming in his head, could still see those cells. "Going home," he whispered. Satan's grin widened into something almost genuine. "Brilliant! Knew you had some sense in you." Michael stood on shaking legs, but didn't move towards the doors. "I believe," he said suddenly. "I believe God exists. I believe heaven is real. I believe it all. I'm sorry," Michael said. He wasn't sure who he was talking to. "I'm sorry I gave up. I'm sorry I stopped believing. I'm sorry about tonight." "Don't apologize to me, mate. I don't care." Satan stepped back onto the platform. "Save it for him. He's the one who's been waiting to hear it." The doors closed. Satan stood on the platform, hands in his pockets, looking for all the world like a bloke waiting for the next train. He raised one hand in farewell. "Remember what you saw tonight." His voice came through the glass, muffled but clear. "Remember where you almost went. And when life gets hard again, and it will, remember that one moment of despair isn't worth the eternity of regret." The train pulled away. Michael pressed his face to the glass, watching Satan disappear into the darkness of the tunnel. Then he was alone in the carriage. Normal sounds returned. The rattle of the train, the hum of the lights, his phone buzzed. 11:52 p.m. Only 1 minute had passed. Michael pulled the note from his pocket, read it one last time, then he tore it into pieces and watched them fall to the floor. Father Michael Hayes rode the train home, and when he got there, he knelt beside his bed, something he hadn't done in 3 years, and prayed. Not because he felt anything, not because he was certain of anything except the images burned into his mind, but because he had seen hell, had seen where he would have gone, had seen the endless regret, the eternal awareness of what he'd thrown away, and because even Satan himself, the Prince of Lies, the adversary of God, had tried to save him by showing him the truth. "God," Michael whispered into the darkness of his room, "I'm sorry. I don't understand you. I'm still angry about Sarah. I still don't know why children suffer, but I believe you're real. I believe heaven is real, and I believe you want me alive." He paused. "Help me, please." The devil had just saved the soul by telling the truth. He'd done it with a grin and a London accent, complaining about God the whole time. The irony was perfect. Protesters swarmed the vehicle. The door rattled as they thrashed against it, just as they thought there was no escape. Riot guards emerged.
Oh shit, EJ Sean, thanks for the raid. Yo, what's up, guys?
A single woman
We're
past the police. She screamed and pleaded for the innocence of her son.
we're just watching my new video.
The program thus far had been eventful.
Thank you for the raid. How's it going? How's the stream today? How are you guys? What up, man? Got raid and run. You have a great rest of your stream. Hell yeah, EJ Sean. Thank you. We're just going through and making sure that this video is all good and all the stories are good. All the editing is done. Getting feedback on it. So we need feedback on like the narration and everything. The B-roll, whether you guys think it's good or not. This is probably the worst one. But
deliberately stalking an unsuspecting victim. Realize the danger.
Always good to have you guys in here. Hope you enjoy the stories, and you know, if you got any stories and you're writers as well and you want to share anything, feel free to join the Discord and drop it in the Discord or even in the chat here, and you know, feel free. Early day tomorrow, and had a weird night last night. Guess I'm off for the night. Have a blast, everyone. Alright, Sean, take care, good sir. Have a great night.
As if he hadn't a care in the world.
One Sean enters and both Sean leaves.
Shudder run through her, a primal fear which every mother would surely experience after witnessing such a heinous act. She glanced across at her husband and saw the same horror and anger in his eyes. This was every parent's worst nightmare, to have their child snatched away by some vile monster in broad daylight on a city street. so easy, too easy, for evil men intent on targeting the innocent and vulnerable. Diane couldn't even bear to imagine what that poor child had been through in those horrifying last few hours of her life. The footage ended abruptly, with the image changing to a serious-faced Mr. Anderson back in the studio, with a photo fit of the murderer set behind him. The scariest thing about this monster was that he looked so normal. White, English-born, and from a good family, a clean-cut, handsome young man with a steady job and decent prospects. Who would have guessed that this individual was capable of such vile and evil acts? Still, looking at his photograph, Diane could see something in his eyes, a terrible darkness born of ruthless killer. Subject, Spencer Thomas, aged 28. Convicted of the kidnap, rape, and murder of a 14-year-old, Sally Jones. Most of us will remember the nationwide campaign to find Sally after her disappearance last March. Her body was found by ramblers buried in a shallow grave in a wooded area 5 miles from her hometown. Mr. Spencer, who has no previous convictions, was found guilty of Sally's murder by a jury of his peers following a long and complex trial. The conviction was delivered on the basis of CCTV footage and the DNA evidence collated by the police investigators. Spencer is suspected by police of involvement in the murders of a further 2 teenage girls, but investigators have insufficient evidence to bring formal charges in these cases. Mr. Spencer continues to proclaim his innocence of any crimes. However, his final appeal has been rejected by the Supreme Court, and so Thomas Spencer will face a death sentence. The bastard deserves everything he gets, Diane exclaimed, with a barely suppressed fury in her voice. In fact, a quick death is far too good for scum like him. I would rather see him suffer. Her husband did not argue, not this time. The couple watched on in eager anticipation as the automated lottery began once again. They both nearly choked on their tea when they saw the name appear on their TV screen. Diane was sure it was a mistake or a coincidence. But then her phone vibrated on the table beside her, an instant message appearing which confirmed that this was real. Bradley Anderson smiled as he made the announcement. And our final nominee today is Mrs. Diane Cooper, a 50-year-old office manager, married with 2 children.
I feel like you've been getting more and more viewers recently. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. I mean, we just got raided. I mean, we've been getting raids lately, so that helps, right? But how's it going, Hake? How are you?
Diane shook her head in disbelief. Shock had left her speechless as she stared at the television. Part of her still imagining
we get more and more different people, right?
George shook
but
his wife
it is,
out of her shock,
you know,
and
it is what it is. I try to put on a show. I try to be entertaining. Oh, it's good. I just pop in and see what's going on sometimes. Hell yeah, sounds like a good time, Hank.
You all right? Yes.
Just really busy. Oh, I feel it, man. It's that time of year, right? Fucking with the holidays and everything, Christmas, New Year's and everything coming up. Like, this is the busiest time of the fucking year. So again, like I always say, don't prioritize my stream. You know, I'm just some random fucktard on the internet, right? Put your life first. That's what's important. Because if you're not there, you can't come back and watch. So you gotta take care of yourself. So you can come back and watch and then give me all your money. I mean, what?
45-minute drive from Diane's house to the prison. She sat in silence the whole way, not speaking to the driver or her police officer escort. What was there to say on occasion such as this?
Thanks,
George
man.
offered to go
No
with her
worries.
today.
Always a good time.
Insufferable over the last couple of weeks, and so
I hate people that are like, the idea of like bullying their audience into watching them. Like, oh, I only appreciate you if you watch me continuously. It's like, I'm glad anyone just shows up. Have you voted Game of the Year? No, I generally don't vote.
Given the opportunity to deliver justice with her own
but I will say my Game of the Year is Expedition 33.
She would feel guilty,
hands down.
that it would take its toll.
100%.
The nominees suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder after the deed was done.
Even though some people are like, oh, it's Arc Raiders!
Stronger than that.
No, it's Expedition 33.
Why should she feel guilty?
Period.
Thomas Spencer was pure evil and he deserved to die.
You're just wrong.
Still, stomach was in knots, her
you're
mind
just
racing
wrong.
during that seemingly endless drive. It was just nerves, she supposed. They'd warned her about the protesters, but seeing them in the flesh was shocking.
Yeah, I heard Team Cherry
Hatred,
won't
the
even
rage,
go to
their
Game of the Year
self-righteous
because
indignation
they're
was
expecting
sickening.
not to win anything.
The anti-death penalty.
Yeah.
Fanatics mobbed the car.
I
as
mean,
soon
I think
as
it's a
they
joke
arrived at the prison
anyways.
gates,
All the game
a
show
dozen of them
fucking
slamming their
bullshit
hands
is a
and
joke.
fists on the windows of the vehicle, screaming obscenities and making threats. For a moment, Diane feared they would be overwhelmed. Then the detachment of riot police arrived to push the protesters back.
Is what it is, right?
The scuffles
Kind of one of
continued
those
for a
things.
few minutes, and several arrests were made before it was
The
deemed safe for
degradation of the
Diane and the police escort to
industry
exit the
comes
vehicle.
with that kind of side
Don't worry,
effect,
ma'am,
where it's
the
like
officer said with a smile. We'll
things
keep you
are like
safe.
for instance, like last year with like Astrobot taking
Diane
Game of the
wasn't so
Year
sure,
over.
but she wasn't
When the
going to
definition
let
of indie
this
is really
rabble
unclear right now.
intimidate her.
It shouldn't be.
Religious nuts
Indie means
who
doesn't have a
left-wing
publisher.
leanings didn't
It
know
means
what they were talking
self-published. That is like the definition of like an
trepidation,
indie published
Diane stepped
game
out
is
into
that
the
it
pavement and was
they
immediately surrounded by
published it
phalanx of
themselves. They
riot
didn't
police who
publish it
formed
through a
protective
publisher.
shield around her. They moved forward quickly as
That's
vile
literally the
protesters continued to
only thing. This
scream
year was a
abuse
great
and
gaming year.
insults
Yep.
from afar.
Yep.
Diane glanced across the street.
I
and was
agree.
relieved to see a
Even
second
though like
group
I'm
of
not really
dignified
like
counter-protesters.
Monster Hunter Wilds just didn't do it
Men
for
and
me.
women from conservative
But that's because I know that the expansion with Master Rank is coming out.
Reclaim Our Nation.
So I'm like, well, everything I'm gonna get is gonna be
Organizations who
obsolete.
back
So I
the
just
death
played through the
penalty.
game, and then maybe I'll go back and do the title. Like I always watch Rage Gaming play
People
through it. So like
attempted
I know
to
all the
drown out
content
the
and
mob
everything.
by
I just
shouting supportive
not
slogans.
interested in playing it right now.
Good on you, Mrs. Cooper. You're doing the right thing. You're a hero, Diane. Their words of encouragement gave her strength, but what happened next was entirely unexpected. Suddenly, their path to the prison gates was blocked by a solitary figure.
But I still haven't played Where
Woman,
Winds Meet,
pale-faced
and like
tired
apparently
with
Where
a
Winds Meet
terrible
is fucking
sorrow
amazing,
evident
even though
in
it's a
her
gotcha
eyes.
game.
Diane noted the small framed photograph the woman held close to her breast, a dated picture of a smiling blonde-haired boy, perhaps age 6 or 7, who spoke emotionally and quickly as surely she realized her time was limited. Mrs. Cooper, my name is Teresa Spencer, she exclaimed. Madam, you're blocking the path, said the lead police officer. Please move immediately. Teresa ignored the man and continued her obviously pre-prepared speech. This is my son Thomas. They want you to kill him today. My boy is innocent. Madam, interjected the officer, as he moved towards Teresa with his hands on his belt. Madam, you are interfering with an official police operation. Remove yourself from the situation, or action will be taken. Miss Cooper, please, pleaded the desperate mother. He's a good boy, and would never do the things they said. The police set him up. Please, look into your heart. That was your last warning, screamed the police officer. He moved with speed, removing a weapon from his belt, aiming and pulling the trigger. There was a bang and a flash before Teresa Spencer's limp body fell to the ground. Diane screamed. For a terrible moment, she thought the woman had been shot, but then realized that the police officer's weapon was only a taser. Teresa's immobilized body twitched in the concrete as 2 officers moved in to make their arrest. Meanwhile, the rest of the
I
squad
remember there are
pushed Diane
games that
forward
really
as the dang
stretch the no
protesters
publisher
worked
thing,
themselves
though.
up into a wild frenzy.
Yeah,
She
I
feared
could
the
see
crazed
it.
mob would lynch them all.
But I mean, you could
Diane
say
and her
even something like,
protectors were
I guess a
inside the
second
gate,
stipulation would be like not having a
entering the
studio.
secure
No
prison
studio,
compound and leaving
no
the chaos of the
publisher.
streets behind them. Diane was still shaking even after the heavy security gates were closed. She hadn't expected that to be harangued.
I don't
by
know if there
the
needs to be other
murderer's mother.
stipulations, but that feels
Why
like
they even allowed her
that
to be
probably
here
rounds
today
it out.
wasn't appropriate, not at all. Whole
It's not quite some guy in his basement. Like the bottom level is some guy in his basement, but you could still have like a group of people collaborating,
sort of waiting room with an
but not have like an official business.
Somehow sterile.
Or if they have an official business, it's not like they have an official office.
Some time passed before they came to fetch her. Could have been minutes or hours. Diane could no
Maybe there
longer
should be
tell.
another category
She just
between
couldn't stop thinking
indie
about Teresa Spencer
and
she
like
said, funny.
But
one never did think of these
mainstream
monsters having mothers.
I don't know what word to use for it.
Teresa had pleaded for her son's life. What mother wouldn't have? Diane couldn't help but think what she would do. for David was in the same
But do you think that
position.
my voice acting has gotten
Claimed the
better,
boy was
Hank?
innocent. The police had set
That's
him up.
kind of what I'm mainly working
Sounds
on right
possible.
now is my voice acting.
Diane followed the trial on television,
that
and the evidence had been compelling.
my,
CCTV
you know,
footage of the
The
abduction.
narrations are actually
that
good.
was linked to Spencer. The DNA
People have
evidence
said that the
taken
new
from Sally's
voice
body.
that I'm doing, like where I'm
Nevertheless, it
using
wasn't a clear-cut
resonance with my
case.
voice, like
Spencer hadn't been
this,
caught
where
red-handed,
it's like
and
I've
still
been
protested his innocence. There was something else playing on Diane's mind too. Assuming Spencer was guilty of Sally's murder, and Diane was nearly
This is me
certain
voice
that he
acting.
was,
like doing the
it was
narrations, like
still
reading,
the matter of his previous
right?
crimes.
That's what I consider like in
Suspected
this
him of at least two other murders,
instance would
and
be voice
in
acting.
one case,
Is just
the girl's body
reading,
was never found.
right?
Still, Spencer
it's like
proclaimed his innocence.
the
He'd
way-
given the police no information.
Yeah.
The location of the missing girl's body would go to the grave.
And
with
because
him.
like for the characters
thought
and
of
stuff,
the
like
grieving family
I'm using a
realizing
different
they would
voice
never be
for
able to bury
everything,
the
right? Like I
little
use a
girl.
voice for the narration, I
Would
use a
never
voice
obtain
for the
closure.
characters, I
They were
use
furious to
like, you
think
know,
that Spencer could get away with this.
my main thing though is
Why
just
weren't the police
perfecting the
allowed to
voice, and then
torture
I'm
the
trying to
bastard
like
to
get to
the
the point of
information he
adding.
needed?
This is a good
Diane still
narrating
felt this
voice.
anger when a hard-faced
Okay, good. Then I'm going in the right direction. That's what everyone's been saying. And I'm like, I've been talking in the wrong tone my entire life, doing resonance training with voice, like resonance and clarity training. I'm like, this is how I should actually have spent my entire life talking,
while they walked down the brightly lit
instead of
corridor.
like this.
But Diane
And it's
hardly
just like
listened.
maybe that's why people think that I'm
Nerves were
annoying,
shot
is
by
because
this
like
point, and the doubts were creeping in.
I don't talk in the resonance
had to
that
see this through
is
to the end.
of like my body.
They entered a small control room.
So I'm training
sterile
myself
with all
to
three white
just
walls,
naturally talk
and an
in that
innocuous waste
tone,
paper bin in the corner.
and then my voice will
Wall
just carry
size,
that
dark
authority that comes with the
and
resonance
finally
of
solitary hard-backed plastic chair nailed to the floor,
your chest cavity.
directly in front of a single-digit control
It
panel.
is the voice you are meant to
Skipper?
project
Please sit
through
down.
the form and
Then the
shape of
door
your own
faced
body.
Official. Diane meekly
I need to get
complied.
better doing female voices, though.
Now, madam, Miss Dempsey continued, you have been familiar.
I know what you mean. I've been trying to shape my voice because
realize
hearing
the
it
entire
pisses me
process is
off.
automated. All we need
Do
to
you know if
do
you
is
do
push the red
this?
button on the touch
So if you take your
screen
hands
when I tell you to do so,
and you
all
put
very
them
simple.
behind your ears
Now,
like
you understand,
this,
Miss Cooper?
you can you can
Yes.
hear your voice
Diane
in the
replied,
way that other
voice
people
nearly
hear
breaking.
it.
Now, Miss Dempsey continued.
So you can
"The
actually do
condemned
like
prisoner
self
has
voice
opted for
training
termination by bullet.
if you
As
do
the nominated
this.
candidate, you have the right to change your mind at this point in
And
the
it's like the
proceedings.
more that you pull
Now,
your
do you
ears
wish to carry out the
forward
termination behind the
until they're
closed screen?"
evenly across.
Anne was very tempted.
That's actually a
She'd
really good
already
tip.
been
Yeah,
through so
because
much
the
trauma
problem is the
today,
way
it
that
would be
you
much
hear your
easier simply to
voice,
push a button,
because
not
it's
have to witness
resonating
the gruesome
back
act.
at you
No, that
versus
would be the
like
cowardly
you
way out.
hearing it. But if you can pick
Diane
up
knew
that
she needed to
entire
stay
frequency
strong and stick by
as
her
it's coming
principles.
out,
She shook
because it
her head in the
re-resonates
negative.
through
Okay,
your
Miss Dempsey
jawline
continued.
up
"You understand
into
this
your
process will be
ears.
recorded?"
So you get the direct
Diane
effect
looked up
as
to the
opposed to
ceiling.
a secondary
For the first
effect that
time,
you're
she saw the
always
closed-circuit
hearing.
camera trained upon her.
So it's not like
Now the image was
100%, but
being
it's like
broadcast to
80
millions
to
of viewers
85%
throughout the
close. So it's like
This
you
was
can
the
basically
least
train off
Diane's
of
words
that
at this
instead
moment.
of what your normal voice sounds like to
Officials
you.
spoke at
Yeah.
length about
There's a lot of
legislation and
tiny little
procedures,
cool tips and tricks that
but
you'll
Diane
learn
would no longer listen.
about listening to your
She
own
just
voice and
wanted this to be
projecting your
over.
own voice.
Finally,
Like the difference
the
between
government
standing in
then
front of a
stopped
wall
talking. Okay.
and facing the
Are we
wall
ready to proceed?
and like
Dempsey
facing
leaned
into like
down
an
and
open
pushed a couple of
room.
buttons on the
And
control
like
panel,
the
and suddenly
echo
dark
effect
tinted
and
glass
stuff
in
like
front of them
that.
turned transparent.
And like the shape of the
Diane
room
saw
causing
him
it. What's
in
in the
flesh for the
room,
first
right?
time.
That's why having like
Spencer was
diffusers
restrained
and
on
like
a metal
this
chair,
room is
his
naturally
wrists,
good because
neck,
it has
and
the
ankles were bound,
arching
and his eyes
diffusers
covered
from
by
the
a
attic
blindfold.
from the
Diane
slant
was
of the
shocked by his
roof.
physical appearance.
So it's
Spencer
not a
didn't
box,
look like a
it's
ruthless
like
killer anymore.
a
Rather, he
rectangle.
appeared as
It's like a
pathetic and
polygon.
pitiful figure, his body shaking and his prison uniform soiled. He whimpered.
This is
in
why I like
terror,
this room because it works really
tears
well
streaming
for
down his
sound
ghost-pale
sound
cheeks as the
reverberation,
robot arm
including
moved
having the
into
window
position,
right like here as well.
placing the .22 gun close to his temple. The official spoke into
But I've always been a sound
microphone
guy. Like I did
installed
sound
within
in
the
school
control
and
panel.
stuff like that.
Thomas
for film.
Spencer, you
So,
have been convicted
do
of
we get a
murder
room
and
tour
sentenced
one day?
to death. Your sentence will now be carried out. Do you have any final words?
Hold on. Wait, let me see if I can find
Spencer
it.
nodded his head back and forth as much as was possible given the restraints.
I have a video
He exclaimed emotionally.
somewhere
no
of
right
it.
to do this. I don't deserve to die.
I
The
think
MOG
it's
woman
on
abruptly cut off the
Twitter.
radio transmission and carefully typed a security code into the control panel. The image on the screen changed to reveal one large red button with a single word written underneath it. Terminate. In your own time, said Miss Dempsey. Diane hesitated. She found herself physically unable to lift her finger and push the button. It seemed like an eternity passed her by as she became paralyzed by self-doubt. In that moment, all she could think of was her family. Diane had spent her whole adult life trying to protect her children, to keep David and Sarah safe and give them both a good future.
Yeah, Expedition 33 should get Game of the Year. I just don't know how I feel about it being an indie because its team and budget are so massive. It shouldn't be indie. It's a AA game. It shouldn't be indie. Expedition 33 is not an indie game. It's a small studio, but it's not an indie game.
What if? Diane nervously asked. What if I don't do it? Miss Dempsey rolled her eyes. Well, as I've already explained, refusal to carry out your mandatory duel will place you in breach of Article 17 of the Act. You will face prosecution with a fine of up to $5,000 or a custodial sentence of up to 6 months. Diane shuddered. She already knew all of this, of course. Many nominees refused to carry out the executions, and it was very rare for anyone to go to prison. If Diane pulled out,
I found it.
She would likely face only minor repercussions.
I found
a slap on the wrist and a fine. But of course, she would face public
Where's the one that's the
humiliation
video?
and alienation from her conservative friends. Worse, the whole world would see that Diane Cooper was a hypocrite.
Do I not
One who
have the
publicly
video?
supported the death penalty, but who couldn't push the button when
Damn, I can only find the picture, not the video.
Must have sensed Diane's moral dilemma, and for the first time she showed some compassion, touching Diane gently on her shoulder and speaking.
I have like an entire video showing my entire setup.
It's only natural.
I don't know
to
why I
have
can't
doubts.
find it though.
You need to remember what this man has done. Think of the girls, of what he put them through.
This is when my room
In
was
the end,
clean.
It was those words which saw her through. She hated Thomas Spencer with every fiber of her being. And
Whereas
wanted him
games
to
like
be
Blueprints are
punished
technically
for
not
what he'd
indie.
done. She held her hand out, pausing only momentarily before.
Yeah, I guess
punching
there
and
is kind of
pressed
a
down on
big
the button.
dissonance
His head
across
suddenly
that,
pulled
right?
backward As the restraint around his throat.
But
tightened.
to me, that's
He was
like
choking him.
women in men's
Got him in a gun,
sports.
re-aimed
Is in
and then
Expedition
fired.
33 being an indie
It was a
or
flash
classified
of
as
soft
indie
popping
is like a
noise
man
when the
participating
bullet
in
penetrated
female
Spencer's skull,
sports.
spraying fragments
It's like,
of
no,
his own skull against
that's
the
not
glass.
your weight
He
class.
had slumped as he took his final breath. Miss Dempsey calmly typed into the control panel and made an announcement to the camera. Life signs extinguished. Subject has been terminated. Diane stared through the glass at Spencer's lifeless body, temporarily mesmerized by what she saw, until suddenly she felt the bile rising in her throat. She jumped off her chair, darted across the room, and promptly vomited into the waste paper bin. Don't worry, Mrs. Cooper, Miss Dempsey said. That happens all the time. You did well. Diane didn't answer. She continued to kneel beside the bin.
Oh, I was gonna
unable
say,
to
like,
look
last
back
year,
at the
like,
glass of the
fucking,
lifeless body of a man she just terminated.
Astrobot winning
And
Game
I
of the Year
realized the
instead of
truth.
Wukong
It's not
was
about
total
Thomas
bullshit.
Spencer or any of
Wukong was
the other
100% the
condemned
best
men and
game of the
women.
year last year.
Maybe they all deserve
It was
to die,
so
maybe not.
amazing because it changed the way
They
that the
made
West
people like
perceives
Diane do
Chinese
under the
games.
NJA,
And that's
whose
proven
government
by where
turned
winds
them
meet
all into killers.
Wu Chan or Wu
Diane
Chang,
would
Fallen
leave his birthday
Feathers.
and would face no legal ramifications
It's like
for
it
what she'd
opened the
done.
entire market
She would
to
have
the
face her
Chinese
husband, her
industry.
children, her family and friends, and she would never be the same
Such a
in their eyes,
massive thing for it
because
to have
now
happened.
She was an executioner, and what Diane Cooper had done here today would stay with her for the rest of her life. The woman was sick once again, and the camera kept on rolling.
Steam got a lot
whole
more
world
Chinese
watched
users.
on.
Yup. China's fucking huge.
The shadow of Spot seemed off. Was it the bark?
This is my favorite story of these five. Game of the Year is Hades 2, though.
It was torn apart and reconstructed, but all
I could
wrong.
see that.
Dirty vines
I could see
stitched
that,
across
yep.
Its body, holding it together. The misplaced and misshapen teeth stretched from my hand. Kept my eyes on my phone.
Monster Hunter
jumping
Wilds
back and
would have
forth
been
with something
if
I
it was
knew would be
better.
there.
But I just feel like it was like it was Rise versus Worlds. It feels like it was made more for console,
Grace rose unsteadily
like
from the couch
like
to get it,
Switch,
and realized it was already
than it was
7:50.
for like PC and
Yeah,
console.
date.
And it just didn't.
had a good
I don't know. To me, it
need
just
to
didn't
work.
live up to the fidelity
I
of
guess I still need to go to work. said it like I was asking for permission.
of World.
Guilty leaving
I still
Grace
think World is a
here
better
alone
game,
in that kind of uncertainty.
even without
I
Iceborne,
could see it on her
than
face that she was
Wilds.
just as scared, maybe more so. And while I got to run to work and distract
TJR,
myself, she would stay here in the
yo,
middle
what's
and try to wrap
good?
her
Yo,
head around
buddy,
whatever
how's
this
it going?
was.
Been a while. What are you up
You
to,
better get
man?
going. We'll have to figure this all out later.
We're listening to my story.
And herself at the same time.
This is the new video that we're
I armed
releasing
her
on
and
Friday.
gave her another kiss on the forehead.
We're going
It's
through
gonna be
it
alright.
and
I
just doing
realized,
critiques
even
on it.
in the moment, how stupid that sounded.
Super good. What about you? No,
It,
not too
anything.
bad. Just chilling.
But it was
You know?
all I knew how to say.
This is a nice time when I don't have to really talk because I'm
Before I
already
stopped and
talking in the
back towards
background.
You think you can go to your mom's? I don't really want you to be here. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I didn't play the radio or anything else on the drive
Aye,
to
good
work that
shit.
morning.
Yeah.
I
So we're just
probably
sitting here
narrowly
fucking
avoided
around,
taking
having a
wrecks
good
along the way,
time,
too.
doing what we gotta do,
My
right?
mind
You
far
got any
too
more stories that
preoccupied
you've
with
written,
the events of the
TJR,
morning.
though?
There had to be some explanation. I couldn't shake that deep chill of unease until I found it. Started to think maybe the problem was us. Had we ever even had a dog named Spot? My memories told me empathetically that certainly yes, but the whole rest of the world this morning shouted no. Maybe Grace and I had just both dreamt him up somehow. Maybe we'd completely lost
And the
it.
B-roll. I don't know about the B-roll either. I just
Half an
recorded
hour
some
late that
random
morning,
shit around my
you
fucking
boss
house.
Naturally wanted some reason for this, but I
I was
wasn't
like,
about to sit
alright,
there and tell
because we've been
her
trying
about
different
our
things,
disappearing
right?
dog, and that my best guess for what happened was that me and my wife were insane.
What you say?
My
Didn't
alarm
get
didn't
it.
go off and said it wouldn't happen again.
You mean like in the video or just me? Is it not loud enough?
I'd had. Rest of the workday didn't go much better. Couldn't bring myself to focus on anything pertaining to work. Instead, I spent the morning texting back and forth with Grace. I was so worried about her. Even though
When
I
words
didn't
leave
know
my mouth, I
exactly
don't
what
remember
was
them.
worried
Nah,
would
you good,
happen.
bro.
A few hours into my shift, I got a call from her and excused myself to the break room. She sounded hysterical. Daddy, she doesn't remember. Her voice came through frantically as soon as I answered the call. What? Who? I stuttered out. My mom! She doesn't remember Spot! I felt my stomach drop. We'd gotten the dog from Grace's mom. He'd been a stray that showed up at our house a few years ago. She'd come to our place more times than I could count. Spot had been there for every one. There's no way she couldn't remember him, and yet Grace assured me she could not. When she
Fucking
told Aria
ads. God
he'd gone
damn
missing,
it.
she started asking.
Let's pause for the ads. Get your tokes ready. Oh, I was talking about. I never remember it. I'm fucking retard. We got a new emote, guys. Check out the new emote.
Grab his dick and twist it! Grab his dick and twist it! Twist his dick!
Good old dick twist. Three, two, one, toke!
When we had
Let's
gotten a
carry on.
dog. Absolutely no recollection. But there was more. Grace had gone to our apartment complex to speak with the admin. She'd become good friends in our time living there with a girl named Lindsay who worked up front. Well, when she approached Lindsay to ask about getting it, let her into 322, she acted like she'd never met Grace in her life. She gave the same reaction Michael had given me the night before, 322 was vacant, and had been for a long time. Danny, what's going on? She was crying now. That was the million-dollar question, the only question I had rolling around in my head. I tried to reassure her as best I could, but I needed reassuring myself. She begged me to come home and be with her, and I promised I would. After we hung up, I remembered what had happened with Spot's pictures. I opened up my phone, and my fears were confirmed. I don't know how I hadn't noticed it before, but it wasn't just the pictures of Spot missing. It was everything we'd ever taken at our old place, all gone. I all at once felt sick.
And what do you think about the music? Because this is music Electrancy made for me, and it's my new, it's the new theme track for my channel.
Spent probably 90% of the drive looking at it instead of the road. I was terrified.
It's got that like Mr. Ballin vibes with the like the creepy like.
My life was being wiped away.
I can't do music, but you know what I mean.
And I had no idea how or why, or how to stop it. It's a fear I can't begin to describe. I made it home to Grace and sprinted to throw my arms around her and our son. Only cried in front of her a handful of times, but this time it felt more than warranted.
Oh, and by the way, guys, remember tomorrow is makeup day, so Booba stream tomorrow.
Horrified and racing minds. Occasionally, one of us would speak up to the other, but the conversations were always short. 1,000 questions rolled through my head. What was this? Could it take people? What if there were things it already took that we can't remember now? I looked at Wyatt playing innocently on the floor, blissfully unaware of the strange hell that had befallen his parents. Did we have another child? How could we ever know? Neither of us could manage to eat. Neither of us wanted to sleep. We didn't know what we would wake up to or what we would wake up without. I remember just holding Grace in our bed that night, my hands running themselves through her hair, Wyatt asleep on her chest. Both of our eyes were fixed on the ceiling. Neither of us said a word for hours. At some point, sleep must have taken me unwillingly into the night, because the next thing I remember is waking up about 2 a.m. or so, my body covered in a cold sweat. Grace and the baby were still snuggled up closely to me. A relief. Even more of a relief was the sound that had woken me. Barking. Spot, I whispered out hopefully underneath my breath. I flipped the covers off my body and hit a deep sprint out of the room. A bad dream, I thought to myself. It had to have been one long, wild, bad dream. It had to be. Sure enough, as I rounded the corner into the living room, there he was facing me, my beautiful collie Spot, barking his loud, obnoxious bark that sounded like the world's sweetest music. I almost fell to my knees in elation. I felt myself start to laugh as I flew to the door and flung it open. Spot! Spot, come here, boy! I patted my thighs for him to come, holding my arms out to meet him with an embrace. But he didn't come. Instead, he stayed glued to the center of the backyard, barking away like I wasn't even there. I called again, less enthusiastically. Nothing. His bark seemed off. More specifically, it seemed unchanged, like it was on some kind of loop. Bark, bark, bark. Over and over. Same exact sound. Started to wonder why he wasn't moving. Not just why he wasn't coming to me, why he wasn't moving at all. His body was stiff, unnaturally so. Every muscle tensed at once.
Another thing is, like, I'm trying to add that, like, because, like, everyone says, like, I'm over the top with, like, the emotion and stuff like that, so I'm trying to, like, temper it back down. But is there still, like, you know, you can tell that, like, there's, you know, tension in my voice and, like, you know, the kind of fear and stuff like that. Tyler Cole, what's up? Yo, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Spot, here now. My voice raised to a shout.
Yeah, figures. Shadow Realm.
Yelling his name again. Grass
Bye.
Beneath me, frozen. My breath quickly grew short. I took 2 more. My breath turned to vapor in front of my eyes. Spot remained motionless. 3 more steps. My body shook from frost and from fear. Close enough to reach out to touch him, and I almost did. I was also close enough to see him. What the hell is this? I gasped out, recoiling away from the abomination in front of me so hard that I fell to the ground. The night had been so dark I had only been able to see and make out a little more than his figure from the back door. Now, only a few feet away from him. My eyes were more adjusted to the darkness. I could clearly see this was not my dog. He was a horrid mismatch of hair and flesh and teeth, all mixed and morphed together back into a crude shape of a dog, with all parts misplaced, limbs, ears, eyes, all juddering out from random points, contorted and broken to fit their mold, stitched together with a lace of thick, thorny tendrils weaving their way across almost every inch of his body. They were black as the night, like someone had dipped barbed wire into motor oil. Another likewise, they seemed to dig into his skin wherever their thorns were present. At various points they drove into him and erupted out of him, like they had grown and twisted together with his internals. Snaking vines trailed off behind him, behind the fence line and into the forest. I tried to follow them with my eyes to their source, but lost them in the darkness and the brush. The barking loop was still loud, but now I could tell it wasn't this dreadful rocket of dog parts making it. No, that was just the puppet. The sound was actually emanating from off in the woods, from wherever those tendrils led off to. Part of me wanted to continue on, wanted to confront this monstrosity hiding behind the imitation Spot and get some kind of answer, even if it killed me. That part was small, loud but small. The vast majority of my mind and body were petrified from what I was seeing, and pleaded with my nerves to get me the hell out of there. Just as I began scrambling to my feet to run back inside, I heard a whimper. It was the puppet, whimpering softly in pain. I watched as the only eye on its face rolled around in its head until the pupil could be seen. Was it still him? I hope to God it wasn't. I felt a sudden urge, a strong and violent draw to the creature, maybe to help it, but more so just to touch it. Before I could even think, almost by reflex, I had laid my hand on one of those dark veins and instantly knew I had made a terrible mistake. Spot's eyes rolled back in his head, lurching towards my hand at once. Twisted fangs that had been plugged haphazardly into his mouth, bared to sink into my skin. I pulled away just in time, narrowly dodging the strike. Instantly, I began to run faster than I ever had back towards the house. The puppet, Spot, suddenly became animated, convulsing and pulling against his restraints, trying to break free with intent to maul me. The barbs dug sharply into his skin as he lurched back and forth against their tangled mesh. I slammed the door shut and didn't stop running. I stormed into the bedroom and into the closet, waking both Grace and Wyatt. Grace begged to know what was happening, but my adrenaline wouldn't allow me to answer her. I emerged with my .30-06 and charged back to the yard, ready to meet the beast. Instead, there was nothing. Only our empty backyard, lit clearly by the moon and stars. "Daniel, what's going on?" Grace came around the corner on the verge of tears. "Just go back to bed," I whispered, my eyes not leaving the barren plot of grass for a second. "What? You've got to tell me." "Just go back to bed, Grace. Go to bed. You don't want to know." "I'm not going to do that. I can't leave you right now." Took a long breath and sat down on the couch, leaving a seat open for her. She took a seat, and we sat there for a while without a word while she rocked Wyatt back to sleep. Then I started to explain what I'd seen, about Spot, about the thing in the woods, about how the puppet had tried to bite me. I showed her my hand where I grabbed one of the tendrils. A large red blister had formed across my palm, burning like hell. Frostbite. We stayed up the rest of the night, keeping watch from the couch. Every light in the house was switched on. I wrapped my hand and kept it on the gun. This wasn't some strange happening. There was something out there, something malevolent, something that was feeding on our life, taking it from us. In a weird way, it brought me a little fleeting comfort. Finally knowing something. I just wish that something hadn't been so terrifying. Later that morning, a couple hours after the sun came up, I made a phone call. To you. I couldn't understand why Grace and I were the only ones who could remember Spot on our apartment. Someone out there had to remember with us. You had been with us all weekend. You were the last person to talk to us, really, before all of this had started. If there was anyone besides us, it would be you. I didn't go into it all on the phone, just said I needed you and that it was urgent. You came over right away. When you got to the house, I sat you down on the couch and just went straight into it. Do you remember helping us move this weekend? I asked. Yeah, why? A little glimmer of hope lit in my eyes. You did? So you remember the apartment? At Shady Oaks. You remember I lived there. Do you remember our dog, Spot? Must have sounded frantic. You were the first sign of optimism I'd had in so long. It was short-lived, though. Saw in your face just like I'd seen in Michael's. Like I'm sure Grace had seen in her mother and in Lindsay. You didn't remember. You couldn't remember. You sounded so frustrated that you couldn't remember where we'd moved all of our stuff from only a few days ago. You said you didn't know about any dog. You hadn't ever been over to my place since me and Grace moved to Houston. You've been there hundreds of times. Collapsed next to you on the couch. It was a gut punch knowing that we really were alone. At least you knew there was something wrong, even though you had no clue to what extent. You knew we had moved a bunch of stuff from somewhere. You knew you should definitely be able to tell from where, but couldn't. Look, man, I don't know why I can't tell you, but I can't. Is that why you called me over here? You think I got dementia or something? It's just a blank. Oh, no. You're not alone in this. Nobody can remember it. That's the thing. It's just me and Grace. Started to tell you everything. All the stuff missing, the people at the apartment complex, even the hideous creature I'd seen a few hours earlier. I didn't care if I sounded crazy. I'd spent the last couple of hours hoping and praying that I was. When I'd finished, you'd sat there in stunned silence, mouth agape. I guess I couldn't have expected anything more. The whole house rang quiet, save for the sound of Wyatt's quiet cooing coming from his room and Grace opening the dryer. I mean, Danny, buddy, I don't know what you want me to say. Is this supposed to be some kind of out-of-season April Fool's joke? He finally scoffed. I know what it sounds like. I just had to tell someone, man. I'm losing it. I'd say you're already there, bro. I mean, did you just hear yourself? While you were speaking, I thought I heard the sound of metal clinking coming from over near the baby's room, like keys. You know, there's something up. Why can't you remember Saturday? We spent all day moving back and forth. Why can you only remember half the trips? Look at my hand. I reached out to show you the palm, a numb black stripe cutting across the skin. Where do you think I got frostbite in Texas in the middle of August? Yeah, it's weird, it's strange, I'll give you that. I definitely heard keys. I heard Wyatt's cooing turn into a giggle. God, why didn't I shut up? Why didn't I go check? I was so wound up that maybe I could convince you, but why couldn't I go check? But it's gonna take you a little bit for me to jump from that to devil dogs in your backyard and ice vine monsters stealing your car keys. Ben, you're the only person I know to ask. We need help, man. Just pretend for a second it's true. What could you think to do? I mean, I'm worried sick right now, but Grace and Wyatt. Saw your face change. That look, that damned, dreaded look came back, and my stomach turned so violently I almost hit the ground. I'm slammed to a halt, and I begged and prayed you wouldn't say what I knew you were about to say. Who's Wyatt? Grace's scream ripped through the house and through my soul. I sprinted over to her, to the floor in front of his bedroom door. My eyes confirmed my worst fears. Crib was gone. His toys were gone. Our boy was gone. Tears rushed to flood my eyes, blurring my vision of the empty, blank room that had never been my son's. What kind of words could I string together to give you even the tiniest glimpse of that sorrow? I don't think they exist in any language known to man, and if they did, I don't have the composure to write them here. just know that it is more crushing, more eviscerating than you could ever possibly imagine. That was the beginning of the end. There was nothing more to do after that. You slipped out at some point. I don't blame you. After all, I just said to you that, and then you sit and watch as we melt into hysterics over a vacant room in our house. I'd probably leave too. I wish I could have. I wish I could have been anywhere but in that house in that moment. I didn't know if I've been able to leave it. I think most of me is still back there. Grace remained in shock, a husk of a woman. For the second day in a row, we didn't eat. We didn't drink. We didn't talk. Barricaded us in our bedroom. I knew what would be coming when the sun set. It started around 11 or so. Hell can't be much worse than what we experienced that night. Listening to a distorted track of our son's cries and laughs echo through the house, just on the other side of our door. I'd seen the horrible thing it made of Spot. I couldn't bear to imagine, let alone see what it had done tonight. Grace was hysterical. She needed to go to him, to whatever was pretending to be him. I had to hold her down, physically keep her from leaping out of that door. She wouldn't stop screaming, stop clawing me. It took all my strength to keep her pinned, strength that couldn't hold her for a whole night. At some point, she hit me over the head with something. I didn't know what. I just remember waking up on the bedroom floor to sunlight and silence. Alone. So completely alone. The wound she must have given me was gone, as was all of our pictures off the walls, her dresser, her clothes, everything. Sat there and wept for a long time, hours, maybe the whole day. I knew I couldn't sit there any longer. I couldn't be there at nightfall. It'd be over. I had no strength left to fight the pull it would have over me. I left just before sunset with whatever cash I could find. I wouldn't be back. I found a motel outside of town. Didn't expect to sleep, but I knew I'd at least be safe for a night. I'd at least be spared those awful terrors. That was an assumption I had. Don't know why. Maybe because it all started when we first moved into the new house. I just assumed if I left, it wouldn't follow me. That assumption lasted all of 3 hours. "Danny, please, let me in. It's so cold out." I could hear her voice through the heavy iron motel door. It sounded like she was gargling water and trying to speak at the same time. Loud, piercing scratches would come in between her speaking, like it was trying to claw through the door. Threw my pillow over my head, trying to drown out the noise. It didn't work. Fought like hell to not open that door. Each time her voice came through, it came through clearer and clearer. It was learning, getting better, becoming more like her. I knew I wouldn't last. I made it through the first night, but it would be back again, and I wouldn't last. I called you earlier tonight. I was holding on to some small, resilient delusion, last gasp of hope that you hadn't forgotten her. You couldn't have forgotten her. All the days you and Anne have spent with us, all the times she's watched the girls. You were the best man in our wedding. For Christ's sake, she couldn't just have gone like that. Our lives have been too intertwined. You may have forgotten everything else, but not Grace. You couldn't forget Grace. You had to remember. When you picked up the phone, you asked who was calling, and my last gasp was trampled. "It's Danny," I answered. "Danny?" Your voice was heavy with disbelief and excitement. "Is it really you?" I stayed quiet on the other end of the line. You hadn't talked to me in years, you said. Finally came to terms with reality at that moment. I realized that all the fight I'd put up the last 2 nights had been for nothing. The man I'd been, the person I was, the things I loved, all of it was gone. All that remained was a tearful, woeful stranger, a man I did not and could not recognize. One that had no place in this strange world I'd never lived in. I was already dead. You asked how I've been, what I've been up to. I told you. Told you about this amazing girl named Grace I'd met at school. How she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever laid eyes on. Told you about how we'd gotten married. How we had a 1-year-old boy named Wyatt. He was a spitting image of Dad. Told you about my new job and the new house we bought. And how Grace was so excited to host. And how you should bring the family over sometime. It was all a lie. It was all true. It was all beautiful. You asked me at the end of the call why I was crying. I couldn't give you an answer. I just said I love you and that we'd see you soon and hung up. I've been thinking a lot about stories since our phone call. For a minute. Well, I got to tell you about them. Grace and Wyatt were real again. We're alive again. That's when I knew I was going to write this email to you, Ben. Tonight, I'm gonna join my family. I don't know what waits for me after that. I don't know what non-existence looks like. But I know that if you'll do me a favor, if you'll write this down in your own handwriting, I'll go on living. Before I left the house, I found a few love letters I'd written to Grace. We were dating, still intact. Of course, the girl they were to wasn't real. She didn't exist. But I'd still written them and they were still here. That gives me some hope. If you'll please do this for me, Ben, I'll go on living. It'll be as a character in a fiction, but I'll go on living. I love you so much, man. I'm sorry you can't remember all the good times we had. If you're reading this back, however long from now, thank you. Maybe somehow I'll see you again one day. If not, I hope you enjoyed the story. Love you forever. Your little brother, Danny. Found this scrawled down in an old notebook while I was doing some spring cleaning. I'm not really a writer, and I definitely don't remember writing this. I don't know what to make of it. I've never had a brother. I don't know anyone named Danny. I've read it probably 5 times the last 2 days. Kept looking at those names, Anne and the girls. I don't recognize them. This house feels so much more empty than it did before I read this. Empty and cold.
Best fucking ending. In order to preserve himself, he fucked over everyone else.
Down completely. Desperately attempted to inch forward, my feet pushing off, trying to drag myself with my hands. Stuck. Finger, multiple of them. I yelled as the hand clamped down on my lower calf. I shook my limbs fiercely, trying to get it off me, trying to break free. It held on unrelentingly.
Was that audio?
Yeah,
real?
that one was, I love the ending to that. Because it was just so fucking perfect.
From a distance.
Look, I need to be remembered, and by doing that, he spreads the curse to his brother, and then his brother's wife and kid get fucking
legal cases.
kicked out. Oh, so good.
Been so up close and personal with the victims before. Never heard their voices. And heard, for the first time, what was going on in that factory while the fires raged. I couldn't help but imagine myself in their shoes. What thoughts would be running through my head? Would I be able to handle the pain this individual had experienced in his last moments? I shook myself out of it as I heard the brakes beneath the car. We emerged again, but not into a station like we had before. Everything outside was still as dark as the tunnel we had just shot out of. Even as the doors opened, I saw nothing, just the elevated tracks we were positioned on. Backed up slowly for obvious reasons, not wanting to be anywhere near the edge, but it appeared I didn't have a choice in the matter because just as I reached my seat, a loud explosion tore up the space beside me. I was tossed forward as the train tilted vigorously on its side from the force, sending me sailing through the car and out the door. Spastically flailed my arms out in all directions in a panicked attempt to break my fall. And then I landed. I swear I felt the bones of my forearms snap and ram themselves up through my elbow as my hands impacted the metal floor. I threw up from the shock of the pain as I rolled continuously, the world becoming a massive blur to me. Once I came to a stop, I lay on my back staring at the tall, rust-colored ceiling, trying to catch my breath. My arms, as well as the rest of my body, were still throbbing. I dared to slowly turn my head over my limbs as I desperately tried to hold in more bile from working its way up from my stomach. But they seemed fine. They didn't even look broken. That couldn't be. I swore I heard those bones shatter. I felt that forearm ram itself out of my skin. But I saw none of that. In fact, I could move both arms just fine. It still hurt like hell, but even that was beginning to wear off now. I stood up weakly, still dazed at what had just occurred and how I just seemed to be okay after a horrid fall like that. And that's when I heard the roar of a wall of flames erupting from behind me with renewed strength. My head snapped back at the furor that had been unleashed. Sheets of track, jagged and crooked, twisting and shooting off in different directions like the scattered corpse, came tumbling down from above the supports. The inferno formed a mermation as it ripped side to side, front to back, as if carried by some invisible draft. It shot forward towards me, the blistering heat submerging my face as it enveloped what was left of the thick, rustling railing. The blaze began to swirl, shooting up towards the ceiling and capturing the decayed infrastructure in its violent grasp. The smell of smoke attacked my nostrils as I was blasted from my side with a burning wind so intense that I had to make a serious effort to ground myself to keep from falling. And then, with one final whoosh, it disappeared from the ground up, leaving nothing behind. New eerie silence crept over me as I was left alone in the overwhelming darkness, broken only by the occasional groans of what sounded like some unseen, heavy metal settling or colliding with something off in the distance, echoing throughout the entire hall. I didn't dare myself to move. Crossed my arms close to my chest and looked around, but I could not see anything now. I knew I wasn't going to make any progress simply standing here until I starved, so I made the only choice I could have. I picked a direction, started walking, choosing to just continue forward, listening to the low howls of what appeared to be wind as it blew through the empty factory. A couple minutes passed, and then I heard something. It was far off in the distance, barely audible at first. A few rhythmic taps that sounded above the ambience. I stopped. So did it. However, when I kept moving, it resumed, melting with the sound of my feet. Stopped and listened again. I initially thought it was just the drip of water, but no, it wasn't that. Water doesn't just stop and resume on a dime. It doesn't sound this unnatural. I must have spun around multiple times trying to pinpoint what I had heard while trying to make sure not to lose my orientation. It didn't make itself audible again, however, not until I prepared to begin walking again. That's when I heard it, louder than ever. It was a distinct, rapid slapping sound, as if something soft, smooth, and wet were impacting the metal floor beneath it, quickly, over and over again. The sound of bare footsteps racing towards me. I leapt into action, sprinting with all my might, my lungs crying out in agony, but I ignored them. Those feet were gaining on me, belonging to a body I could not and did not want to see. In the distance, a bright white light emerged, scorched my unadjusted eyes. I had to dart my head toward the floor to stop it from tearing through my retinas. A loud snap sounded ahead of me. I watched as the glow became blocked by sheets of jagged metal supports and insulation that burned with a crackling fire raining down from the ceiling. I stopped and held my ears shut as they let loose a high-pitched shriek upon scraping into the floor. When I looked up, I saw my path forward entirely walled off with burning rubble and ruin. It circled me, providing no way out, all except for one small hole directly in front. It was nowhere near big enough to walk through, and where I stood, I debated if I could even crawl my way to the other side. There was no choice but to try, however. Whatever was following me, seemingly now aware of my predicament, had picked up its pace. I practically drove into the hole, the exposed spikes and pieces of rusty metal tearing into my skin as I weaved into the enclosure. I forced my way through despite the pain. The material around me closed in far too tight for me to crawl. causing me to extend my arms out ahead of me and scooch forward, using exposed pieces of the ceiling, which were now jutting out of the floor, as leverage to push off with my feet. Felt like the entire place climbed about 10 degrees in the span of a couple seconds. I could feel my face going red as sweat poured out of every pore in my body, the clothes sticking to my skin as they were wrenched in between the walls, squeezing me down from all sides. My lungs were crushed, forced into a deep compression that they would never expand from. Inhaling was painful, and every time I managed, all I could draw in was a weak puff of blazing air that seared my throat as it forced its way down, raising the sweltering heat even more. The light seemed so close. I just had to keep moving, but it became more of a struggle the further I got. The progress I was making was becoming less and less. A law of diminishing returns so harsh it would ensure I never reached my destination. I was opening new gashes on my arms and my legs left and right. I could feel the blood draining from my body. Suddenly, everything around me shifted and the ceiling caved in the last millimeter or so that it had, locking me down completely. I began to panic as I desperately attempted to inch forward, put all my weight into my feet and pushed, trying to drag myself with my hands, but no matter how much strength or force I put into the movements, I was stuck. I became more spastic, desperate. I was losing breath with each inhale I tried. "Please!" I heard a faint whisper coming from somewhere behind me. It was pained and desperate, as if using its last breath to beg for help. "The fire's getting closer! Oh, God!" I jumped, crashing my head into the ceiling, my vision growing blurry as I felt a crimson begin to flow down my face. Something had brushed my leg. It came again, this time slowly sliding down the limb's length. Its texture was rough, flaking, failing sheet of skin that I could feel even through the fabric of my pants. Finger, multiple of them. I yelped as the hand clamped down on my lower calf. I shook my limbs fiercely, trying to get it off of me, trying to break free, but it held on unrelentingly. "Please, we need help!" The debris shifted again, and I heard the distinct sound of bone cracking as it let go. A shriek of suffering filled the tunnel as I finally broke free, pulling myself desperately, making progress inch by inch until finally the light fully enveloped me, and I fell forward, colliding with the ground and tumbling only a few moments later. I got up on my hands and knees, breathing heavily on the very familiar dark rubber flooring. I stopped, slowly turning toward the seats that lined the walls as the roar of wheels speeding down the metal track filled my ears. I stood up immediately, rubbing different areas of my body, checking myself for injuries. There was nothing. As always, the hooded figure sat at the far end of the car. However, this time his head was still obscured by his cloak, slightly tilted towards me as if he was watching me with a peculiar interest. And I just couldn't hold it back anymore. A surge of anger bubbled up from deep below, and I yelled, "What?" I demanded. "The hell do you want from me?" Tears began streaming down my eyes. I knew that provoking this person probably wouldn't end well for me, but at this point, I had come to terms with the fact that I was never getting out of this situation anyway, and if nothing else, I at least wanted answers. What was happening? Why me? Cloaked figure didn't respond at first, but soon I saw his chest begin to heave up and down. It was convulsive, jerky, snapping between the two positions incessantly. It grew in intensity as the head began to drift up and down. Finally, I heard what appeared to be small breaths escaping his lips. They immediately cut to sharp inhales before I heard the tone of his vocals. Deep, parched, dry, cracking laughter. It started gently at first, before intensifying and harmonizing with the click of the wheels. We exited the tunnel and found ourselves above ground for the first time since all of this had begun. I turned and stared out the windows of the door. The sky was blanketed with a layer of light gray clouds. The The sky of rain sheets pelting the train's metal exterior formed a symphony with the thunder and lightning that struck through the skies above. We appeared to be in the middle of nowhere, nothing but trees and a washed-out, lifeless expanse. Train bit the brakes again. Figure laughed hysterically as we descended.
I'm gonna go
to a halt.
bouldering in a bit. See,
The road
oh, new
finally
video.
led
Yes,
up into
Muffin,
a
new
broad
video.
clearing.
Part
I
2
stared wide-eyed
of
as the doors in
the
front of me
last
opened.
week.
Outside lay a field of 20 graves, all already
Last week was
covered
part
up
1,
and
this week is
filled
part
except for
2.
one,
5 creepypastas.
surrounding the forwardmost
Want to see an
center
email
was
I
a
got?
people,
Hell yeah, I do.
faces obscured with black.
Did you become
They
partner
held a
already,
candle with a
Muffin?
flame that appeared purely white in the washed-out color grading, seemingly unaffected by the rain dropping from the skies above. They didn't even notice me, never turning their heads, never distracted from what they had lost.
No, Australia is making a new
Coffin
law.
was being
Oh
lowered into the
shit.
ground. Tried
Oh
my hardest
shit, are
to
you
look
getting kicked
who
off
was
the
being
internet,
burned, but
Muffin?
the name was indecipherable. I couldn't even begin to make out the text.
Your country
scrawled on the
kicking you
rock.
off the internet?
Another nameless individual. The train doors slammed shut, and I turned around and jumped at seeing the
I
hooded
just
one now
assumed
standing just a few inches behind
that
me.
they're not going to allow kids
No
on the
way
internet
he
anymore.
moved, but now he was right here. His hood had been completely removed, revealing a wrinkly, dark, dirty, burnt face. Loose strands
Winter
of
16
silver
can't
hair
use YouTube
wavered off
effective
the top of
December
his head
10th.
in threads,
Damn.
barely holding on.
So you just make an account
and his smile, oh
that
God, his smile, bleeding, cracked lips,
that
with yellow teeth,
you know,
curved,
has one. So just like
stretched
get your
all the
parents'
way to the
account.
bottom of his eyes that contained nothing but pure, unfiltered blackness. He
I'll give
tilted
you a
his
random
head to the
account.
side, and I heard the popping of muscle and the cracking of old flesh as he did so. Then he slowly moved one shaky hand
I need
upwards,
parental permission for
pointing
that.
at something behind
Such
me.
bullshit.
I turned around.
So
and
retarded. Your
saw
parents
what he wanted me
should
to
do
see.
that, not the
Above
fucking
my
government.
head
The
was a
government
list of
shouldn't be there to
stops.
tell you what the fuck you can look at.
Scanned through each
Your
one,
parents should
one
do that.
by one, and recognized them immediately. My local subway station, that first stop.
That's so retarded.
All the way to now, and finally.
That's the
up
step to
next,
authoritarian
Ed was
government,
alive.
Muffin. Welcome to the
Some
fucking
drop.
world. You're gonna
The train
grow
seemed
up
to pick up speed as
in,
we rushed into the dark
yeah,
walls of another tube.
not a good
My
place.
head, the tears rolling out of my eyes.
I'm sorry for
as
that,
I
bro.
turned around, the old man
I
began
really
laughing
am.
again. He was beyond hysterical, and I could only watch.
I mean, why don't they ban
Desperation
porn
contorting my
sites
face as he
instead
began
of...
to shake violently.
Because they're fucking
with the blood
retarded,
draining
Muffin.
from his eyes.
They're fucking
This
retarded.
was all my fault. I could see that now. It had been abundantly evident this entire time.
Or they're effectively
Now,
malicious
at the
trying to
very
push you
end,
towards
I
that.
finally saw it for myself.
It's a
And
fucking
so,
scam.
I did the only thing I could
That
do.
content is too
I got
good
on
to
my
take away
knees,
from
crying
people.
and begging.
I mean,
I
you know what
apologized
Prohibition did? They
profusely
said you
for
can't have
everything I
alcohol, and
caused
people were like,
done. Surprisingly, I meant it. I wrung my hands together.
"Oh, you're
closed
serious?
my
Oh, well, we'll
eyes,
just
and
go make
begged
our
for
own."
Forgiveness.
You know, it's just
I
like
didn't expect
fruit
to be heard,
and like
but I wanted him to know that I
vegetables
regretted
over
everything,
time, right?
that I knew I
Prohibition
deserved
was
what
the
coming,
banning of
to make it
alcohol,
clear
and then
that I would be
everyone was
better
like,
if I
"No,
had the
you
chance
can't
to
ban
do it all
alcohol."
over again.
And now
Out of
all of
nowhere,
a
we
sudden
came to
it's
a
like,
violent
oh,
stop. and
well,
dropped
everyone
me
just
knocked
made their own.
me
It made
over
it
onto the
way
floor.
fucking worse.
Forced
Made it
open
like
my eyes
1,000
as I
times
extended my
worse.
hands forward to catch
Because
myself.
now people were making their own horrible,
Ground shaking.
deadly fucking
The old man was gone.
tub tank
The car was
fucking
full.
alcohol.
People were everywhere, lounging on seats, distracted by their phones, or standing around holding the guardrails, going about their daily business as if nothing had happened. A lot of them were staring at me, looks of confusion imprinted onto their faces, as if was some sort of alien. I stood up, unsure of my surroundings, and practically leapt out of my skin when the doors opened behind me. Turned around and was greeted by a crowded platform as people from inside the train impatiently squeezed
Seems
past
fun
me
to make
get out.
alcohol. Experimenting
Stop, I
with
knew
stuff
very well.
and waiting to see how it turns
Going to the
out.
station.
Sucks that I'm never planning on drinking.
Timidly stepped out.
Yeah,
onto
don't
the
drink,
yellow
man.
line
Drinking
and
bad.
observed
Drinking
what looked to be
bad.
typical
Drugs
rush hour
bad.
traffic.
Okay, Muffin? Drugs bad.
My hand found my pocket. I felt something rectangular. My phone. I immediately pulled it out, revealing the pristine, undamaged touchscreen. I turned it on. And the display
Hey, man, I don't drink that much. I
Jasper,
used to
several
drink a
written
lot.
top.
A
Sunday,
lot.
11, 8:03. 3 days
Not
before the
good.
explosion.
Don't drink.
I brought
Drink
my hand to
bad.
my mouth and began to laugh.
Drink real bad.
I don't see how.
We
but
no need
somehow
no drink,
I
no,
didn't give it
no, no,
precisely
no,
what I
no,
asked
no,
for.
no, no.
I bolted
It
out of
no
the
go.
station and made a series of phone calls as soon as I reached my apartment.
I went to
I
high
ordered the
school for the
factory to
whole day.
close temporarily and to put all employees on paid leave.
Woo,
At the
excuse me.
same time, we brought in
Is that a good
investigative
thing,
and maintenance
Muffin?
crews to go through the entire
I
facility.
got lost.
update
Damn.
the equipment and bring it up
Yeah,
to
high
safety
schools are pretty
standards.
fucked.
I must have spent millions and millions, but I didn't care anymore. It needed to be done. Factory still
Big
closed.
school. Yep.
I don't know how long it
Sounds
will be
about
until
right.
it reopens. Depends entirely on how long everything takes. It's a big job. A lot of stuff that was
Getting
left to rot
cold
for
again.
years.
Fuck.
Finally getting replaced. I'm losing money each day as I need to continue to pay my workers. It doesn't
It's a
bother
day
me.
of
I have
trying
the
out
funds to do
our
it.
timetable
Preventing
for
the
next year.
disaster that happened before is far more critical. I had a conversation with the union leader
Well,
the
that
other day.
sounds
He was
fun.
surprised by my sudden change of heart. I can't be the person I once was.
Fucking good old
Not
school.
anymore. Maintenance workers found the loose electrical wiring.
Biggest fucking scam joke in the world.
Press described it as a close call that was narrowly avoided.
Is the fucking
Gabriel
education
is a hero
system.
now. We all know that's not true. We all know what it took for me to change. The memory of it, of what I did, still lingers in my head at night. It haunts me when I go to bed, and that's the point. I will need that eternal reminder to keep me on straight and narrow and show me what could happen if I ever turn on my promise. Speaking of which, I want to say one more thing before I part ways with you. I can see it now, the train, I mean. I saw it for the first time again while walking on the metro on May 12th. I was scared at first. I didn't understand what it was doing here. I was doing everything right, wasn't I? Why had it come back for me so soon? And then I realized it wasn't here for me.
True,
I
Muffin.
saw that clearly.
Well, so what
as
does
I
your
watched
recap
someone
look like?
else,
You want to see my
burly guy,
Twitch
seemingly in
recap,
his
Muffin?
40s,
You're
board
on
the
one of
train
my.
before
You're
me.
on my top
He
5.
walked into his phone just like I was. I could only look on in half pity as the door slammed shut behind him. He finally looked up in surprise. The train pulled out of the station with the strength I had now grown used to, and I watched through the windows as the cloaked man sitting in his typical seat passed by me. I swear he was looking back at me, smiling.
Where the hell is... How the hell do I see it? Where is it? Recap.
The bull's tail swung back and forth in the sunlight. Atop its shoulders, a goat's head, 2 horns dug into its skull, riding to the sky as the gray bone turned like ivory in the light. The
Here we
creature's
go.
pupils were perfect rectangles, separated by its long snout and a flashing in amber. My body froze as it stared at me. It crossed its hooves, fleshy hands gripping the dark brown calves. Several days have passed before I could venture into those woods.
You're my
again.
number 3 watch
No longer seemed
for the
as
entire year,
lonely
Muffin.
as they had once.
On this account.
The bright, shining rays of light would bounce between the leaves, now cackled in hues of dark gray that seemed to sharply cut from branch to branch. Harsh wind.
I watched you more than I watched
At all
Artosis.
times of the day.
It's crazy.
Night. It sent an ominous whistle.
I don't know if I
that
told
made
you,
me
but I'm
shiver
top
as I
5 world on one of
relieved
this week's
myself at
maps.
the edge.
Nice. What was up? Is that a
Rain.
promo?
The
This is the
rain
recap
never
for the
stopped.
entire year. So
Every
this
day
is
I
like
expected it to
the amount of
part.
chats I spent, the days I was
day I was
on, the amount of hours I watched, and who I watched the
For
most
few
of.
days, the only thing that
Which
broke
is
the
you.
monotony was the return of that old dog. First before the storm came. Never
Yeah.
expected to see him
Twitch
again.
recap every year.
Skinny, black, and blind.
Every year they do a recap in
Ears,
December, so you can look
long
at your
dark
thing
snout,
over there. 1.44k
bristles,
hours. Yeah,
tip
on
fitting
this
for
account.
cage.
That's just
His
on
eyes
this account.
starred, and the other
Because I don't
bright
log into my other
caverns.
PC.
The dog walked with
So
a
like,
limp,
and I mainly watch Twitch on my other
efficiently as
PC and on
one
my
would expect
phone.
Someone who has
So like,
had
that's
an
not
instinct
even
for
close to the amount of hours I have.
wood.
Guess how many hours I have on YouTube on my other
Dog would
PC
poke
though?
from his sides, and I could only wonder how such a poor, decrepit thing managed to survive.
14,000 hours on YouTube.
First time
I have
staring through my
95
glass.
channels that I've
Watched
watched
him.
more than 100 hours on.
Roamed across the grass, his nose sniffing at the ground, idly chasing some invisible scent.
ant following a false trail. I walked in circles, on and off the gravel, until I grew tired of watching the scene and stood up. I opened the melted icebox underneath my counter and retrieved some smoked hair wrapped in plastic.
That include
When I
lurks?
turned open the
Yes,
door,
yes,
he'd gone.
Muffin, that includes
I
lurks.
stepped outside to scan for him and down the road.
There's only
Saw him
8K
dragging along,
hours
nose to the ground and sniffing away at the
in a
dirt as
year.
he limped down the path.
It's called multi-tabbing.
Last time,
When you have
felt the warmth
when you
of the
have
sun
2 tabs or
calling
3
for him.
tabs open at the same
Yeah.
time and you're
Middle of
watching,
this
like I'll be
never-ending
listening to
storm
one
returned.
video while
Quicker this
watching
time, no need for
another
my last
video.
hair. If he left,
Right?
the door opened with a loud creak, and there he was, roaming in a circle up.
I'll have like 5 fucking videos
With a
open and
smile.
like tabs and shit like that
Normalcy
too.
At last.
So, yeah.
Hey, I called. and as
I watch a
friendly
lot of
tone
fucking
as I could
YouTube.
muster, Now his body was soaked with water, dripping to the floor like udders from a cow.
I'm gonna get ready to see you
Long
soon. Alright,
fur,
sounds good,
tabs
Muffin.
on
Take
his
care. Thanks for
chin,
popping in and
matted
hanging
with
out.
beard
See
that
you in a
looked
bit.
as if he had just
Peace.
dunked it
Enjoy
in
your
water.
bouldering.
I called again, but he made no attempt at responding. He continued to roam. One more circle, sniffing so close to the gravel I worried he had been inhaling rocks. So I just watched him, not like there was anything better to do with my phone dead. Finally, I grew frustrated. Was he deaf? Hey, come on! This time I patted my leg afterwards. His head immediately turned and I began to nonchalantly limp towards the steps. Not so much as sparing me a glance, as his nose continued to smell the ground. I stepped outside, figuring I would have to carry him up the steps, but just as idly as he began to walk towards me, he climbed them, barely putting any weight on the left paw that ailed him as he reached the top. The door was open, but he stopped at the window next to it, sniffing the plank under it with intention, tilted my head as he did the same, and then he turned and limped on inside. Figuring it was not one much for conversations, I came through and latched the door shut after him, quickly found his way to the stove, slinking his skinny torso between the legs of my chair, lying down with his tail and thigh next to the softly burning flames. He made no sign that I expected from other dogs who found a comfortable spot, simply closing his eyes and going still. I retrieved one of the few remaining strips of hair I had left from before my last encounter in the woods. Didn't react as I approached him, placing it at his nose. His eye opened, and I could see the clouds of white up close. Like a soft fog, they obscured anything resembling a pupil, and I found myself overcome with pity at the thought of such a creature. How horrible it must be to lose your grip on vision and not be able to know what was happening. He sniffed once at the strip. I grinned wide, happy to share with my new neighbor his first meal in what I assumed was a long time. Instead, he outstretched his left paw, touching the strip of jerky with calloused paws. His nails were dark and blunt, long and crooked, and there was some kind of crimson coming from between his pads. I knelt down and looked closer. Blood. Old, but not very, coming from the middle of his paw. I looked at the others. His back legs looked fine, but I could not see his right, being folded against his chest. I reached out, and he did not react, so I gripped his skinny arm gently and stretched it out. Blood again. What the hell? A soft splatter of crimson stained the inner sides of his pad and matted the soft fur. Pushed on his paw gently to get a better look, and once again he did not react. There was some wound between them. I couldn't possibly tell what in the low light. So instead I got some antibacterial wipes out from my shelf, wiping both paws clean as his eyes closed and he remained motionless. After I was done, I waved the strip of jerky in front of his nose again, which he sniffed, opened his eyes, and closed them once more. Didn't pant, didn't whine, didn't even breathe loud enough to hear over the crackling of the stove. I spent a long while looking at him as I stripped and got into bed. Motionless, he slept, while I tossed and turned, assaulted by the breaking of wood lost to flames and the patter of the storm through my window that seemed to grow only louder and quieter it got. When sleep finally found me, it only made me feel worse. Vines, horns, and eyes, roots coiled around my throat, tasting of iron and spores. It's all I dreamed of. The beast didn't make a noise until the next morning. Shuffling, rifling, I opened my eyes groggily. The canvas bag I left at the door. At first I was surprised. Why is that still there? Then I blinked again and adjusted my eyes. There he was, that beast, making the first noise I ever heard from his lips as he crunched away on my chandeliers. I exhaled through my nose, throwing my head back onto the pillow and looking up at the clouds through the fogged window. There was a seeping cold flowing flatly through the small lift that opened it. It made me shiver and sent me up into the sitting position. As I watched the dog turn his snout left and right, brushing away the canvas to reach further into the bag. I sighed. Happily, he was finally eating. But that wouldn't do for me. The woods called for me again, not out of malcontentious longing, but because of a pain in my stomach. What's left of the hares were gone, and there may very well be several waiting for me on the snares I laced along the trail. So the routine was set, the die was cast, and the time to overcome my fears of trees and moss had come. A fresh dip into my bags of clothing heralded my departure. Fresh jacket, fresh pants, fresh sweater, spoiled muddy boots. For now, my old pair of sneakers will have to do. I checked my phone. Off, but charging at 2%. Hopefully. The moment I opened the door, that gale hit me once again. A gust of wind nearly folded my wrist back as I struggled, and then it turned gentle, calming. Ambient, cool wisps brushed against my cheek and blue strands of hair behind me as I stepped down my stairs. The beast was behind me. He lumbered down them as well, his nose on the ground, as he resumed what I figured was his favorite activity. I wondered if he'll go back to walking in circles, but for now I figured the freedom of choice was all I could afford him. So I didn't look back as I left the door open, leaving him to his whims. Yet instead, he followed. Found my pace shortened as I neared the trees. They looked taller, demanding rugged boughs and branches that would softly curve downward to envelop the floor now looked like twisted arms suffocating the light from the ground. The ground was dead, devoid, drowning. The grim wind that greeted me when I opened my door was pouring out of it like a floodgate, and every few minutes seemed to recall and inhale that warm breeze coming from out of its grasp back in. I glanced behind me as I stood in the tree line. 5 feet from me, the beast had stopped. He was looking, that cloudy eye staring me down like a blizzard on the horizon. I froze, trying to stay calm. How did he know how tall I was to look for me directly in the eye? I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. My tongue caught in my throat and I swallowed a half smile. "You're not coming then?" The beast turned, putting his head low until his nose touched the grass. He sniffed his way back to the gravel, tracing circles as I disappeared into the pines. Despite the canopy, the storm felt harsher here. Droplets of water seemed to coagulate into deeper prospects that dripped slimily from the tips of boughs, hitting the ground with heavy thuds that drowned out the noise of the woods. Every step was wet, soggy, and required my full conscience in order to pull through the next. A droplet splayed my cheek as I cleared a line of brush, finding my trail at last as I began to follow it down through the mist. The packed dirt in front of me was a thin array of mud, winding as it drooped into a steep incline before flattening out, while armies of pines dangled over, covering the sky with sharp green needles that stabbed and prodded, all vying for the dominance of sunlight. They fell against my shoulders as I sidestepped my way down, the mud creasing my sneakers and making me wobble with each step. I didn't find my first snare. 2 bushy roots loomed low over the trail, making a perfect tunnel for which I laced my string, but it wasn't there. I stepped over it and continued my muddy march. As I walked along, I heard the hum of the stream. came as a slight whisper, tickling the back of my ears. But as I made my way to the next snare, I found the hum of the wash increasing louder and louder the further I got through the trail. Being in a hungry daze and so close to my second snare, I gritted my teeth and walked on, following the path that seemed to directly lead to the torrent. As the reverberation of the river increased, I found it difficult to hear any sounds of the forest as the storm surged. But there, as the cleared, the next pine stood my snare, and on it a gift from the forest. A hair dangling listlessly in the wind from atop of the root, its neck cracked and head drooping palely against the snare. I approached the forest gallows cautiously. Yellow powder crusted the thing's lips, oozing like sap, and its ears scraped the black bark of the roots as it teetered back and forth. The thing's fat bottom nearly touched the ground, hanging there with its white feet turning a sickly gray, having stewed in the murky mud below the trap. Its eyes were wide open in a haze of gray and brown, no pupil visible. Beggars can't be choosers. I unceremoniously stripped my knife from my belt and cut the creature loose, stuffing it in my canvas bag, with a little thought other than relief that my luck wasn't all bad. As I rested the bag against my chest, I felt the carcass against my heart, and both seemed to beat in time. But the ringing in my ears was nauseating, and I pressed on to the next snare. Hum of the river made the trail seem to vibrate, playing tricks on my eyes as I began to see it in two renditions. The vibrations made my feet numb, and the icy wind carried it up to my legs as I walked, made of jello, further and further down the path. Water fell all around me. My mind told me to leave while I was ahead, but a gnawing thought in the back of my mind convinced me that the ringing would only be worse should I head back. Yes, the stream was back where I came, and I was doing well to continue away from it. Firelight bloomed in the distance. I recognized it as I would any other day. My ears were stifled, but my eyes could see the burning rays of light through the shadows of the pines. I walked towards it, and the trail straightened into a simple path that seemed to overtake the routes that had previously dominated it. I treaded on, and then the light broke through more and more trees until confusion overtook me. I saw the chandeliers. They burned in daylight. The grass I saw through the canopy gleamed like shining topaz, and glistening rays of light ignited the canopy in beautiful rays of gold. The storm had broken ahead. I nearly broke into a run as I realized it. The hum grew sharper, and the pines parted like a curtain. The forest seemed to separate into a perfect circle, and a glowing pond of grass and white flowers bloomed under its radiance. The mushrooms formed all around the tree line, as if holding back the tides of pine and root that encompassed everything else. And there, on a broken log in the back end of the clearing, was magic itself. Cloven hooves dug into the grass, and muscled pink legs rose above it. Its waist was covered in dark brown fur with a belt of odd hide fastened across. The chest was bare, but its shoulders folded into the same dark hair. A bull's tail swung back and forth in the sunlight, and atop its shoulder a giant goat's head. 2 horns dug into its skull, riding to the sky as the gray bone burned the ivory like the light. The creature's pupils were perfect rectangles, separated by its long snout and a flashing in amber. My body froze as it stared at me. It crossed its hooves, fleshy hands gripping the dark brown calves. I tried to speak, but my voice caught in my throat. When the thing's head tilted, it waited for me, not moving, hardly breathing. "What are you?" The creature grinned. A set of perfectly square teeth bore across all its maw. Light green tinted stains along the tips. No fangs, no front, just perfect white squares. "I am an angel." The voice was like honey, deep and floral. A breeze blew as it spoke, and the smell from the stream permeated back into my mind, while the wind carried it. The sun bristling at my nose, while rays of light burned away the downpour. It was as if I just removed a large coat. The feeling of freedom was intoxicating. Felt I could run a marathon as I took a step closer. You don't look like an angel. I haven't bathed. That smile again. I was so lost by the sudden vanishing of rain, I had lost conscience of left to even process what I was looking at. I wiped my face and looked away. The angel's side-facing eyes strained to look directly at me, with white chalk-like bags underneath each wrinkling as it seemed to squint. I struggled for questions, even words. My mind was a cacophony of fear and wonder as I pondered such an impossible creature, but the gnawing in the back of my head assured me that there was no other cause for this creature besides divine providence. I took a step forward. Why are you here? I live here. Why have I not seen you before? I did not want to be seen. Tears formed in my eyes. I shuddered in the light like a bug exposed to a torch. You're not real. Feel my heart and know. I was standing next to the angel. My arm unfolded and my glove was off, trembling as I reached for it. Tremor went through my hand as I felt its heart. My palm was on his chest. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Our hearts beat in sync. A tear fell from the pit of my eye. Why now? I removed my hand, but the beating of the celestial still quaked. I pitied you, human. I saved your life. Why? The beast of the woods hunted you as you picked my fruit. The fault was mine. The beast of the woods, the shadows in the pines, the raven, that creature stalked from tree to tree, chasing me as I fled in horror. Left that day in a suit of mud and stupor. The raven, the angel's slit pupils, regarded me warmly. The raven, mine own, and the beast, mine enemy. I mumbled nothing. An exasperation of denial and confusion as I stood next to it. The angel smiled knowingly. The stream and the trail, the mushrooms in the forest, none were mine. All were the estate of the angel. I stood in his temple, and I felt small and insignificant in his altar. My bag twitched. What do you want from me? I want to help you. What will you do? I can return the one you love. I took a step back. The angel's eyes followed. My eyes darted across the blue sky, and I stopped to watch a billowing white cloud float far above the storm. I looked down, and the angel awaited his answer. I have not lost anyone I love. Unblinking, the angel resounded a deep whisper. I'm afraid you have. Who? I did not see. And how do you know? The beast took them. I tilted my head, and the angel did the same. He looked at me grimly, like a man would look at a dying animal. Pity. His pity filled me with dread. What had I lost? Although I was looking down on him, it was as if he stood 20 feet tall when I stared. I haven't lost anyone. His countenance darkened, his eyes lowered, and he roughly exhaled through his snout. The angel's lips vibrated. Then go home, Jack, and I will see you again. He stepped backwards, and another. My feet were moving on their own, my hand raised to feel the angel's heart again, but it was gone. I began to hear the rain. I turned my feet sideways to stop, but they straightened and my hips began to turn. Pines were ahead of me. The storm was pounding. I looked back, and it was all gone. My imagination? Definitely not. I began to run. My heart and my mind were shattered. The hum of the faraway river, the beating of the angel's heart still reverberated through my brain. I felt no pain as my body as I ran through the forest, dashing from tree to tree, down the path like a wild beast. I loved nothing. The corpse regarded me lifelessly. She was split in half. Seams of a small black jacket twisted unnaturally into a tangle of bright red flesh that dripped onto the wet wood. Shiny red teeth clumped with brain matter atop her shoulders. Who was she? My mind was blistered. A pounding migraine roared in my skull. I stepped inside. The room was cool and empty. For the first time in hours, it was quiet. The plastering storm halted at the door's latch, and only the shriek of the chair accosted my ears as I sat down. I sat there for some time, listening to nothing. I stared at Wood. Where was he? I looked behind me. The dog was gone, and I closed my eyes. My thoughts drifted away. Vines, horns, and slit eyes. Roots coiled around my throat, and I woke in a gasp. I fell forward, hitting my chin on flat logs as my eyes drifted to the door. I laid there for some time, thinking of all I had experienced. I could not recall which was real and which was a dream. I pictured the beast and the angel, and dead hair still on my back. I shuddered as my nails scratched at the wood. The door was red underneath. Rosa. I ran outside in a panic. The door clattered loudly behind me as I threw it open. There she was, her legs calmly laid flat towards the railing. The rest of her was in two pieces. I collapsed. Tears began to stream from my face, and my cheeks burned. My palm was covered in her blood. I placed my hand on her leg and looked for anything resembling a person I spent the entirety of my life with. Black hair, pale skin, so much blood. I sobbed, "I love you, Rosa." My words were a whimper. "I love you." I wiped my face with her blood on my fingers, my only family member in the world reduced to a vicious liquid. The rain pounded on the wooden canopy, and all I could do was sit there. There was nothing to hold. My palm clawed childishly at her pants as I wept. My other smashed the floor as hard as I could, my nails biting into the palm as I struck the ground over and over and bawled. I remembered the words from before. "I can return the one you love." The words formed in my head so vividly that I raised my eyes and my mouth went wide. The entirety of my vision was blood.
Jesus.
A red vignette, and closed my
sitting here
eyes.
just listening to
behind
this.
me. Sat in the mud.
Is that a
The
bad
pathway
thing?
I had walked
Or is
so
that a
many
good
times
thing?
before.
Put me to sleep, so you do the no
Pointed
sleep
outwards, and
stuff?
his two hooves hit.
You put on a playlist and then just fall asleep to it and then just play all night?
Upwards on his lap. Water matted his fur and darkened his skin, and his horns dripped thick tears that poured against the ground. The angel returned, but the rain persisted. I shambled down the steps, stumbling and tripping as I approached it. Salt from my eyes filled with the taste of fungus swelling my tongue. I lurched towards the angel, and like a wretched, pained animal healing to its master, the angel grinned as he looked at me. "I'm sorry, Jack." His mouth contorted into a frown. "The fault is mine." My lips furrowed, and I let out a pathetic mumble. I fell to my knees, the angel's eyes regarding me merely for a few feet apart. My bloody palm gripped mud and dirt tightly as I trembled. "Can you bring her back?" "I can. How?" I stared for some time at the angel, and then blinked. The pines vanished. The world seemed to collapse around me. The mud and dirt and grass all drowned. I turned back, but the cabin had vanished into a sea of gray water. All around me an endless abyss of shallow ocean, with no horizon in sight. The sky was a matte gray. The water shimmered in clouded gray light. I saw my reflection as I looked down. Bloody, filthy, wretched. The dead hair lay next to me. It twitched and blinked. I saw the reflection of the angel as well. Its toothy smile shimmered in a single ray of moonlight that struck the sea. I looked up at him again, and he was the entire world. Rain pattered his horns. "You need only sign." The rain stopped around us. Puddles rippled softly into the sea and curled around my knees. I stared down at my visage again and sobbed. All was quiet, and the angel looked at his as well. The silence was so deafening. I felt as if the entire world had ended. I would simply vanish like the rest. Then the water moved again. It rose from the sea, rising upward into droplets, as if the very storm had reversed itself. I watched in awe as bits of gray torrent floated all the way into the sky, dissipating into the clouds, A pool of droplets began to congeal in front of me, rising above the ocean, formed a ball that swirled between us, and then it flattened like paper as it unfurled and took color. A sickly white hue of thin paper floated in front of my knees. Archaic, foreign black symbols stippled its flesh. My index finger began to bleed. I raised it to my eyes and saw a thin pinprick of dark crimson blood dripping into the sea. I glanced at the angel, who regarded me with a wide smile. A long black line pinned to the end of the scroll. Only I can save her. My hand trembled. Only he can save her. I was a powerless insect, the angel of the woods, come to free me from the beast. The tears of anguish began to form into tears of joy. I thought of Rosa, her laugh, her smile, the way she pushed at my chest when she was mad at me. I remembered her heartbeat from my childhood as we slept together. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. I would give anything to see her again. I would give my heart and my soul just to see her laugh. I brought her here, to the woods, and to the beast, and I would have it to atone for the sins. The angel would cleanse me. I pointed my finger forward. The blood formed a small pool between me, and I reached for the scroll. A small tint of blood splashed the bottom of the paper. Its corner shriveled in response. The blood stopped as I reached to place my print. And then my ears started to ring. Flash burned my retina, and all of reality seemed to blink in a blitz of light and sound. I felt something hit my chest. Pieces of rock or metal shredded against my jacket and through my chest as I fell onto my back into the water. I coughed and wheezed and rolled onto my side, my bleeding hand gripping my stomach. My right hand bit into the ground. For some reason, I felt dirt. I opened my eyes. It was pines and mud. My face burrowed in it. I gasped humid air as I tried desperately to make sense of my surroundings. I fell back onto my back. There, standing over me, a dark silhouette loomed, eyes wide and mouth agape, in a contortion of pure horror. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand and tried to make sense of the figure. "Rosa?" I whimpered. The figure stared down at me. No, much too big to be Rosa. I knelt down, and all I could see was a scared, worried face. I had seen that face before. Something metal and cold was laid at my chest. Two large, fleshy hands reached under me, lifting me up into the sky. I laid limp against them. There was warmth in my chest, then hot pain. Two massive, bulky shoulders supported my dead weight. I looked up, saw perhaps the squarest jaw I've ever seen. "I'm sorry, Jack, His burly voice caught in his throat. "I didn't know you was behind him. I didn't know," Jonas said in a worried drawl. "What the hell was that?" A shotgun rested between my legs as he carried me. The old man was jogging down the path, his words drifting away as I dreamed. I dreamed of a boat, of clouds and of shores. The rain pattered lightly against my face as I stared up at the clouds. It was soft, calm, and a warm breeze tickled my skin, combed my hair. I opened my eyes, truly for the first time in ages. The trees glowed brightly in the autumn haze. The sky was a foggy blue that covered the road in a plethora of pale colors. I smiled softly and looked up at Jonah. "Hang in there, buddy. We'll be there soon." I drifted my head downward and looked forward. A lone beast plodded the road ahead of us, an old blind dog, nose to the pavement, limping briskly through the warm fall rain. His nose sniffed at the ground. "You're lucky he found me, boy. He came to my door scratching and gnawing and hollering at the moment. I went outside, went right on up to the road, closed the door, and he did it again. Can you believe it?" I smiled. "Good boy." So, angels were real, and they were old dogs and old men. Yeah, he got shot. He got fucked up. But yeah, there we go, guys. That is our new video. Yay! That's the official pre-release. So congratulations, you're ahead of the game. You just got to witness the new, possibly, who knows, could be the video. It's got rituals. It's a part 2. It gets everything right off the bat. We're getting better at it. All we need is a fantastic thumbnail. And we're going to do it in the style of a book cover. But there's actually a little workshop by vidIQ tomorrow morning on thumbnails that I got to do. And tomorrow's going to be a long day because I got to write the story. I gotta do all the fucking prep stuff for the makeup stream. We gotta do the makeup stream. And I gotta write another fucking story. So we're gonna call it here. But thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a fucking fun day today. Let some steam out with the videos and everything, you know? Get everything going. So remember, always continue to be the creative mind that you are. And remember that no one is better than anyone else, and every story has already been written except yours. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, who we are raiding today? Oh, we're probably gonna raid Fabulous, actually. Probably gonna raid Fabulous. Yeah, that's most likely what's gonna happen. Alright. Alright. Get your wheels ready. Here we go. Alright, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Fuck you.